Chapter 551 Rogue Panda. The bamboo forest is not small, and the ground is full of scattered bamboo leaves. There are small bamboo shoots everywhere on the ground. The cricket was attacked just after Oki entered the bamboo forest with the head of the crow and the doll king. The elf who attacked them was a panda, the kind of panda in black and white. The first attack of the cricket was resisted by the crow's head. This is a rogue panda. The elves in the Carlos area, is there also here? Oki looked at the fierce face in front of him, holding a toothpick like a bamboo stick on his mouth, and two bamboo leaves on it. Wagging slightly, he narrowed his black eyes and stared tightly at Oki and the crow's head and the doll king beside him. Oki was a little stunned. After all, I did not expect to encounter the elves in the Carlos area. I just thought about it for a moment, and then I came to understand it. This place is not in the Kanto region, but on Fantasy Island. It is very normal to bring any kind of elves to the island with a fantasy naughty character, right? Pokemon, Rogue Panda. Green. Gender, male. Level, 39. Attribute, fighting plus evil. Characteristics, Tekken. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, preemptive step, fraud, mountain fall. Basic skills, bullet fist, arm hammer, lower kick, finding a partner, impact, stare, push, self-motivation, empty hand split, continuous punch, split, Batu, leverage, Shan beak. Teach skills, freeze boxing, snatch, absorb boxing, shoot down. Skill learner, none. 39 Rogue Pandas. The level among wild elves is already relatively high. But this is just the first wild elf encountered by Oki. Is it good luck to meet a relatively strong one? Or is it because the level of wild elf here is so high? After the crow's head repulsed him, Oki saw three naughty pandas hiding not far away behind the bamboo, poked out three heads, and looked at Oki secretly. In my opinion, did they accidentally enter their territory and made this rogue panda feel that it would threaten several naughty pandas? If there are only a few pandas in this bamboo forest, Oki will not worry about it, just because there are more than a few pandas in this bamboo forest. Oki threw a luxurious ball and summoned the claw-tailed scorpion. The crick-tailed scorpion reached level 38. In the face of this rogue panda, there is no danger, and it can also exercise. However, after seeing the emergence of the scorpion-tailed scorpion, the rogue panda looked at the crow's head that he had repelled before and gave him a drowsy king with a very dangerous atmosphere, and his expression was more serious. Though these elves have not been seen before, they are very threatening. Roar! The rogue panda roared towards the sky, and suddenly a large number of bamboo leaves on the bamboo shook, and many birds in the bamboo forest were taken off in direct fright. Oka's face changed slightly. This rogue panda is calling for companions. There is more than one rogue panda here. Quick decision. Scorpion-tailed scorpion, high-speed movement and grinding claws. Oki issued the command for the first time. The scorpion-tailed scorpion that heard Oki's order, 4 feet standing on the ground, quickly ran, and the two pliers placed in front of each other rubbed against each other. The rogue panda made a defensive posture and allowed the claw-tailed scorpion to perform there. As long as it can wait for the arrival of its companions, the opposite elves are not afraid. Claw-tailed scorpion, stay close to him. Poisonous teeth, venom shock. The scorpion-tailed scorpion, moving at high speed, immediately turned around and rushed towards the rogue panda. Watching the fast-tailed scorpion rushing forward, the rogue panda captured the impact of the fast-tailed scorpion, and his hands were forward, preparing to meet. The two sharp teeth exposed by the puppet, with poison on them, bite at the rogue panda. The puppet fangs hit the rogue panda's belly directly, and the powerful force knocked them back 2 or 3 meters. The rogue panda showed shock and got a look. I was knocked back? I want to know that the height of the rogue panda reaches 2 meters and 1, and as a fighting spirit, of course, he is known for his strength. But after standing firmly, in the face of the impact of this scorpion, he couldn't stop it completely. Vicious tooth hit. But when the scorpion-tailed scorpion was preparing to use the venom to strike, The rogue panda who reacted grabbed the two pliers of the scorpion-tailed scorpion. Fall by force. I just shocked him again when the rogue panda pushed hard. Suddenly he didn't grab the claw-tailed scorpion. I saw the 4 feet of the scorpion-tailed scorpion, holding it firmly on the ground, staring firmly at the rogue panda. He is also known for his strength. How can he lose to a rogue panda? He closed his mouth tightly, and the scorpion took a breath, gritted his teeth to resist the rogue panda's skills. The redness appeared on the face of the rogue panda. This was because the power had reached a certain level. It can be seen that the rogue panda had also used the power to the maximum. Neither of the two elves can speak. As soon as they open, their strength will be released. At that time, they will either be blocked by the scorpion-tailed scorpion, or they will be dropped by the rogue panda with a load-bearing shoulder. Oki watched as the two elves were fighting against each other. They were a little surprised at the power of the scorpion-tailed scorpion. He knew that the force of the scorpion-tailed scorpion was powerful, but he did not expect that he could be a 39-level rogue panda, a fighting elf, to compete to this extent. But the rogue panda has only 2 hands. But the claw-tailed scorpion has more than 2 pliers. Claw-tailed scorpion, poison tail, looked at the rogue panda's eyes. The toxin-tailed scorpion's tail with a toxin pierced directly into the rogue panda's chest. Suffered another shock. The rogue panda's breath dissipated. www.mentalnovel.com. Then the ability to fall over the shoulder was successfully blocked by the claw-tailed scorpion. But the power of the rogue panda gradually dissipated. But the claw-tailed scorpion did not. Bullied himself up again, smashed into the rogue panda's chest. The venom shock skill used out. The 2 previous toxin attacks have poisoned the rogue panda. The effect of this venom shock is surprisingly good. He could see the white hair on his chest, which had been partially eroded. The rogue panda fell to the ground and lost his fighting ability. 3 naughty pandas hiding not far behind, immediately frightened to run away. The look of rolling on the ground made Oki laugh. Naughty pandas are also cute among all the elves. But when Oki was laughing, there was a slight vibration on the ground, and the thicker bamboos in the bamboo forest also shook. A rogue panda appeared beside the 3 little guys. The rogue panda with scars on his lead eyes, biting bamboo, stared at Oki fiercely and defeated their companion claw scorpion. Oki's face became serious, and said, "Scorpion-tailed scorpion, out the poison from him, dash. First more, ask for a monthly pass, Chapter 552 Horrible Neville. And hearing Oki's words, although the scorpion-tailed scorpion was confused, but without any hesitation, through the contact of the tail hook, it sucked out the toxin from the rogue panda. He did not retreat from the body, but was directly eliminated on the ground, made a hissing noise. The face of the rogue panda, who had lost the fighting ability, turned around slightly. If the claw-tailed scorpion does not absorb the toxins from his body, even if the rogue panda is very strong, he will not be able to wake up again. The poisonous spirit is so domineering in the wild. However, after the toxin was absorbed, the rogue panda's stubborn willpower as a fighting spirit was soon awake, and the face of the rogue panda leader with scars on his eyes also looked slightly better. Oki asked the scorpion-tailed scorpion to do this behavior because he got the data of the rogue panda leader. Quasar level elves make Oki's face very ugly. I have thought that the level of wild elves here will be very high, but Oki didn't expect it. Just in the first group encountered, there is actually a Quasar level. So how terrible is the interior of this island? Oki didn't dare to think. Under the gaze of the rogue panda leader, Oki led the elves slowly out of the bamboo forest. The rogue pandas didn't pursue either. Oki has absorbed the toxins from the rogue panda who has lost the fighting ability, and has given them enough expression. Also, the rogue panda is more believe in strength. The waking rogue panda didn't say he wanted to take revenge, which means that he lost his conscience, so the whole group just watched Oki quietly and they gradually retreated. After retreating to a certain safety distance, Oki took a long breath. As soon as I was on the island, I came down from Moai. This is a little stressful. Fortunately, I had a preliminary understanding of the strength division of the elves on the island. In a larger group, There may be a leader who reaches the peak of the Quasar King or elite, and the main combat power of the group may be the average level of 35 or 66. The elves on this island are really powerful. I deserve to be an elf who has survived for so many years in a threat-free environment. That is, wild elves do not have systematic training and fighting methods, coupled with qualification restrictions, resulting in no large-scale phenomenon of powerful elves. If there is a good training method, Aoki estimates that on this island, Zuntanwang will not flood the elite. There was no way. The territory of the Rogue Panda group could not be entered. Aoki took the elves carefully to bypass this bamboo forest. In fact, the forest outside the bamboo forest can also be regarded as the territory of Rogue Pandas, but they will not come out randomly. So Aoki was safe. Let the Dull King leave some superpower coordinates along the way. Strolling in this forest, Aoki felt like he had just arrived at Trial Island, and needed to be cautious, because there were far more powerful spirits than them. It took half a day before I walked around the bamboo forest, and finally some other elves appeared on the way to launch a surprise attack on Aoki. Judging from the types of elves encountered, there may be elves in any area here. Is simply a hodgepodge of regions. No need to distinguish the direction. Aoki looked at the ancient tree of life in the middle of the island, moving in this direction. However, the body has relatively converged. After walking around this bamboo forest, and then passing through a small forest, a large piece of grass covered with various flowers is displayed in front of Aoki. I was very large, with some carefree elves living on it. Aoki's break-in did not attract their attention. I found a place with relatively few flowers, and Aoki sat down with her legs crossed. Then took out various healing potions and energy blocks from the storage space to replenish their strength and heal injuries. Although there are no powerful groups in the back, the elves who can hunt in the forest are generally not weak. Geng Rao summoned Mola and Geng Gui from the back of Aoki to join the battle, and the elves were more or less injured. The Dumb King will heal the wave's skill, but after all, it is not real Nanny, and he is not very skilled in the use of this skill. Can only simply treat the injuries on some elves. Aoki is fortunate, but fortunately, before he came, he bought a large capacity backpack, as well as a lot of healing potions and various props, which can help the wizard to do some simple recovery. If other members of the Rockets are right in the middle of a large ethnic group's territory after landing, and if they are not ready, they are likely to be shredded in the first place. Those who are not adequately prepared for the lack of healing potions or energy blocks can only persist for 2 or 3 days, and the elves will die from constant injury and exhaustion. That's why this island is full of crises. That is, the strength of Aoki and others is not very strong, and it has not attracted the attention of those King-level elves. If the Uranus-level masters rush in, and the combined Uranus-level elves bring their elves in their group, it will be strange for the Rockets to die. Trimmed it briefly, let the elves eat some energy cubes, and after recovering their strength, Aoki was ready to act again. This island is more dangerous than he imagined. www.mtlnovel.com. If you want to go further and deeper, you may still lack the strength. At least, the battery life of the elves needs to be guaranteed, and also need an elf to maintain a strong fighting force at all times to prevent sudden emergence of powerful enemies. The best way to do it now is to find a relatively safe place to stay, and then use the momentary movement of Dao to explore the surrounding environment a little bit, and strive to make the surroundings clear and do more on the island after understanding it. Go deeper. Otherwise, as it is now, rushing in with a brain is almost no different from sending death. Looking on the grass, living without any pressure, this kind of elves, such as Kentaro, and a horned rhino and Mount Lamb. After many years of development in this place, the elves in various regions have perfectly integrated, and the complete ecological chain has also been successfully established, and has reached a perfect balance. The entry of the Rockets may cause an irreversible transformation here. When Aoki swept through the grass and flowers, he saw an elf who surprised him. I was hidden among the flowers. If it were not for scanning the Mount Lambs, the chip just swiped here, and Aoki would not find this elf. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 553 Mosaic surrounded by strong men. Pokemon, Flower Leaf dark green. Gender, female. Level 30. Attribute, Fairy Department. Characteristics, Flower Curtain. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Imitate, Seduce, Protect, Tearful. Basic skills, Impact, Rattan Whip, Fairy Wind, Lucky Spell, Flying Leaf Knife, Prayer, Magic Leaf, Grass Field. Teaching skills, Trouble Seeds, Photosynthesis, Healing Ringtones. You first please. Skill Learner, none. Flower Leaf, the fairy is an elf. The evolutionary form of Bai. After using the Stone of Light, it will evolve into Mrs. Huiji, a very practical fairy spirit, more often as an auxiliary spirit. More specialized auxiliary elves, and as fairy spirits. They also pose a greater threat to dragon spirits. As an attribute of the fairy system that has not been announced yet, such elves such as the Flower Leaf are not seen in Kanto and other places. It was only in the Kalos area that it was first discovered. I did not expect to be able to encounter a Flower Leaf in this place. This kind of elf likes to live in the flowers, dancing with flowers and butterflies, which is their favorite. I thought of the hooligan panda I encountered before, and then looked at the lambs lazing on the grass. Aoki felt that it was not impossible to encounter a flower leaf pedicle here. The flower leaf pedicel, which was originally hiding in the flowers, carefully moved away from Aoki. When she carefully looked at Aoki again, she saw Aoki's smiling eyes and stared at her tightly. Suddenly frightened, the flowers in her hands almost fell to the ground. Only 20 centimeters of flower leaf leaves, hiding in the flowers, is really not so easy to find. But now that Aoki has seen it, and Aoki also lacks such a helper, so it goes without saying. The Dull King grabbed that flower leaf pedicle with superpower. Remember to be careful not to hurt her, Aoki said to the Dull King. Yeah? Wu Wenyan's Dull King nodded, and superpower fluctuations appeared in his eyes. The level 30 flower leaf pedicle is not very weak here, but after all, he is not very good at fighting. After a little struggle, he is by the Dull King with superpowers. I slowly floated in front of Aoki. I watched floating in front of myself, tearful petite. Aoki could not help but gave birth to a feeling of distress. However, Aoki, who was strong-willed, remained unmoved and said with a smile, "The skill of tearfulness is good." Hearing Aoki's words, Hana's tears stopped, and he looked at Aoki. I did not expect that her tried and tested skills did not have any effect on the creature in front of her. At this time, the Crow's Head, Madara, Claw-tailed Scorpion, and Genghis who went out curiously gathered around. Only 20 centimeters of flower leaf pedicles, also surrounded by a group of tall. It's the first time they've seen an elf of this kind of character. What about the fairy? I felt their curious glances on the head of the crow, and the leafy leaves became tearful again, but this time they were not afraid to use skills. In this circle, including Aoki, there are 6 strong men. Who makes the leafy pedicle smaller? Aoki stretched out his hand and took the leafy pedicle in his hand, and the Dumb King let go of his superpowers. Such a delicate elf could not pose any threat to Aoki. The 2 small hands holding the petals of the flower petals trembled a little. Standing on Aoki's hands, she felt 20 from Aoki's hands, and she was a little scared. It was the first time that I was watched by a group of elves. Huidi, how about it? Do me a favor? During my time on this island, help me as my elf. When I want to leave, you can choose to leave or follow me. Aoki laughed then. He used the ECG induction to directly communicate the thinking of Huidi. He looked at Aoki with a smile. I have a feeling that I must promise the person in front of you, otherwise, I may not have good fruit to eat. Don't look at him with a good smile now. As long as he refuses, he will definitely turn his face faster than the book. The flower leaf pedicle is only relatively small, but it does not mean that the mind is immature. Compared to the simple mind of the dream demon who has never met other elves, from the time of Huibai, Huidi used her own weak body in the hands of a group of powerful wild elves to get a place that could barely survive. I did not expect that just before the beginning of a good life, An evil star appeared. He smiled very kindly, but Huayati could clearly feel the evil spirit carried by this person. Bad guy, I said to myself. I also smiled. Which is the choice? Obviously, if you do not agree, will you get your consent? I thought of this, and Huayati suddenly trembled. I dare not think. She didn't know that Oka's telepathy was still connected to her thinking, so that the heart fluctuated without any concealment was clearly understood by Oki. Oki feels that his forehead may be a bit black. I barely kept a stiff smile. Such a little guy with only 20 centimeters has a lot of thoughts. But it doesn't matter, as long as you become your own elf, everything is not your own decision. The complex and diverse death in the head of the flower pedicle is known by Oki. I was about to curse Oki in my heart. Cough. Oki, who really couldn't stand it, coughed slightly. The horror frightened Moti again. He repeatedly nodded. I agree. First, don't be beaten. www.mentalnovel.com. Oki only cares about the result, although the process makes him a little bit of headache. Took out a luxury ball, touched the leafy pedicle in his hand, and put it away. The elf ball was shaking continuously in the hand, and it didn't stop for a minute. Obviously, Huayati is extremely reluctant, but he is oppressed by Oki. 2 minutes later, with Oka's black gaze, the luxury ball stopped beating. Oki also reluctantly suppressed the thought of chanting this flower leaf in his heart. He summoned it. The newly decorated mosaic leaf was summoned by Oki while still familiar with the environment in the elven ball. Oki put it in his chest pocket. It is like a very beautiful word inserted into the chest, except that it does not look pinch, but it is difficult to see the existence of the flower leaf pedicle. Huayati stood in the pocket on Oka's chest, twisted her body slightly, and found a more comfortable qualification, holding the flower in one hand, holding the edge of the pocket with one hand, and going down. It was the first time I was looking down from such a high place. I have a different feeling. It seems not bad. This person is slightly better than he thought. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 554. For major ethnic groups. Although Oki doesn't know why such a small and cute elf looks so complicated inside. However, he still took out a high-level energy block from the storage space, and shoved it into Huayati's arms. The total body is not that big. The flowers held in her hand still occupy half of her height, and Oki is so stuffed into an energy block in her arms that the leaves are not responded. I was holding an energy block that was much larger than my own hand, and the flower leaf pedicle was a little cyan. But soon, she smelled a strange smell on the energy cube. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. She looked up, and from her angle, she could see Oki's chin. Oki did not look at her, but just said, "Eat. This thing is rewarded to you for the next period of time. As long as you perform well, this food will be full. Anyway, it's just such a small one. Even if I can eat it again, I can't eat much." The flower leaf pedicle opened a small mouth and carefully took a bite on the energy block. I smiled satisfactorily, and my eyes narrowed into a crescent. I noticed the smile of Makiyoshi, and Oki smiled. "Okay, now it's your turn to perform. If you don't perform well, this delicious thing will be gone in the future. Use the grass field," Oki said. He went Yan's Huayati, clutching the energy cube tightly with one hand, looked at Oki vigilantly, and found that he didn't mean to his food, and was relieved. Then it was time for her performance. The grass field is one of her favorite skills. Holding the flower in one hand, he gently waved it a few times. At the foot of Oki, a piece of green grass appeared, and the grass grew larger with the wave of the leaves. Finally covered all the dull king and crow heads in them. The head of the crow. They felt the special energy transmitted from the grass, and closed their eyes comfortably. Oki felt a little surprised. As a member of the standing team, he could feel the recovery of his tired body. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. The use of this leafy by this skill is really beyond Oka's accident. The team configuration is barely perfect. Is only a feature of the flower curtain, which is only effective for grass-based elves, and Oki now has no grass-based elves in his hand, which is a relatively useless feature. However, okay, Aoki mainly values her auxiliary ability. In addition to the grass field, the emulation, temptation, protection color, tears, lucky spells, healing ringtones, and mastery of the flower leaf are very good. It can be said that this flower leaf pedicle gathers all auxiliary skills on the body. Moreover, she will also have some grass-based skills, which makes up for the embarrassment that Aoki does not have grass-based elves. Coupled with the attributes of the fairy system, the role that can be played in the future is also considerable. When the elves were helped by the grass field, their physical injuries were recovered, and even their mental fatigue was relieved. From this we can see how excellent the grassy field skills of this flower leaf pedicle are, and the flower leaf pedigree that is now hidden in Aoki can also serve as Aoki's temporary guard, so that the combat power of Genghis can be liberated. Although the protection ability of Mosaic is definitely not as good as Genghis, at least it will not make Aoki very passive. Aoki also has primary superpowers, which is not considered to be powerless. The environment on this grassland is relatively peaceful. After Aoki advanced a little distance, I decided to spend here tonight. Aim for a simple survey of the surrounding environment before the sun goes down. When the sun was about to set, Aoki brought the elves back again. Aoki around this piece can also be regarded as a simple understanding. The bamboo forest of the rogue panda just now is south of this grassland. Among them is a rogue panda with the strength of a Quasiking king, which is powerful. To the west is a dense jungle with a large number of beehives. After Aoki inspected it a little, he was driven out by a large number of 3 bees. There is the territory of the bee queens, queen elves. Only females can evolve, while drones are only in the state of 3 bees. The status of the female bee is obviously higher than that of the male bee, so the 3 bees who drove Aoki out are males. The level is not low. Although the fighting ability of such elves is relatively weak, it can't bear a large number. That is really more horrible than the big needle bee. With the strength of Aoki, when he saw those 3 bees that were overwhelming, he also changed his face. Fortunately, the Dull King moved instantly and ran out in time, then made that place absolutely inaccessible. At least until you have the strength of the Quasiking, it is better not to enter. I have no absolute strength and will definitely be overwhelmed by human tactics. The north side of Qian grassland, which is the direction of the ancient trees of life, is a group of green woods that are relatively familiar, and the domain of King Wang. As a worm-like elf, tadpoles have nothing to say about their reproductive ability, so there are a large number of tadpoles, as well as wheelan centipedes. However, the number of encounters is much worse than that of the 3 bees. But Aoki also hit hard. If you want to cross the king's territory, it is definitely not a simple thing. At the beginning, Aoki considered whether to fly from the sky. But when he walked out of the king's territory, he saw a large group of flying spirits in the sky and gave up. These elves hovered over the king's territory. According to the biological chain, they feed on the centipede and the wheel ball in the king's territory. He was beaten down the first time. The eastern side of the turf grass is relatively peaceful, because it houses a group of Hercules. Compared to the previous queen bee and king queen, this number is much smaller. But Heracles' single-handed combat ability is much stronger than they do not know. It is not unreasonable for a tadpole to be called the most powerful worm. But Heracles' character was more docile, and Aoki's careful entry did not cause them much resentment, so he did not take the initiative to attack them. Aoki walked around a little and slowly backed out. But in such a small circle, Aoki's harvest is really big. There are some medicinal herbs with very high vintages, and some relatively rare raw materials and props scattered on the ground. There are no elves to guard them. Aoki took it out with the intention of not wasting it. One of them has the highest value, a seed that grows to half, close to the size of half a slap. This is one of the most important raw materials for making miracle seed. Expensive. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 555 Steel Mouth Iron Stomach by Iru. After a brief investigation of the surrounding environment, Aoki found that the environment here is not the same as the level of the elves, and the types of the elves are more complicated. After all, The ecological chain here has stabilized. Fortunately, there is such a safe grassland. Although there is no shelter from the wind and rain, and there are no shelters around, it is safer to win. I found a place where the terrain was relatively high and there were not too many wild elves around. Oki is going to spend the night here today. I took out a tent from my backpack and took out some living tools. Today is the first day to enter Neverland. It is better not to light a fire for dinner. The surrounding environment is not very safe. This time, Oki specially bought a stronger outdoor tent, and there is a special protective color on the outside, which can make the color of the tent a simple adjustment. For example, on this kind of grass, the color is slightly lighter green, and it can be well integrated into the environment at night. Then on the surrounding ground, sprinkle some powder to repel insects and remove some elves. This can avoid some mosquitoes very well, and also can drive away some weak elves slightly. But the effect is limited to this. After allocating the food and energy blocks of the elves, released the 5 little ones. Oki took them all around this time out. I don't mean they need to do anything to fight, just to be better trained by being with them. In fact, sometimes, Oki is thinking, do you need to find a truly trustworthy breeder, and let it serve as his special support? Usually do nothing, as long as you can help Oki take care of his elves just fine. After all, he is out now, there are more than a dozen elves on his body. If he catches some wild elves with good strength, the elf on his body will be more and more. And sometimes it can be incomplete. With the current energy of Oki, you can train 5 crow heads, plus 5 cocoa pulls, and a total of 10 elves can still handle it. But Oki will not only have these elves in the future. For example, this captured Yeedi, a pretty good assistant elves, can increase the team's endurance in the wild. So does this elf need to be cultivated? If you want to cultivate, to what extent? Main battle elves level, or a little bit more? The main battle elf Naoki must make his own plan and cultivate it strictly according to the calculation of the chip. But the next level of elves, such as tropical dragons, and Tyrannosaurus dragons that have not been used for a long time, have been together for so long, is it released directly? I'm afraid that Tyrannosaurus Rex, who lives so comfortably, would not want to leave. In this case, Oki kept him for a long time. But there are always things to do. So simple training is still needed. So you need to have a personal revolving door to do things that Oki does not have time to do. With this matter, Oki felt that he needed to be more attentive. After all, there is a mysterious island with great secrets on it. It has not been discovered yet. If it can be used for its own purposes, it would be better. In addition to the food of the elves, it is the standard energy block. Eating twice or once may simply serve to restore the body quickly, but it can be very helpful to the elves when taken for a long time. However, Oki now has 2 big stomach kings. Not just this simple food can pass. Kokodora and Yukiira. Fortunately, the last time I bought 10 million union ore from Ogo, it should be enough for 2 little guys to eat for a while. I watched and sat together, holding the ore larger than their body in my hand, and sipped, crunching. Ming Ming is a very hard ore. Oki tried it with superpowers and couldn't leave any marks on it, but Kokodola and Yukiira wanted to eat crispy bones and bite it down. Also, eating with relish. Beacon Juvenile was more curious about this, watching Kira and Kodola eating so delicious, carefully in Kira's wary look, and then pecked the ore in his hands. The result is obvious. The fiery juvenile chicken burst into tears decisively. But Eula was happier. He was also afraid that someone would grab his food. When he found out that this food can only be eaten by himself and Kokodola, he was relieved. When I was half eaten, I still held the ore with one hand to prevent him from falling down. The other hand touched the back of the little red school bag with the pieces of Gulador armor in it. After I was inside, I continued to eat with peace of mind. A large piece of ore larger than their body. After eating, the bodies of the 2 elves did not change much. Is almost a mouth made of steel, a stomach made of diamonds. These ore are relatively expensive ore in a Go's house. According to this way of eating by 2 elves, 10 million ore bought by King Mawa will be enough for them to eat for 2 months. After the elf's strength increases, he will definitely eat more, and the faster he will consume it. That's why I said that the training of quasi-god spirits is difficult. Such as Yula, after entering the growth stage, you need to consume a lot of nutrients and energy every day. This is not a simple food to pass, at least it must be of high quality. Then it will consume more resources, and the final evolution level is higher, it will consume resources even more. Everyone wants quasi-gods, but not everyone raises them. After the dinner, www.mentalnovel.com is the daily post-dinner training. Even the newly received flower leaves are required to participate in the training. After just having dinner, Huedi also enjoyed a delicious energy cube. I also mean that he is relatively small and eats less. Otherwise this hate cannot be eaten like either of them. But she is small, but it does not mean that she has less energy. The way she needs to exercise is to use the grass field constantly. Oki found that although she used these auxiliary skills, the effect was quite good, even exceeding her own expectations. But it does not mean that this has reached her limit. Even the skill of the grass field is not yet fully mastered. If she can quickly master the skills of King Kacheng, then Oki will not have to worry too much about the safety of the elves. A walking all therapy device, the effect is better than the elf center. Is only for some incurable diseases or physical illnesses that cannot be dealt with. I was only able to deal with the injuries and exhaustion on my body. Add more, 5th more, 10 times in the last 2 times, a little tired, let me slowly, Chapter 556. It is an idiot to have cheap. The next day, with a sense of temptation, Oki and the elves entered the forest north of the grassland. This is the territory of King Dot. Although not as exaggerated as the number of bee queens, the number of elves is still very large. The head of the crow ready to go, they followed Oki tightly. The elf and the elder king had a deal with each other once, and at that time they were chased by a large number of elder kings for a long time. And the elves in the group of Kings in front of them are much stronger than the last encounter. But their strength has also increased a lot. Just doing a temptation, he led a large number of kings and wheel balls. I glanced roughly at about 100 elves, and the next time they came out of the forest, without the restrictions of various complex terrains in the forest, Oki took the fire full of elves and fought back. Whenever the kings launched a big shock, Oki let the elves retreat to a certain safe distance, and after they exhausted, they retaliated again. There is obviously a commander among the kings, although the wisdom is not very high, but whether there is a unified voice among a group of elves has a great impact on their combat effectiveness. Oki commanded the elves to be careful to clear the periphery, and some of the weak kings or wheels who were behind were slowly cleared away. Fortunately, there are dull kings and crow heads, which can cause some restraint to the kings, otherwise it will be more difficult to fight. However, when Oki retreated to a certain distance in the grassland, the kings seemed to be worried and did not move forward again. Looking at Oki, who had destroyed many of their people, they slowly retreated, but could not do anything. Horse shouts that can be side by side. Oki is also a bit nervous. The kings are obviously afraid of something, and they can rush to their own as long as they are only a few seconds away from them. Looking at the kings next to each other, Oki suddenly held it up, as if they had become a living target one by one. It's an idiot to have a bargain. King Dull, strong mind. The head of the crow, smashed with divine thought. Remember to lift off after hitting one. Genghis, infinite shadow ball. Hit me fiercely. Mudra, give them a big blizzard. Scorpion-tailed scorpion. You wait here first, wait for the dull king to finish their attack, then you go up to harvest. Oki decisively gave attack instructions directly to all the elves. As for what made the queen kings afraid to move half a step, now Oki has no intention to think about this yet. The fastest speed of skill release is still the dull king. One black ball condensed by the combination of black mental strength and superpower, suspended above the kings. With the control of the dull king, the black small ball fell directly towards the kings on the ground. Anyway, there are enough kings below, so don't be afraid to miss them. However, According to Oka's repeated emphasis and teaching, the dull king still controls those black balls, trying to hit all the corresponding kings. Then there is Genghis' shadow ball. In the ghost stone state, he has a very strong degree of control over the ability of the shadow ball. Regardless of the size of the shadow ball or the degree of energy compression in it, Genghis can control it. Even if he wants, he can condense a shadow ball that is about the size of his body, and also guarantees sufficient attack speed and power. It's just that the speed of cohesion is too slow, and it is not suitable for actual combat. This time Genghis, his hands seemed to throw shots one by one, directly toward the place where the King of Kings was the most. It takes a long time to prepare the crow's head bird to smash, and it takes a period of time to store power. After several attacks by the dumb king and Genghis, the crow's divine bird slammed successfully. The head of the crow specifically looks for those of the king who are relatively strong and have large hands. These are his goals. After all, his overconfidence characteristic needs to defeat the elves in a certain level to be able to stack layers. So, for the first time he attacked the target. He followed the commander who gave the order to all the kings. The blue bird's shadow turned into a flash, and at the speed of the crow's head, the opponent was directly hit the ground before the reaction. Boom! After the raven successfully attacked, the crow's head did not look at the result, and directly flapped its wings to withdraw to the sky. The kings who were frightened by the attack of the crow's head not only failed to make a counter-attack, but also failed to stop the attack of the crow's head. One hit kill. The king fell to the ground and completely lost his fighting ability. The level of overconfidence in the head of the crow's head has also successfully increased. The crow's head that successfully attacked did not decide to end like this, flying in midair, ready to recharge. As a flying spirit, as long as he guarantees a sufficient safe height, the flying spirit cannot pose any threat to them. There are many flying spirits above the forest of the king group, but there are not many powerful flying spirits on this grass. The slowest skill release is still using the blizzard. Mauler is not very familiar with the blizzard, and even reluctant to use it, because this skill has a high requirement on the amount of energy of the ice system attribute, but only uses a few times of Mariola. This skill needs to be improved. However, after the crow's head attack was over, the snowstorm of Madara was finally released. A large amount of fine snow accompanied the agitation of the wind, and the range was large, covering all the King of Kings. Not to mention mass attack. It may be that this snowstorm of Madara is the strongest skill among Oka's current elves. The group of kings who lost their commander, before they thought about what to do, they were directly hit by the blizzard of Matola, the shadow ball of Genghis and the spirit of the idiot king. I attacked for a while, and the crow's head also launched several attacks again. www.mentalnovel.com. Only a voice appeared again among the kings, letting them retreat. But at this time, it is obviously too late. The kings who were ready to escape were completely flustered. Has been beside Oki, and the scorpion-tailed scorpion has a long-established momentum, waiting for Oka's order. Finally, it's completely messed up. Let's scorpion rush. Now is your harvest time. Remember to find the key. Crowhead, they will help you, Oki said to the excited scorpion beside him. Just. The claw-tailed scorpion roared and rushed in towards the kings. I was like a tiger into a flock. The kings had no time to manage the scorpion-tailed scorpion that rushed in. Now they only feel sore on their bodies, and go back quickly to find comfort. The eruption of the pincer's tail was not hindered at all. Double tongues, mouth, and tail hooks all turned into the strongest sickle of harvesting. After hitting the king's key once, the scorpion-tailed scorpion found their weakness. The thin seam between the two sections of armor is their weakest part. I just stared at this place and attacked madly. After the battle gradually subsided, the king was lying on the ground, leaving only Oki and his 5 elves, standing there. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 557. Mysterious Elf taking advantage. After defeating more than 100 kings and wheel balls, Rao is an Oki spirit and feels a little tired, especially the scorpion-tailed scorpion. He was really fighting just now. He smashed into the King of Kings and became a killer. He was originally attacked by the Dull King. They were injured, and after being caught by the claw-tailed scorpion, the king's weakness was just to punch. The sniper's characteristics are brought to the extreme. Moreover, the powerful strength and thick armor of the claw-tailed scorpion also allowed him to avoid some counterattacks of the defiant king. Mosaic leaf, green grass field. Oki said to the flower leaf standing in the chest pocket. When it comes to Huidi, the battle was very fun before. Tongming was frightened to death and did not dare to look. She wrapped her eyes in her hands, but she was always curious to let go of her hands secretly, and then took a peek at the situation again to scare her into her hands. In short, it was very fun. I saw that the battle was finally over, and Huidi was relieved, and the hand holding the flower was gently waved, and the green grass glowed from the original grass. I walked to the Dull King on this grass. Their physical and mental fatigue were greatly relieved. I finally got a little rest, and Oki began to think about why these kings suddenly stopped there and didn't dare to move forward again. There is only one reason why wild elves can make such behaviors in the wild, and that is that this place belongs to a very powerful elf territory. The territorial consciousness of wild elves is very obvious. Maybe the grassland that Oki thinks is very peaceful is so peaceful because it belongs to a powerful but not very irritable elf. However, for the evil spirits such as King Wang, the owner of this territory did not allow them to enter rashly. After experiencing the lessons of blood generations that I don't know for many generations, the kings subconsciously had a strong fear of this place. Even if the enemy is a dozen meters away, they are afraid to follow this default rule and dare not advance half a step. What about this powerful elf? Is it gone, or right here? Exclamation mark. Oka's heart was slightly tight. He can scare the kings into such an elf, and his strength must be very powerful. However, I thought that I was here for a whole day yesterday and today. If this powerful elf minds his existence, I am afraid that he will be killed or driven away in the first place. Now it does not appear. Does the representative just look at the past? Or, simply, this elf has not been here for a long time? The fear of the kings is more a lesson of the blood that was left to them. In short, now that Oki is safe, the space that can be manipulated is also large. I cleaned up all the kings on the ground. Those with enough levels or qualifications were pretty good. Oki took the elven ball and put it away. Anyway, these queen kings are still good. As for the more ranked and inferior princes, Oki directly cleaned them up. He waited for a while to prepare another counterattack like this. Maybe he could really clean up the entire group of King Wang. Sure enough, after Oki once again led out a larger group of kings, when he reached that line again, he stopped. The next step is very simple. With the help of the leafy grass field, the elves are crazy. Do not throw money on the faces of the kings. More importantly, the number of layers of Crowhead overconfidence. Although there are many layers of the 5 kings that can be introduced every time, after all, close combat is dangerous and it is easy to fall into the King of Kings. However, even so, for the first time, the crow's head has stacked the layers of overconfidence to 10 layers. The crow's head that reached this level almost reached the level that God blocked and killed God, and Buddha blocked and killed Buddha. I have been able to shuttle back and forth among the king's group, 7 in and 7 out, and no one can stop him. The crow's head that has completely erupted should not be too scary, and it will become the elf with the most casualties in the team. However, Oki found that after the crow's head had overconfidence over 10 layers, he once again defeated those kings who could have increased his layers, and could no longer give him any help. Does this mean that there are only 10 layers at the highest level? Or is it that the levels of these kings are too low, and the number of opponents is required to be higher after 10 layers? Oki looked at the buzzing crowhead. Secretly thought, even if the 10th floor is the highest number of crowheads, it can't hide the superiority of this feature. Oki feels that if the crowhead has a single round of attack power, the average elves at the peak of the elite are just like this. It is no wonder that the elites who have not reached the elite level, or the elite kings who have just entered the elite level cannot stop them. There are more tadpoles this time than the last one. When the cleanup is over, there are more than 200 tadpoles lying on the ground. All stood outside that line, and even if they were about to lose their combat ability, they did not move forward. This made Oki's curiosity about the elf more and more serious. However, this time the King of Kings is obviously a little smarter, knowing that he can't run. But in the face of the crowheads who have reached over 10 levels of self-confidence, www.mentalnovel.com, their escape has only accelerated the speed of the crowheads to defeat them. With such a large number of battles, the ranks of the craziest crowhead and claw-tail scorpion in the battle have been increased by 1 level. The crow's head reached level 41. And the claw-tailed scorpion finally reached level 39. There is still an elite level from evolution, only a level difference. Simply eat some energy cubes, and let the leafy pedicle heal using the grass field. While the overconfident slayer of the crow's head was still present, Oki took the elves into the king's forest again. I was able to feel that the outer forest was densely populated. In the same way as before, I cleared 2 groups of 2 kings with a total of 200, and the levels of the elves were improved. The dumb king successfully upgraded to level 43, and the most attacking Magala and the fastest attacking Genghis also successfully upgraded to level 41. I can say that it is a very big harvest. I really couldn't think of it. I would find such a wonderful place to train the elves in this place. After Oki decided to introduce another group of kings today, he will temporarily end today's battle. After all, the elves are not machines. Even with the treatment of the flower leaf pedicle, the tendon will relax under long-term high pressure. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 558. Frantic. Originally, I wanted to attract a small wave, but when Oki saw the rushing king, he knew that things were bad. A king who is significantly larger than other kings rushes to the front. The ravenous menace rushed towards Oki. After Xunxin scanned the data of this king of king through the chip, her face was not better. Pokemon, Puppet King Light Cyan. Gender, female. Level, 52. Attribute, insect plus poison. Characteristics, instinct of insects. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, double needle, poison diamond, slam. Basic skills, baton, iron wall, super corner fight, rounding, rolling, poison needle, rattle, chase, hold, poison tail, insect bite, venom impact, high speed movement, crazy rolling, highly toxic, venom trap, rock climbing. Teach skills, iron tail, lame, signal light. Skill learner, none. This is in trouble. Level 52, the king of heaven. Is this too much to kill? And has the leader of the King's group been led out? Oki said secretly. But the body did not stop, and quickly led the elves back. I hope that this grassland can scare this Quasar level king. Rushed out of the forest at the fastest speed and ran to the place before. Oki is fortunate, but fortunately, the leader of this king is not accelerating, or even if she has a safe distance at first, she may not run. After running across the previous line, Oki did not stop, and ran again for 30 meters before stopping slowly. When he didn't feel the movement behind him, Oki was slightly relieved. I turned around and saw that the kings of kings were standing on the line before them, afraid to move forward half a step. I was not as afraid as the previous kings, and scrambling to retreat like that. The leader of kings stood straight on the line this time, 2 sharp eyes staring at Oki tightly. He is the creature in front of him, and the elves around him, leading a large number of people from his own group. As the leader of a group and the leader of a larger group in this forest, she must not let Oki and his elves. Otherwise, can they provoke the king tribe? There are no days of stability after that. But the leader of king was a little confused, because she remembered very clearly what was here. It's just that she is really unwilling. I watched the enemy not far away, but couldn't go up to catch up. Oki did not dare to come too close. After all, the leader of the king was still relatively strong, and there was no lack of some long-range skills. Who knew how far her attack was? Aoki thinks it is safer to keep a distance of more than 30 meters. The rest of the kings stood neatly behind the leader of the king, like a group of soldiers waiting for orders. But judging from their distance from that line, they can still see their inherent fear of this place. The leader of the King of Kings wandered along that line, and endured, but did not dare to take a step. Aoki has calmed down gradually. He now has two kinds of expectations in his heart. One is that the leader of the King of Kings should not cross this line, and obediently return to his own forest, so that Aoki can more recklessly treat the entire King of Kings as a cash machine. But there was another voice in my heart, hoping that the leader of the King of Kings would cross this line. What kind of elf is Lu, who can make such a powerful Lu Wang family so afraid of this place? Don't even dare to take half a step even when the other party is away. He also has the courage of the leader of He King to be a little bolder, and dare to stand on that line and think. The other kings, left 1 meter away. Chi King Mu became interested and ordered the Dol Kings to use the momentary movement to take them as soon as the King of Kings passed there and was within 20 meters of their distance. As for the attack from 20 meters away, Aoki thought that the elves could still stop it in time. You can't guarantee it within 20 meters. The idiot king who got Aoki's orders, his superpowers surging, always ready to use instant movement. Aoki was very provocative and sat directly on the ground. He took out the energy cubes from the storage space and distributed them to the elves. Then he took out a bag of snacks and ate them slowly. Foolish. Yeah. Now Aoki is dying. But if you don't do it, I don't know what kind of elves there is. Aoki is really uneasy. I hope the leader of the king will lead him out. Sure enough, when I saw Aoki's leisurely contentment, I didn't have the slightest way of looking at you, and the eyes of the leader of the king were red. He kept making hissing noises in his pout, and hesitation in his heart grew stronger. Aoki's mouth rose slightly. Let me fire for you. Mara, use the frozen light on the King of Kings, calm her down and make a suitable choice. Dora. Madara responded. I stood in place. Freezing light gathered in my hands. At a distance of 30 meters, the frozen light can reach this distance, that is, there is almost no power in hitting the Queen of Queens. But the King of Kings is watching the frozen light of Malaola, hitting his head straight. Feel the coldness above. But not only did his head calm down because of this attack, but his head became hotter and hotter, and his anger was hard to restrain. The endurance is really good, Madara. This time I hit with an icicle. Aoki took a bite of snacks and said lightly. In the unbelievable eyes of King Wang, he saw that only icicles, which turned into a finger, hit his face. He didn't feel any pain, but he felt that His Majesty was deeply provoked. More than that, www.mtlnovel.com. The dignity of the Quasar King level elves was stimulated fiercely. Burn in anger. The unbearable King of Kings took the crucial first step in the horrified eyes of the Kings of Kings behind him. After taking this step, the King of the King gave a little sting, and found that the situation in the imagination did not happen. Then it was time for her to vent her anger. I stared at Aoki coldly, and quickly ran up. Aoki watched King cross the line, but nothing unexpected happened. His face became serious. King, Aoki shouted. The superpower fluctuations of the Dol King who knew it suddenly skyrocketed, covering Aoki and the elves. As the amount of superpower bursts out, the space appears slightly distorted. Teleport. However, before the King of Kings ran within 10 meters, the Dol King used out the instant movement. A dark shadow suddenly appeared on the grass. A shadow like a bird, spread out the wings of Aoki and the King of the King all enveloped in. Wait a minute. Aoki suddenly called. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 559 Dragon God Dives. 7th Bluebird. The King of Kings was less than 10 meters away from Aoki. As long as a little time passed, she could successfully hit Aoki. Hearing Aoki said to wait, the Dol King didn't hesitate, and paused the instant movement. As for the other elves, the heads of the crows stood in front of Aoki, and watched the King of Kings rushing forward. But the king ignored them at all. When the shadows appeared on the ground, she turned quickly and was ready to escape. I can feel the surrounding airflow gradually spiraling, and the dark shadow projected from the sky is getting smaller and smaller. Slowly, Aoki looked up at the sky, and finally could see what kind of elves, which actually made the kings so scared. I looked at the aggressive King Wang, who was just like a mouse now and wanted to escape furiously. But the elf that fell quickly from the sky would obviously not give her this opportunity. As the elf approached, a light blue film appeared on her body, and within a tenth of a second, the film condensed into a dragon image. The dragon god dives. The dragon moves. The dragon dives. I looked at the wings that were originally soft and cloud-like. After being surrounded by this film, I showed a somewhat uncoordinated majestic momentum. Yes, this elf is the dragon and the flying bird of Tanabata. After the super evolution, the star-studded blue bird that has both dragon and fairy. As the Kixie blue bird approached, Aoki also got data about her and understood why this king was so afraid. Pokemon, Tanabata blue bird teal. Gender, female. Level 59. Attribute, dragon plus flight. Features, natural reply. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, high speed movement, dragon dive, feather habitat, steel wings. Basic skills, dragon's breath, divine slam, becking, screaming, fright, singing, slamming, mysterious guardian, voice of charm, white fog, wheel singing, grace of nature, banging, renewal, dragon of the dance, cotton defense, dragon wave, song of doom, power of the moon. Teach skills, meteor cluster, inverse scale, hot wind, clear dense fog. Skill learner, none. The superb qualifications of Wu-Tang plus the level of 59 are precisely because of the existence of such a Kixie jade bird, which makes the king of boss so scared. This cyan star bird that has reached the peak of the Quasiski king, even on this island, is definitely one of the more powerful elves. Look at her skills again. Dragon god dive, meteor group, inverse scale, dragon dance. These powerful dragon skills, she all learned and mastered. According to the speed of Dragon God's dive she just released, she obviously has sufficient proficiency in these skills. Seeing the appearance of the Tanabata blue bird, Aoki understood all the elves they were afraid of. The pterosaurs and the Tanabata blue birds of the flying system have natural restraint against the worms such as the puppet king. The dragon spirits will more or less carry the majesty of a dragon spirit, and some dragon blood will flow in their bodies. The richness of this bloodline is also related to the mastery of the dragon's moves, or to the dragon's ability to learn some dragon skills. The statue of Aoki is now the second echelon. The youngest is Kira. Among the skills he inherited, he has the two skills of inverse scale and dragon dance. Is Kira the dragon spirit? No, but there is definitely not a weak dragon blood in his body. Maybe his father is a pure dragon spirit. As for Oka's flying mounts, tropical dragons are more of a kind of elves with dragon characters in their names, but the blood of the dragon system is not strong. But the Kixie Festival bluebird is different. This kind of elf is a real dragon elf. Although not a pure dragon spirit, there are definitely a lot of dragon blood in this spirit, especially the one in front of her. Her dragon talent is very strong. With her current strength, some ordinary elves who have just entered the Heavenly King class are not necessarily her opponents. On Neverland, it is definitely a hegemonic existence. Actually, Aoki didn't think wrong. The location where he teleported to this time is the territory of this Kixie Festival bluebird. The King Forest is just a relatively delicious hunting area under her leadership. The grassland that Aoki has been carrying for the past 2 days is defined by the Kixie Festival bluebird. This territory is in the center and her resting place. After all, the King of Kings still couldn't escape the attack of Kixie bluebird. The dragon's diving skills perfectly hit the dying king. Boom! Exclamation mark. The king who was just arrogant just now was pressed to the ground. The King of Kings is much larger than the Kixie bluebird, but in front of this Kixie bluebird, it is more like a child. From this, it can be seen that the level of strength is also the level of the Quasiski king. As the level increases and the strength increases, Each difference between the elves will increase the gap, because each level takes time to accumulate. However, the dragon god's dive did not defeat the King of Kings. She struggled to stand up again, and finally roared. I don't know if I'm begging for mercy from Kixie Jadebird, or I'm calling her people to help. But the power accumulated by Kixie Jadebird is too serious, deeply rooted in the hearts of all kings. I watched as their leader was attacked, but they couldn't afford the courage to resist. After Aoki destroyed a few www.mtlnovel.com before they did not cross that line, they could see how far they were afraid of Kixie Bluebird. Kixie Bluebird's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest, and flew into the air again. This time it is no longer a dragon dive skill, but a crow head that is very familiar with the crow head. The crow's head next to Okiaku watched the starling of the Star Festival Starbird slamming, showing a surprised look. He slammed on the bird from the Starbird used by Kixie Festival, and saw what he usually lacks. At least, Tanabata Jadebird doesn't need to store energy for so long. Boom! Exclamation mark. In the roar of the King of Kings, Kixie Jadebird blasted the divine bird on the King of Kings with no expression. Don't look at Kixie Jadebird looking weak, but it's really ruthless to get started. The King of Kings was killed directly by the Kixie Jadebird. He slowly dropped from the air, stood on the body of the King's leader, and glanced at the group of kings far away. As a regional lord, there is no doubt about it. The kings were completely frightened, and suddenly they began to retreat. For the killing of their leader, they really have no courage to resist. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 560 Appearance Control. 7th Bluebird. From the eyes of Tanabata Bluebird, Aoki reads something. Food, after all, is just food, no matter how strong it is. As food, you should have enough self-awareness about yourself. Can your residents come in casually? As for the other elves, why can they live on this grass? That is purely wayward of Kixie Jadebird. Who makes those ugly look so ugly? Do you hit anyone? Exclamation mark. After the kings were repulsed, the momentum of Kixie Jadebird gradually dissipated. I turned and looked at Aoki, who was standing behind, then looked at the elves beside him, nodded gently. I look pretty good. Then don't do anything to them. And they seem to have done something to those ugly before. They have the same aesthetic. If the crow heads standing in front of Aoki now know them, they will be speechless if they know the true inner thoughts of the Tanabata Bluebird, which shows great strength. Judge whether to attack an elf. Actually look at whether the other person looks good. I glanced at Aoki behind, and felt that the Kixie Festival Bluebird in front of me didn't seem to be too hostile to them. She also didn't mean to be angry when they broke into her territory. So strange character. Do you treat different elves differently? Aoki thought secretly. I had seen a lot of elf like Kentaro, an a-horned rhinoceros and Mount Lambs on this grass before, and they didn't have any fear of living here. I was very comfortable. Maybe this is one of the few, more comfortable places on this island. Of course, it is for the elves who are not targeted by Kixie Bluebird. The dumb king slowly released the alert state of superpowers, and the instant movement was completely stopped by him. This kind of inducement but no hair is also a high-load condition for him. Kixie Festival Bluebird suddenly shouted towards the sky. Under Aoki's gaze, in the clouds in the sky, two petite elf-like marshmallows flew slowly. Green Cotton Bird. Judging from the relationship between the two Green Cotton Birds and the Kixie Bluebird, it should be her two children. So, is the reason why the Kixie Jadebird treats the elves differently because of her two children? Anyone who appears to be threatening to the Kingmian bird will be expelled from the Kixie bird. If it does not seem to pose a threat, yes, they will not be attacked by the Kixie Bluebird. This is the inner guess of Aoki. And for his guess, Aoki feels that the credibility is still relatively high. In fact, he did not understand the idea of Kixie Jadebird. Since Kixie Bluebird has no intention of launching an attack, Aoki is also relieved. The Kixie Festival Bluebird made him unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. If the Kixie Bluebird had killed the King of Kings just now, he turned and attacked him. Aoki may only be able to summon the Dream Demon, resist for a while, and then let the Dull King flee them with them. Although there is another round of fighting with the plan, there is some gap. But the elves are also tired. I was just too scared. While the sun in the sky had not set, Aoki instructed the claw-tailed scorpion and crowhead to catch some wild animals. Since the Kixie bluebird exists, the safety level here should be the highest here. I can have a good meal at night. Kixie bluebird stands on the grass and plays with her two children for a while. Slightly sorted out some messy feathers on their bodies and their soft wings. The two green cotton birds didn't mean to be afraid of life, and they didn't mind Aoki's attention. After all, their mother is strong enough. In this place, they have not encountered any elves stronger than their mother, and they live very comfortably. It's not the first time I've been staring at another elf. The two green cotton birds played together again after the mother had trimmed her feathers a little. Carefree today, it is quite comfortable. The two green cotton birds have not experienced any dangers and injuries under the care of the Star Festival bluebirds. It's also a hidden danger. After paying a little attention to the two little green cotton birds, Aoki turned her attention to the food she was processing. After confirming that Kixie bluebird has no hostility towards himself, Aoki released the 5 little ones together. The recent environment is more dangerous and can only come out a little while eating, so every time Aoki releases them, it is when they are few to play. This is the disadvantage of carrying too many elves. After leaving Neverland this time, Aoki decided to settle the matter. The puppet elves are skilled in manipulating the wild animals that have just been captured, while Aoki is preparing his special ingredients such as sauces. These are the recipes that he analyzed from some recipes of the elf. So for the elf, the taste of these barbecues is not inferior to any food, and it is one of their favorite foods. Wu Yuan, who likes to eat all like Coca-Cola and Yuki-Ira, was temporarily put aside by them when they were able to eat barbecue. I didn't pay much attention to Oka's movement at first, but as the number of elves in Oki increased, the shelves they built became bigger and bigger, and Kixie Jadebird also gradually noticed what Oki was going to do. He looked puzzled. I never lived on this island. She was the first time she saw a creature like Oki. Wu Mingming has no strength, but is surrounded by a group of elves who can still see the strength. Alas, and these elves obeyed his words. The Tanabata bluebird only noticed the movement of Oki, while the two blue cotton birds actively leaned on. They have no worries in their lives. www.mentalnovel.com. But each time they play, there are only 2 of them. I saw the 5 little guys released by Oki and were very happy playing on the grass. The 2 green birds with curiosity also leaned forward actively. The crickets were all elves of relatively weak strength and age, and the young birds soon played with Cocodora. Cocodora, they have nothing against it. After all, a powerful mother is watching beside her. However, Kira did not have any special care for the 2 green cotton birds, especially Cocodola. His grandfather was a powerful elf that is not as many times stronger than this starfish, a true Uranus elf. And the 2 green birds did not mind Cocodora's attitude at all, but felt very real. I have never played with other elves like this. This time the 2 green birds feel very happy. Oki also noticed the 5 little guys and saw 2 green cotton birds joining in. I just didn't say anything, but the slightly raised mouth corner exposed Oki's heart. I saw their smiles, and they were familiar with his Dull King. They felt that Oki was calculating something again. Add more. For the Magic Meng Meng DADA11 reward plus more, ask for a monthly pass. Thanks for your support. Chapter 561 Genetics of the Green Cotton Bird. Soon, Oka's signature roasted meat scent spread on the grass. After the elves of Oki smelled the scent, they started to surround them. Especially the 5 little ones, all of a sudden let go of what was ready to play, ran to the place closest to Oki, observed his movements, and waited for the barbecue to be fully cooked. 2 green birds, who played with them, also ran over. Their curiosity was thoroughly seduced by the seductive fragrance they had never heard of before. Oki, with a smile on his face, to do the final treatment of barbecue. Even from afar, She watched her two children stand about a bluebird from time to time, and her eyes were attracted. Two green cotton birds fluttered with snow-white marshmallow-like wings, hovering around Oki. They were really curious about this amazing creature they saw for the first time. And these things that smell very fragrant are obviously made by him. Oki glanced at two green cotton birds with Yugwing, and got their data through the chip. Elf, green cotton bird teal. Gender, male. Level, 16. Attribute, general plus flight. Features, natural reply. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, high-speed movement, feather dance, feather habitat, steel wings. Basic skills, beck, bark, scare, sing, bash, mysterious guardian, voice of charm, white fog. Teach skills, divine slam, clear dense fog. Skill learner, none. Elf, green cotton bird teal. Gender, female. Level, level 15. Attribute, general plus flight. Features, natural reply. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, high-speed movement, dragon dive, steel wings, frolic. Basic skills, beck, bark, scare, sing, bash, mysterious guardian, voice of charm, white fog. Teaching skills, dragon wave, inverse scale. Skill learner, none. With two green cotton birds, one male and one female, this Kixie Festival bluebird can be said to be an elven winner. Moreover, the qualifications of these two green birds have obviously inherited the excellent qualifications of their mothers, and they are not weak at all. But there are still some differences between the two green cotton birds in inheritance and bloodline inheritance. Although I don't know who the father of the two green cotton birds is, Oki thinks that he should be an elf with good talents in flight, and his qualifications should not be low. After all, the division inherited by the two green cotton birds is too obvious. The 16th level little male bird obviously should have inherited his father's flight talents. He has a good ability to learn flight skills in both genetic skills and teaching skills, shows that he has a strong understanding of the flight department. Only at the 16th level, I learned the divine bird slam from the Kixie bluebird. When I grow up later, the talent in the flight system is absolutely pretty good. The other green bird is obviously inherited the mother's dragon talent, and his excellent talents in learning and mastering dragon skills. She is a skill that can only be learned by the top dragon bloodline. Now she has learned from her mother. The upper limit on the dragon system is definitely quite high in the future. The difference between two green cotton birds is very obvious, and there is a big difference in their future growth. In general, the green cotton bird that is good at flying is more suitable for the early development. Whether in the green cotton period or after it has evolved into the Kixie bluebird, the attributes of the flying system have always been there, and it can be well connected with his previous period when weak. But his upper limit is not as high as that of the dragon green cotton bird, although it is the practice of all dragon spirits to be weak in the early stage. But after she evolved into the Kixie bluebird, the dragon attributes completely exposed have exceeded with the attributes of the flight system. This is the time for this green bird to exert its strength. The key point is that the elves of the Star Festival can be super evolved. After the super evolution, the attributes of the Star Festival bluebird will change from dragon and flying to dragon and fairy. The dragon attributes are still carried by this elven. Then this green bird will be able to show stronger strength. But now these have nothing to do with Oki. He just analyzed the future of these two green birds simply and rationally. Of course, if you want Oki to choose one, he may still be the one who is good at dragon attributes. I just think about it. Not far away there is a powerful Kixie jade bird watching constantly. If there wasn't the Tanabata bluebird, Oki would surely conquer all the two bluebirds in the first time. I am an elf with excellent talents, and fools will do multiple choice questions. As a normal trainer, of course, Oki must choose all. I thought for a moment, and now under the protection of her mother, Oki began to remember her two children. If it is known by Kixie bluebird, it will definitely make Oki a scum with a reverse scale. The yakiniku was finally fully cooked under Oki's skilled operation. Give each elven meat according to their appetite. Today, The scorpion-tailed scorpion was deliberately made to capture a few more wild animals, in order to be able to give them some meat when they are interested in these barbecues, such as the green cotton bird and the Tanabata bird watching from afar. Every elves are gradually assigned to barbecue, of course. The first 5 of them are of course assigned. Coca-Cola and Kairapi are thick and thick, and they don't care about the hotness of the barbecue. They just grabbed their hands, took a big bite, filled their mouth with barbecue, and showed a satisfied look. 2 green cotton birds can't help but see the appearance of Kira and Coca-Cola. He ran quietly to Yukira's side, pecking at the huge amount of barbecue. Their little action was seen by Kira, and he immediately put the barbecue behind him. www.mtlnovel.com and his small school bag together, watching the 2 little green birds with vigilance. Return to play. Eat or eat separately. This is my food. This is probably what Kira's expression said. But the 2 green birds did not care about Yuru's statement, because I was burned. Without such a hard mouth as Kira, you cannot eat such hot meat. But after the hot finish, they also tasted the taste of the barbecue. Suddenly, 4 small eyes suddenly lighted up. I looked at Aoki in excitement, trying to write something, but forgot my little mouth was stuffed with barbecue. I saw 2 little green cotton birds, excitedly wanted to say something, but their mouths were stuffed with hot barbecue, and a mountain stream jumped down, flapping their wings, anxiously. Aoki smiled slightly, took out the barbecue prepared for them, and slowly put it in front of them, expressed a little bit of meaning. This is the amount of their barbecue. The eyes of the 2 little green woolly birds narrowed happily. But this time they didn't eat in a hurry, but fanned their wings carefully, blown out the air, determined the temperature, and ate a little bit more. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 562 Method for improving the qualification of the scorpion-tailed scorpion. Kixie Bluebird originally saw 2 green cotton birds wanting to eat what Aoki gave, but wanted to stop. But after hesitating for a while, they didn't do that, because in her opinion, this taste, well, it should be good. After Aoki distributes all the elves to the barbecue, the elves are very happy. Maybe for some elves, this amount is not enough for them to plug their teeth, such as by Kira. But it's also good to be addicted first. I will eat enough or afterwards. Anyway, no one can grab his food now. There is also a whole roast lamb on the barbecue rack. Aoki cut a front leg with a knife and put it in his bowl. Then wrap all the remaining roasted meat with plastic paper. Under the gaze of the Kixie Festival Bluebird, holding the roasted whole sheep, slowly walked to the Kixie Festival Bluebird. The arrogant Tanabata Bluebird does not squint, and is indifferent to what Aoki does. Shikingma had a smile on her face, and she didn't care if Kixie Bluebird cared, and put the roasted whole sheep in front of her. He said, Tanabata Bluebird, thank you for your help today. This is a simple thank you. After I finished speaking, looking at the Star Festival Bluebird who still had no action, Aoki smiled again and turned away. Kixie Bluebird's throat wriggled a little, and it smelled a little unbearable. Smelling the fragrance rushed from below. It's a bit fragrant. Is it a bit shameless to eat food sent by others like this? But he said it was thanks. I am the overlord here. He just saved him, was under my protection, and it's okay to eat a little of his food, right? No. The shelf still has to be kept and stabilized. I want to eat. A bite? Correct. Just take a bite. Try it. Give him some face. What? So fragrant. Aoki didn't know the inner activity of Kixie Bluebird, but he has been paying attention to the behavior of Kixie Bluebird. After she took a bite, she never looked up. It's finally been a little better to have some relationship, Aoki thought secretly. She returned to her place, settled for dinner, and looked back at Kixie Bluebird, and saw that she was holding a sheep ribbon pecking at the person above. Ai and Aoki stared at each other, and 2 white cheeks on the face of the Tanabata Bluebird appeared a little flush. I was found awkward. Aoki pretended not to see her, and went back to continue to deal with the leftover garbage, but the corners of his mouth rose up to a certain extent. A powerful elf does not exclude others from approaching, This is not something that can be encountered at any time, especially on this island. The Kixi Festival bluebirds are relatively strong. The relationship is good. Maybe there will be some special care in the future. After dinner, Aoki did not deliberately approach the Starbucks again, but took the elves and began training on the grass. 25 little guys must also participate in the training together, so the two little green birds can only look around. After looking at it, they felt that it was also quite fun. Unfortunately, I don't know how to join in, and am so embarrassed to go to Aoki. I can't help but fly to their mother's side, looking for comfort. Originally, two little green cotton birds would be very happy next to their mother, but I don't know why. When they played together today, they always felt a little boring. I finished training at night and Aoki took the elves into the tent. This special tent is not only waterproof and insect resistant, but also the space inside is much larger than before. Although the elves live together, they are a bit crowded, but they really like to be crowded together, and they have a warm feeling. Only Bagheera and Coca-Cola, they were intentionally arranged in a corner of the tent and left to them. It wasn't that they were rejected, but because their weights were a bit overwhelming. They were crowded together, and no elves could bear their weight for a long time. Even though Bagheera and Coca-Cola were aggrieved, they understood their weight and did not complain. Aoki closed her eyes and did not immediately go to sleep. Instead, she mobilized the chip to check the data about the elf qualification improvement that was obtained from the rockets last time. The tritium chip has been analyzed and stored. Obviously the information given by the rockets was specially processed, and some of the methods involved were effective for all elves. He may be that this method is not perfect, or he may not want to be known by him. However, Aoki speculates that the high probability is still because this method of effectively improving the qualifications for all elves cannot be really realized. Then it's about the ways of raising the qualifications of individual elves. A lot of things involved in it. Aoki has not even heard of the name, but according to the description of the materials, the rockets still have a chance to explain that these ways to improve qualifications are unique to the rockets. It is more difficult to improve the qualifications of the elves like the flaming chicken, the crowhead, and the dull king, because their evolution has been fixed. According to the data, the best time for the elf's qualification improvement is either before the elf's birth or when the elf's evolution occurs. But it's almost high for the naive chickens. Even if the current materials are insufficient, no attempt can be made. I was surprised that one of the elves' ascension methods entered Aoki's eyes, and he was still unable to move away. Clamp-tail scorpion. Looking at the chips listed, the way the scorpion-tail scorpion is upgraded, the best way is to do something before or during evolution. www.mentalnovel.com. King Muzi. Carefully read this information from beginning to end, because the current level of the claw-tail scorpion has reached level 39, as long as it is increased by one level, evolution can be completed, and it can also be upgraded to elite level. Is it a raising style? After reading the information, Aoki thought silently. The next day, Aoki once again brought the elves into the realm of Dot. After their leader was killed by the starfish in front of them, no matter how tempting Aoki was, they were not willing to step out of the forest. And with the death of the leader in the king's territory was not directly identified. He was a few kings who had a fairly good strength. They still attacked each other and wanted to determine a new leader. This is not something that can be done in a single day or two. If it is normal, nothing will happen if they continue to fight like this. It is entirely possible to wait until the new leader is selected and then multiply the attributable peoples. As a worm-like spirit has such confidence. But now they need to face a powerful and very cunning enemy. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 563. So-called the civil strife of the King of the Kings gave Aoki an excellent opportunity. Chance to destroy the entire ethnic group one by one. And through the way I watched last night, the qualification of the scorpion-tailed scorpion was improved, and now that the scorpion-tailed scorpion is about to evolve, Aoki feels that there is still some room for operation. This time into the king's territory, the main attacker was identified by Aoki as the claw-tailed scorpion. All the other elves helped the scorpion-tailed scorpion to complete the task of harvesting battle. The stupid king also keenly felt the change on the claw-tailed scorpion, plus Aoki's order. Gugu also guessed a bit. It may be about the evolution of the claw-tailed scorpion. As the little brother they once loved and cared for the most, now they are finally about to evolve. As the oldest brother of the crow, of course, he is leading the way. Every spirit is full of energy. Although the speed of chasing the scorpion tail makes them feel a sense of urgency, they will not do anything unfriendly at such a critical moment. Now that I'm going to be caught up, I can fight harder. This is the bond between the elves now. Aoki keeps Huaydi paying attention to the physical condition of the elves at all times. After being injured, he can send them to the grass field in time. There are healing ringtones and other skills that can help the elves. Under the care of Aoki, the leafy pedigree's proficiency in the use of green grass is increasing at a rate that is visible to the naked eye. The grass field that has been effective in the past, under the suggestion of Aoki, the use of flower leaf pedicles is wider, and the effect is more excellent. And as an auxiliary elves to help fight, Mosaic is also able to grow. Only the first day she joined the Aoki team, she successfully raised the level to 31. This is something she has never thought of, but she can improve her strength simply by using the skills she is best at without having to take part in the battle. I want to know that she was weak, but she didn't know how much effort and sadness she had in order to be able to reach the level she is now. Between all kinds of powerful elves, in the realm of Kixie Bluebird, the environment and atmosphere are relatively comfortable, and it is barely a comfortable life. Counting the height of the flowers, they are only 20 centimeters long. The small body contains huge energy. With the help of the flower leaf tiler, the scorpion-tailed scorpion cleared the king faster and faster. And don't worry about the injury, the scorpion-tailed scorpion's attack became more and more crazy, and sometimes they would choose to exchange damage with the other side. Hit your own attack. Aoki did not deliberately remind this kind of physical and mental changes of the scorpion-tailed scorpion. The stupid king looked at the crazy appearance of the claw-tailed scorpion, and thought about blocking, but was stopped by Aoki. I told them that the only thing that can help the scorpion-tailed scorpion now is to make it easier for him to kill the kings. Because today, after the scorpion-tailed scorpion killed a king of kings for the first time, Aoki let him eat the poisonous gallbladder or sac of the king of kings, or something simple venom stored, and eat it. Not every elf can form a poison sac, but almost every elf worm that can use toxins has an organ dedicated to storing toxins. It is called poison gallbladder. Plutonium is a state where poison sacs are about to form, but not yet. He is this thing. After the cricket scorpion killed the first cricket king, Aoki let him eat the organ in which the venom was stored. According to the information provided by the rockets, this is the first step in improving the qualifications of the tailed scorpion. Scallion is also the first step in the raising slug cultivation method. The best thing is to put some poisonous worms in a sealed space and let them kill freely, until the last one that can survive is definitely the best qualified one, and there is probably after the end, the elf's qualifications were improved. But the claw-tailed scorpion is now his partner. Aoki will not let the claw-tailed scorpion do such a thing. Then there is another way to achieve this mode. Barely looking for a land of venomous elves, let the claw-tailed scorpions swallow the essence of their body, although not as fierce as bringing crickets, but if the number is up, it can make up for the defects. When the opponent's resistance is the most intense, that is, when the body's toxins are the most intense, the harder the battle, the better the result. So when Aoki consciously let the scorpion-tailed scorpion perform such a culture, the scorpion-tailed scorpion naturally changes its mentality. Fight now. Fight it. Devour it. Grow. The action of the scorpion-tailed scorpion is getting simpler, and every part of the whole body seems to be able to become a weapon of attack. As more kings are solved, the more things Swallowtail Scorpion consumes. Although the dull kings are a bit worried, since Aoki has said so, Then they only need to help the claw-tailed scorpion beat his opponent faster. The scorpion-tailed scorpion felt that the blood on his body seemed to boil. I feel like I have endless power, and it seemed like there was a voice in the bottom, and kept telling him, a little more, kill more. I can bring more benefits to myself. Xun was originally a fighting scorpion-clawed scorpion, but of course he had no replies at all. Each time a scorpion king is killed, the scorpion-tailed scorpion feels like its strength is getting stronger. Although the increase is not much each time, Yu reads www.uukanzu.com, but the more you kill, the more obvious it feels. And, for the elves such as King, the scorpion-tailed scorpion is really from the inside, and has a very familiar feeling to this kind of elves. The place where they are weak is where it is relatively strong. A slight attack in that place can bring a lot of damage. Any attack will not cause them a little bit. This is what he learned from battle after battle. The characteristics of the sniper allow Aoki to keep an eye on the opponent's weaknesses while training the scorpion-tailed scorpion. The habit of finding opponents' weaknesses has gradually been integrated into the fighting habits of the claw-tailed scorpion. So afterwards, we can see that the scorpion-tailed scorpion faced two 39-level kings with one enemy and they cleverly avoided under their attack, and then added the pliers with their tails. Two simple attacks directly triggered sniper characteristics. He just killed two Emperor Kings in just one attack. Simply crisp. Aoki's gaze has been looking at the scorpion-tailed scorpion, and the data displayed by the scan of the chip is also under his attention. Others may not be able to feel anything, but Aoki can see that nowadays, both the internal temperature and the external temperature of the scorpion are twice as high as usual. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 564 Really hot mosaic. Pedicle. Once again use the grass field for the claw scorpion. Aoki said lightly to the pedicel in his chest pocket. Flower Huidi nodded her head smartly. With a wave of flowers in his hand, emerald green grass appeared at the feet of the claw-tailed scorpion, helping him recover his damaged armor. The cracks in the scorpion-tailed scorpion's armor healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. This part is due to the grassy field of the flower leaf pedicle, and part of it is due to the recovery ability of the claw-tailed scorpion itself. The crickets devoured so much energy that the self-recovery function of the scorpion-tailed scorpion had long been stimulated to the extreme. More than that, I don't know if it's because of this raising tadpole that the whole body of the scorpion-tailed scorpion seems to have grown larger. The original blue-violet armor on Xun's body gradually showed a dark red, or purple wood, full of toxins. The more I encounter this time, the more I cannot stop. In the current state of the scorpion-tailed scorpion, when facing opponents below the elite level, there is no need to wait for their help. Even if you face 3 or 5 elite kings at once, the scorpion-tailed scorpion can simply solve them. There was internal fighting among the King of the Kings, but Aoki's unscrupulous killing of the King of the Kings still attracted the attention of the entire group. This time in front of the scorpion-tailed scorpion is a green king with a level of 44. In the entire ethnic group, can be regarded as a fairly good spirit. The dull king saw the appearance of the dumb king and knew that he was not so easy to beat and wanted to take a shot. The scorpion crow roared, and the daddy king who was about to make a shot stopped it. Aoki felt the intense warfare on the scorpion-tailed scorpion. I reached out and stopped the other elves, and said, let the claw-tailed scorpion come on your own, and you pay attention to other kings joining in their battle. The crow nodded and they nodded solemnly. Scorpion-tailed scorpion, since you are going to face him alone, then you have to take the momentum, Aoki said lightly. Just hearing Aoki's words, the claw-tailed scorpion roared again, more powerful than before, and the target was the king of opposite him. Very good. Move at high speed, rush up, fight close, let me see. What is power? Aoki ordered. Oblivion's claw-tailed scorpion rushed up at an extremely fast speed. The claw-tailed scorpion is now in a very agitated state, and his body is extremely hot, so that when he stood still, He was emitting some fine white smoke. Running fast and swiftly is able to feel the breath of corrosive sensation in the air. The king looked at the fast-clamping scorpion, with serious eyes in his eyes. It is this scorpion-tailed scorpion that killed many of its own people, and actually swallowed the toxins in their bodies. It's almost death. His King Wang roared, and rushed towards the claw-tailed scorpion. Boom! Exclamation mark. Simple and simple. The two elves collided directly on the open space. Under the horrified eyes of King, he was pushed backwards by the scorpion-tailed scorpion, and the speed of regression was getting faster and faster. This is simple, completely crushed in strength. In the place where the scorpion-tailed scorpion and the Scorpion King touched, the Scorpion King clearly felt the temperature on the scorpion-tailed scorpion really hot. At such a high temperature, this claw-tailed scorpion didn't seem to feel anything. Exclamation mark. However, after the surprise in his mind flashed away, he was hit the tree inside. The towering ancient tree was broken by the directly hitting watch. The king could not help but open his mouth and a green blood spurted out. Gao widened her eyes and felt the impact of the abdomen. I really can't understand. Why is there such a powerful guy who is such a young guy? Terror. I want to know that he is an elite elf, but in the face of the claw-tailed scorpion, he has no chance to resist in strength. Scorpion-tailed scorpion, insect bite, poisonous attack, poisonous tail. Three-pronged approach. Aoki confirmed to what extent the strength of the scorpion-tailed scorpion reached, and continued to order. The power of the scorpion-tailed scorpion is so horrible today, and he has absorbed a large amount of venom energy, coupled with the role of the exuberant body and nurturing the pupa. It can reach such a degree under a variety of conditions. Even if this is the case, you can see to what extent the claw-tailed scorpion has reached its current strength. The height of the normal scorpion is almost 80 centimeters, while the height of the green scorpion is over 1 meter, but now the height of the scorpion has exceeded 1.5 meters. This is the accurate data obtained under the scanning of the chip. But you have to know that the height of King has reached 2 meters and 5 meters. With such a big difference in body shape, the shock brought by this absolute power gap is even stronger. An elf who is obviously twice as thin, pressed the huge elf directly on the tree and violently. The kings who had watched around with their absolute self-confidence all around them felt a little cold all over themselves. I could not help but shiver. Under Aoki's order, these three skills were used in the mouth, pliers and tail of the scorpion-tailed scorpion. Today's claw-tailed scorpion is simply a melee-style revolver. Various skills are grasped by hand, and any part of the body can use a skill. He was originally hit by a tree, making it impossible for the king to counterattack in the first place. After he managed to breathe out that breath, he saw multiple attacks coming on his face. Sturdy, thrilling to the flesh. Make the claw-tailed scorpion attack faster and more crazy. The elite king of kings, in front of the claw-tailed scorpion, failed to form even a successful resistance. www.untlenovel.com. Although he finally endured the pain and launched an attack on the claw-tailed scorpion, the claw-tailed scorpion did nothing. Don't hide. The armor on the back of the cricket was cracked due to the king's attack. The claw-tailed scorpion seemed to have a little pain, but the attack speed and power were once more powerful. Beat crazy. Completely crazy. The cricket-tailed scorpion rudely pressed the cricket king, which was twice his size, firmly against the tree. Exclamation mark. With the last attack, the scorpion-tailed scorpion passed the poisonous tail through the soft flesh between the king's two joints and nailed it to the tree. The king, who was 2.5 meters tall, was pinched by a tail scorpion with a height of only 1 meter. The visual impact on the watching genie is beyond description. The scorpion-tailed scorpion was covered with a lot of green liquid, which flowed out from the Scorpion King. The claw-tailed scorpion roared aggressively towards the group of kings not far away. Suddenly, the timid king who was less courageous was startled. This time there is no grassy field in the grassy ground, and the cracks on the back of the scorpion are healing at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. The temperature on the maggot's body increased again. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 565 Killing Machine. Dragon King Scorpion. The claw-tailed scorpion has completely entered the state. Now he is accompanied by the accumulation of energy in the body and the madness of battle. He rushed directly into the group of King Wang, after seeing the prince who was simply and rudely resolved by the claw-tailed scorpion before. They did not intend to fight the claw-tailed scorpion and fled. After the cricket slayed some cricket kings again, the temperature of the claw-tailed scorpion became higher. Hissing, the scorpion-tailed scorpion stood on the ground, and the moist soil contacted his feet, making a hissing sound. Oki has been paying attention to the state of the claw-tailed scorpion. As described in the data, when the Worm King is gradually produced, it will absorb a large amount of energy, causing the body to increase in some amplitude, and the body temperature will also increase in different amplitudes. The higher the temperature of radon, the more energy there is in the body, and the more successful this time. Hurry up, scorpion-tailed scorpion, hold on a bit, come on. Oki thought silently. I have reached this point. If the claw-tailed scorpion cannot evolve, then it cannot stop. Go deep inside again. Finally, after the scorpion-tailed scorpion defeated an elite king again, the temperature of his body reached its peak. The wanton rising steam was steaming from the claw-tailed scorpion that seemed to be cooked. Just the scorpion-tailed scorpion couldn't help yelling and stepping on the King of Kings, shocking all the King of Kings around him. Suddenly the steam disappeared and a white light appeared. Oki saw that the various values of the scorpion-tailed scorpion reached a peak, and they were almost breaking through the peak. Took out a fist-sized black poison pouch from the storage space. This was obtained yesterday from the leader of the King of Kings yesterday. He did not deal with him after the Kixie Bluebird killed the leader of the He King. Anyway, there are wild elves everywhere. With the strength of the King of Kings, the body will definitely disappear before the next day, and other wild elves will handle him. In accordance with the principle of not wasting, Oki, after having established a certain relationship with Kixie Jade Bird, took out such a poisonous pouch under his watch. I can say that it was precisely because of the existence of this poison capsule that Oki decided to adopt the method described in the rocket's data. Tail-tailed scorpion, eat it. Oki delivered this palm-sized poison sack with superpower to the white-tailed scorpion. He didn't hesitate, and had 100% confidence in Oki's words. The scorpion swallowed the poisonous sack. For a moment, the white light on the original was still a little loose, and the claw-tailed scorpion was completely wrapped at once. I have long been familiar with this situation of the crow's head. They surrounded the claw-tailed scorpion and Oki, carefully watching the surrounding kings. But they have been scared by the forceps-tailed scorpion for a long time, and of course they dare not take any further action. Evolution. Clamp-tailed scorpion. The appearance of strong white light has blocked the sight of the scorpion-tailed scorpion, but Oki can observe various status changes of the scorpion-tailed scorpion through the chip. In the simplest change, the values of the scorpion-tailed scorpion, which originally reached its peak, have changed again. The main reason is that his numerical capacity limit has increased. It's like a bottle filled with water. You can't stop pouring water into the bottle. Even if you fill it more, you can't make more of it. However, when the bottle becomes larger, you can fill it with water. Fast promotion. The scorpion-tailed scorpion looks like this now. It may be that the accumulated energy is too much. This time the evolution of the claw-tailed scorpion lasted a full 20 minutes. It is the longest of all the elves in Oki. It may be strange to say that the 5 elves in Oki's first echelon today are the only elves that can complete evolution without special conditions. The crow's head needs dark stones. The Dull King needs the certificate of the king and the large tongue. The Mauler needs sharp claws. The Genghis needs rich phantom energy to a certain degree. Only the tail scorpion, as long as the level reaches a certain level after that, evolution can be completed. However, Oki is doing a series of things this time, obviously not for the simple evolution of the claw-tail scorpion. During the evolution of the elves, they can achieve the greatest change in their own ascension. After the white light gradually dissipated, the original blue-violet scorpion-tailed scorpion disappeared, and a giant purple-pink scorpion appeared. Dragon King Scorpion. The height of the uncle suddenly reached 2 meters and 5, which is more than double the size of the growing Dragon King Scorpion. Compared with the Uncle King, there is not much difference in body shape. It's just a violent killing machine. Originally used all the joints on the body to use the forceps tail scorpion in battle. Now that he becomes the Dragon King Scorpion, the joints are more flexible, the armor is thicker, and the pliers and tail hooks are sharper. The Dragon King Scorpion opened its mouth wide, and a powerful roar spread throughout the forest. This is the release of joy after his evolution. The Dragon King Scorpion, who has reached a height of 2 meters and 5 meters, has become the largest body in Oki elves. Can give other spirits a great sense of security. There is such a large, powerful elf standing in front of him, and I think he will feel more secure. Oki walked to the side of the Dragon King Scorpion and reached out to touch the highest joint on the chest of the Dragon King Scorpion. When the Dragon King Scorpion saw Oki approaching, he lowered himself obediently so that Oki could touch his head. Oki smiled, and touched the head of the Dragon King Scorpion, knowing the spikes above, and said, "Finally evolved. Congratulations, Dragon King Scorpion." From the moment he hatched from the egg, Oki paid a lot for the scorpion-tailed scorpion, watching him grow up a little bit, and then he was able to participate in the battle, enjoying and crazy about the battle. Unyielding in the face of powerful enemies, naughty when usually resting. Now finally evolved into Dragon King Scorpion. The Dragon King Scorpion felt the temperature of Oka's hands. His eyes narrowed, and a smiling smile appeared. Oki sees what he paid for him. As a trainer who hatched him, the claw-tailed scorpion really regarded Oki as a half-father. www.mtlnovel.com, and Oki also fulfilled his responsibility as a father and cultivated him. Afterwards, I will have stronger strength to protect you in the future. The Dragon King Scorpion secretly swears. Oki is very satisfied with the current state of the Dragon King Scorpion. This time, the nurtured cricket evolution method obtained from the rockets this time did not strictly follow the above steps, but the effect was surprisingly good. Actually, if you think about the number of kings killed by the scorpion today, you can know. Can it be bad? The cricket is almost a half-king dynasty group, as a stepping stone to enhance the strength of the claw-tailed scorpion. Coupled with the most precious poison sac of the King of Kings who has the strength of the Quasar King, Oki did not hesitate to feed the claw scorpion. Can the effect be good? The rockets method is to use a dozen, at most dozens, which is as luxurious as Oki, and half of the ethnic group is used as a sacrifice. I don't know, there are hundreds of them. There are also a large number of elite kings and a Quasar king. The effect is inevitable. Fifth, add more bonus for the captain of the giant kingdom. Hibiscus also wants to break out and pay off the debt, but I have been a bit annoying at work recently. Thanks for your support. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 566 Land Mount Elf, Dragon King Scorpion Teal. Gender, male. Level, 42. Attribute, poisonous plus evil. Features, sniper. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, harsh, high-speed movement, poison tail, chasing. Basic skills, bite, poisonous needle, stare, shoot down, missile needle, acupuncture, chase, insect bite, highly venomous teeth, venom impact, claw grinding, poison diamond, assault key, lightning tooth, frozen tooth, flame tooth. Teaching skills, snoring. Skill learner, hold, awaken power. Middle. Rock, provocation, shadow ball, poison strike. This is the data chart given by the evolved Dragon King Scorpion. I can directly see that the qualification of Dragon King Scorpion has successfully reached the teal. Even if it is all teal, there is a certain gap. For example, Genghis' qualification is now teal, but his teal is barely reached, and the color is still relatively light. The Dragon King Scorpion is not the same. He is similar to the Doll King. The color of this teal is very dark, but it does not exist, because his green is carrying a few faint blue halos. apparently has reached the threshold between teal and light blue. If you want to redivide, it is not impossible to say that the current qualification has reached quasar blue. But the chip still assigned Dragon King Scorpion to teal. However, this qualification is already quite outstanding. The cricket is nearly twice the size of an ordinary Dragon King Scorpion, far superior to the power of most elves, and its mouth, double clamps and tail can be used as attack weapons. Flexible body joints with heavy armor, and an excellent sniper characteristic. A variety of factors add up. The strength and qualifications of this Dragon King Scorpion are quite amazing. If you want to talk about hard power, after the evolution, the Dragon King Scorpion that has become a poisonous and evil system may be the strongest elf in the current Aoki team. Aoki did not expect that because of the absorption of a large amount of energy, coupled with the poisonous sac of the King of Kings. The evolved Dragon King Scorpion directly increased the level to level 42, surpassing the crow heads at once, becoming second only to dullness. The presence of a dumb king. This is beyond Aoki's expectations, but the results are quite good. One more key point is the attributes of the Dragon King Scorpion. The tapeworm properties are gone, and they become evil. In the future, when the Dragon King Scorpion uses the insect system skills, the power and achievements of this system skills are gone, but for the evil system moves, it has a stronger power. This is the only elf who has completed the evolution of Aoki. After the final evolution, the attributes have changed. After that, after the evolution from Gira to Bangala, the attributes will also change. However, the current disappearance of the worm scorpion is not much harm to the Dragon King Scorpion. After all, Aoki originally knew that after the evolution of the claw scorpion, the attributes will become venomous and malignant. The main focus is on the poisonous line, and the culture of the worm line is relatively general. Now the evolution is complete and the attributes have stabilized. Of course, Aoki will develop the evil system of Dragon King Scorpion. Imagine the evil spirits in the hands of Aoki, the crow's head, Madara, and the Dragon King Scorpion. 30 evil spirits, plus Bangla, who will complete evolution in the future, are 4 evil spirits. I simply went towards the evil elven specialization. Of course, this is just thinking about Aoki. He is unwilling to specialize in one kind of spirit, so as not to be restricted by his opponent later. The trainer who specializes in attributes really has very strong experience and a variety of elven training methods for this attribute. But it is also very easy to be restrained. For example, the future king of the Kanto region, Yulongdu, was because the Ice King Tank restrained him so hard that he could not sit on the throne of the Kanto region. So I can only go to the Chengdu area to complete his championship dream. At present, the evil nature of Dragon King Scorpion, there are 2 big brothers can pass on his experience. Aoki need not worry about anything. For the evil spirits, his training experience is still good. At this point, after sacrificing nearly half of the tribe's King of Kings, Aoki finally helped the claw-tail scorpion complete its evolution. He also raised his qualification to teal. In fact, it is relatively simple to help Eurasian scorpion evolve, but it is the main reason for Aoki to slaughter the entire Eurasian king family while evolving at the same time. In short, the results are quite good. The head of the crow and the dull king, they are very pleased that the scorpion-tailed scorpion, which was once the size of a slap, can grow to the height of 2.5 meters. The little guy who used to fight behind the tail has finally grown to where he is today. I have been considered to have transcended them. As for the Dragon King Scorpion, the Raven's Head, the Idiot King, Genghis, and Madara, that's just watching him grow up. The elves all relaxed their vigilance, walked to the side of the Dragon King Scorpion, tapped on him, and felt his change. The Dragon King Scorpion did not dare to resist at all, even if he is now strong. The care of his elder brothers has always been in his eyes. Honestly continue to be the younger brother. Aoki stood next to the Dragon King Scorpion and looked at it slightly. Then Aoki determined. With the shape of the Dragon King Scorpion now, he seems to be able to stand on his back. And with the power of the Dragon King Scorpion, maybe his own weight does not have any burden on him. Does that mean that you have added a land mount? Although I can't sit The armor was a little bumpy, and he panicked. But it does not prevent Aoki from standing on it. I said, do it. Aoki stepped on it. The Dragon King Scorpion looked back at Aoki for a day, and saw him on his back, stepping on it there, stepping on it, as if looking for a more comfortable place to stand. The Dragon King Scorpion walks on 4 feet, so for some complicated terrain www.mentalnovel.com obviously standing on the Dragon King Scorpion's back is much more comfortable and simple. Pretty good. Aoki nodded secretly. Under the eyes of the elves, Aoki slowly walked down. Dragon King Scorpion, since it has evolved, let me see your strength after evolution. Is there something unfamiliar with your physical changes? Aoki coughed slightly and said, Xunwenyan said that the elves once again focused on the next king. There are also a group of uninvited guests. I felt the gaze of the 5 elves, and the kings really cried. Are you hospitable? Exclamation mark. Bad guy. It's not enough to kill nearly half of our ethnic groups. He is also a group of relatively strong kings in the King of the Kings group, because the position of the leader before they were robbed was not badly hurt, otherwise Aoki would not dare to be so brazen. Of course, Aoki knew nothing about their injuries. I was purely bully today, and I didn't show the strongest ones. I'm so sure to take the opportunity to kill more. The sound of killing came again from this forest. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 567 What to do if you have no money. On the grass outside the forest, the comfortable Tanabata bluebird and her 2 children are basking in the sun. He took a peek at the king's forest in amazement, and heard the killing sound coming from it. I just stopped the meeting. Why did it start again? In the evening, Aoki, who came out of the forest, took them to the end of the battle. In the end, the entire S group was not destroyed by Aoki, because to the end, the only remaining elite kings joined together. But by this time, the entire ethnic group has been destroyed. However, with the reproductive power of the kings, the number will recover in a maximum of 1 or 2 years. It's just that the combat effectiveness of the entire ethnic group must be incomparable with the previous one. He is a top-notch combat force. Except after the leader of He King is settled by Kixie Jade Bird, the remaining losses are not many. Aoki now enters the king's forest, just like returning to his backyard, without any pressure. After losing the most powerful king leader and the overwhelming number, Aoki was not really worried about the kings. Passing you is like crossing the road in the morning, at will. Aoki was not in a hurry to pass through the territory of the Hagai kings, and continued to approach the interior of Neverland. I just entered this point, and encountered so many powerful spirits. Aoki is really not quite sure what will happen when I go deeper. The duration of this mission is 15 days. And 2 days have passed now. It is not very urgent. After returning to the grassland of Kixie Bluebird, Aoki started making dinner again. 2 green cotton birds are now very used to playing with 5 little guys and enjoying the food made by Aoki after the play. In addition to the barbecue today, Aoki also prepared energy cubes for 2 little green cotton birds. Although they are relatively ordinary ones, the 2 little ones also eat very happily. As for the Kixie Festival Bluebird, Aoki still left her enough weight. The Tanabata Bluebird today is not as proud as yesterday. After Aoki sent food to him, he no longer pretended to be cold and ate barbecue. But compared to the 2 green cotton birds, the Tanabata Bluebird is really more elegant to eat, and it will not be stained with any oil. But let alone the speed of eating, it is not slow at all. After the barbecue was finished, an energy block was also placed in front of the Kixie Jade Bird. Kixie Festival Bluebird hesitated a little, still chose tasting, and then couldn't stop. Aoki didn't choose to leave after dropping the energy cube this time, but instead sat quietly beside the Kixie Jade Bird, watching her eat up all the energy cubes in one mouthful, and then quietly hit a full meal. It can be said that the Star Festival Bluebird, who has lived on Dream Island for so many years, has been eating things she has never eaten in her life since yesterday, including today's energy cube. Not only delicious, but also able to provide her with some energy recovery. she can clearly feel it. So when Oki was sitting next to her, she didn't reject Oki. Mostly Oki, who doesn't hide his face now, looks pretty good. I just don't know that the aesthetics of the Kixie bluebird is different from that of humans. After the Tanabata bluebird finished snoring, I felt that it was still a bit unpleasant, and glanced at Oki lightly. Seeing the eyes of Kixie bluebird, Oki smiled lightly, shook his head helplessly, took out a bag of energy cubes again, and poured them all into the food bowl in front of Kixie bluebird. I nodded in satisfaction. This guy is pretty good. Start to enjoy delicious food again. Was the original Tanabata bluebird thinking about it? Should it be eaten? What to do if it disappears after eating? But eating and eating, I accidentally finished eating again. At the same time that I was helpless, I looked at the Oki sitting next to me, thinking that there should be still on him, and when I ate next time, I would take it from him. Stretched out lazily. I'm really comfortable today, except the forest is a bit noisy during the day. Everything else is good. Oki watched the Tanabata bluebird finished eating, and didn't say much. He patted the grass and slowly returned to his residence. I once again started training with the elves. The Dragon King Scorpion has completed the evolution, and it goes without saying that the improvement in strength, although not like Genghis, almost qualitative changes have taken place in the body after evolution, and you need to be familiar from scratch. However, the proficiency of Dragon King Scorpion, which was able to fully grasp every joint of the body during the period of Scorpion Tail Scorpion, could not be achieved. To reach that level, it takes a lot of time to exercise. It takes a lot of time to train every joint of the body to the extent you want to operate it. The Kixie Festival bluebird did not play with his two children as usual. Instead, he watched Oki silently training the crow heads. Halfway through Oki's training with the elves, the Star Festival bluebird flew directly over. Oki looked at the Star Festival bluebird in surprise, not knowing what she was going to do. I saw her flying directly towards the head of the crow, and the speed not only did not decrease, but also increased. The crow saw the starbucks as if attacking, and made preparations for defense. The stupid king saw the attack on the crow's head by the starfish and wanted to launch an attack. I was stopped by Oki's hand. The expected Tanabata bluebird violently attacked the head of the crow. But the two elves were entangled in the air. Oki looked at the starfish and the crow's head, and his eyes gradually lighted up. www.mentalnovel.com The Star Festival's bluebird actually teaches the crow's head how to take advantage in air combat if they use flying skills. Oki looked at the starfish, although he was attacking the head of the crow, but he was correcting some bad habits and shortcomings of the head of the crow. Oki did train the crow's head quite well, but after all, there are some things that can't be seen, and only Kixie bluebird, which is also good at flying, can point it out. Of course, even if the Kixie bluebird does not point out, the crow head will be gradually discovered in the future. But in that case, it will take too long. He may even find his weaknesses and deficiencies after a defeat. Kixie bluebird did not teach the crowhead any skills, but it helped him to build the foundation more firmly. The meal for the past 2 days. No white please. Oki nodded secretly. Just such a personal teaching can also be regarded as Oki earned. When the crow's head fell exhausted, the Kixie jade bird was still walking in the court, slowly flying back to his residence. I glanced at Oki for a moment, as if to say that I had paid for the meal. But the crow's head fell into contemplation, apparently from the training just now. What he understood. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 568 Elf with door panel overhead. Another day passed. The 4th day after Oki went to the island. After getting up early in the morning, I never saw the Kixie bluebird family again. I didn't think about it too much. When I arrived here before, they were not there. Maybe they went out again. I let the Dull King leave superpower coordinates here, and Oki took the elves into the King's Forest again. The number of kings in today's King's Forest has decreased sharply. As for the culprit of Oki, they really couldn't hold back their resistance and went around them one after another. There is no way, although Oki's strength is not as strong as they can, but Oki can fight, but the kings have tried, and they can stop Oki's escape. But after Oki ran away, the kings would face their stronger attack. So many rounds down. I can't play. I am too skinny. The entire tribes simply stay away from Oki and his elves. Anyway, now the entire tribes are empty and it's okay to give away to them. Oki also lost interest in kings. This group was almost abandoned before no new leader was born. It is time to explore the island again. I don't know how others are doing today. Is there anybody who has better luck and teleports directly to the ruins in the center of the island? The ruins cannot be transmitted in the past. There are fluctuations in the surrounding power, and the spatial positioning cannot be completed. Oki already knew this from Regis. Otherwise, the rockets will send a large number of people directly, and there is no need to explore the island at all. After Ai went through the forest of Ai, Oki saw the back scene for the first time, a large area of rock and gravel. There are rocks and tiny sands everywhere on the ground. You can see some elf in the rock series everywhere. The largest number is the small boxing stones. However, this kind of elves do not have too strong desire to attack, and because the whole body is made of stones, few elves will eat and have nothing to attack them, so they live a very comfortable life. Just bask in the sun every day. If you are hungry, you can just find a stone to eat. The sand on the ground is okay. Oki has no interest in such elves. Even if it evolved into a rumbling rock, it is not a dish of Oki. From the forest to the sandstone area, the two terrains are actually close together, which makes people feel that there is no sense of contradiction. I really deserve to be Neverland. Any elves can appear. In addition to the small boxing stones, there are more stone balls. This kind of elves are smaller than the small boxing stones. When you see Oki and his elf, they will always be the fastest. Speed to hide. Roughly, the entire sandstone area seems to have no division between ethnic groups. The two elves, Wuxiquan and Shiwanzi, also live together. Of course, it may also be because Oki mainly sees the two gentle spirits, such as Xiaoquanxi and Shiwanzi. In addition to small boxing stones, there are also a lot of rumbling stones and mantle rocks. That is, there are relatively few rumbling rocks and panion rocks, and there are almost none. A large rock snake crawled slowly across the rocky sand not far from Oki, and a deep trace appeared, but it was soon smoothed by the stone balls. You can also see that some of them were originally stone, but when they approached, they found that they were ship crabs and Yandianju crabs. They were scared by the strange footsteps. They secretly lifted the stones and looked at who they were, and then quickly put the stones down. Oki was able to occasionally see two small eyes emerging from a pile of sand, and after scanning through the chip, he knew that it was the sand hippo hiding in it. Then it is estimated that hippopotamuses should also exist here. Oki also laughed and joked with the Dull King next to him. You Dull King, you see, the same species are encountered, all hippos. Should you go up and say hello? When I heard Oki's words, the Dull King was really interested, but in the end he did not say hello, because the Shah hippo approached the Dull King. He felt the threat from him and sank into the sand. They are the spirits of the ground system, and they have a natural fear of water spirits like the Dull King. Maybe both elves are hippos, but the Dumb King is a hippo in the water, and the sand hippo is like his name, a hippo in the sand. There are really many kinds of elves in this sandstone land. It can be said that this is a paradise for rock-based and ground-based elves. However, for the long time that Oki has been on Dreamland, the elves in the first 6 regions have been seen in the 7 regions that the Alliance has now discovered. Only in the 7th region, the elves in the Aurora region have not appeared. Did you ever go to the Auroran area? Is it because of there? Another beast in the Auroran area? Oki vaguely remembered that it should be these 2 words. However, these have nothing to do with him now. After walking for a long time again, Xun still had endless sandstone areas. I didn't find it when I looked outside the island, but now I find that there is such a large sandstone area in the direction of the ancient tree of life in the center. Don't worry about getting lost. Aoki saw a small group of elves running in front of him and couldn't help but utter a noise. A group of elves on their heads resembled a steel door panel, running on the sand. When the steps were neat, the ground shook slightly. This is Shield Armor Dragon and Moat Dragon. Soon www.untlenovel.com. Aoki recognized these two elves. Shield Armor Dragon and Moat Dragon. After the Shield Dragon is at level 30, it will evolve into a Moat Dragon. The dragon's name carries a dragon character, but it is not a dragon elf. They are a sub-dragon elf like Aoki's current flying mount, Tropical Dragon. The blood of the dragon system in the tadpole is very rare, and it has not been able to form dragon attributes. However, even if there is little, there is more or less in the body, so there is nothing to be strong. As a rock and steel Moat Dragon, it has extremely high physical defense and special defense, especially physical defense, which is simply terrible. Otherwise, he won't have the title of Protected City. I don't know why they ran so hurry. Aoki thought silently as he looked at the direction they left. Anyway, there is nothing going on now. If you are curious, just follow it. Aoki stood on his back directly under the excited expression of Dragon King Scorpion. The King Dragon Scorpion's mobility in this kind of sandstone is much faster than walking on Aoki. Aoki took the dull kings away, sat on the back of the Dragon King Scorpion, and chased away with the crow head in the direction that the Moat Dragons disappeared. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 569. The match between the spear and the shield. The speed of the Moat Dragon is not very fast, but it brings a large amount of sand and dust in the sandstone zone. He followed them far behind, and Aoki couldn't help bringing up a mask. I really do, there is too much dust. Looking at the hurried look of the city dragons, obviously it should be what happened. After running for half an hour, I came to a depression. Although it is still sandstone, the sand here is obviously much more than the rock. It can be said to be a small desert. Two groups of elves are facing each other in this area. It turns out that there is no battle here, but just because there are not enough benefits. In this sandy land, Aoki faintly saw some metallic cluster reflecting light, which are some relatively rare ore. The elf facing the two sides. One side is the Moat Dragon that Aoki followed before. The gates were tightly arranged in a row, and the steel-like door panels on the face were compacted together as if forming a city wall. What they faced was a group of crocodiles with sunglasses that looked very vicious. Walking on both feet, the red and black tail slaps on the ground, not the dust taking off. Rogue crocodile. Aoki recognized this elf at a glance. I am more familiar with the elves like rogue crocodiles because of one of his characteristics. Overconfident. Yes, the same characteristics as the crow's head. Overconfidence. This feature can bring infinite possibilities to the elves. The crocodile and the rogue crocodile did not see the crocodile. Probably because the level is too low to qualify in this occasion. As a ground and evil spirit, the rogue crocodile's attributes are not very good. Although there are many attributes that can be restrained, there are also many attributes that restrain him. Double resistance of poisonous, rock, ghost, and evil, immunity of electricity and superpower. At the same time, fighting, insect, water, grass, ice and fairy are restrained twice. I can only say that this attribute is more general. It is this hooligan in the desert that is confronted by the puppet and the Moat Dragons. It is a bully in the desert, especially when they form a group. Of course, the opposite of them, the Moat Dragon, can also be called the Doorplate Dragon, when gathered into a group. The defense power is also quite strong. Rogue crocodiles that are good at attacking and Moat Dragons that are good at defending. This is a duel between a spear and a shield. The reason why they were so hard-faced was because of the small lump of metallic cluster in the middle of them. For the spirits of the ground system or rock system, these precious ore are their possibility to move forward. Although not all elves eat directly like Era, they can still absorb the minerals in it. Aoki did not dare to be too close, so he could not know what ore was. The one led by the rogue crocodile and the one led by the Moat Dragon stood in the middle to discuss something. The faces of the two elves are not very good. Apparently the contradictions cannot be resolved. As for the data of these elves, the chip cannot scan. Oki estimates that at least it should be similar to the chief. If you want to occupy a chassis in a place like Neverland, or become a leader of a larger ethnic group, I feel that the King of Heaven seems to have the necessary strength. The Dragon King Scorpion's hiding ability in the sandstone area is still good. Oki stood on the king's back without attracting any elf's attention. As for the crow's head, it has been hovering at high altitudes, and it will not come down easily unless it is someone who is in any condition or finds out what is okay. Under Oka's gaze, the rogue crocodile leader's mouth grew bigger and bigger, a vicious look. But the leader of the moat dragon did not flinch at all, and directly raised his head in front of the rogue crocodile. "I'm the one who is fierce and you fierce, and has the ability to hit my head." Finally, after waiting for a few minutes, the two elves struck out. The rogue crocodile took the lead, grabbing the sharp claws directly towards the moat dragon, and the moat dragon was also true, holding the hard top of his head. I saw the two leaders starting to fight, and of course the people below could not show weakness. The rogue crocodile began to launch various attacks, but the moat dragon ignored it, headed against its head, and moved forward like a bulldozer. Obviously the team awareness of the moat dragons is better than the rogue crocodiles. The moat dragons know what their advantages are, and what a group of moat dragons can bring together. However, rogue crocodiles are more capable of fighting alone. The moat dragon and the rogue crocodile are a netoon. In most cases, the rogue crocodile will slowly grind the moat dragon to its own speed. And when the moat dragons gathered, the team fighting ability was better than the rogue crocodiles. Under the wall-style defense of the moat, the rogue crocodiles were slowly pushed back directly in the tank-type propulsion. The exposed door gradually appeared in Oki's vision. Oki is undeniable and somewhat moved. Can make rogue crocodiles and moat dragons fight so much. After moat dragons occupy such an advantage, rogue crocodiles still have no concession at all, obviously indicating that the ore here has a high value. Oki always remembered that there were two big stomach kings, Era and Coca-Cola, and the higher the quality of the ore, the more able to grow from Era and Coca-Cola better and faster. He took the luxurious ball containing the Dull King from his belt. If you have the chance, you can summon the Dull King and let him move with him in an instant. Of course, you must wait until the moat dragons advance a certain distance. Otherwise, Oki would not want to face such a group of tanks. And a very disciplined moat dragon www.mentalnovel.com appeared in front of them, and it is estimated that it might be crushed into powder. But when Oki was ready to act, the head of the crow who had hovered in the sky suddenly flew down from the sky and stopped behind the rock beside Oki. I noticed the movement of the crow's head and his cover-up appearance. Oka's face changed slightly, and he patted the Dragon King Scorpion's armor to signal his attention to concealment. The Dragon King Scorpion also understood and nodded nicely. Oki used the telepathy to connect the thinking of the crow's head. After simple explanation and description, Oki understood the meaning of the head of the crow. It turned out that when the rogue crocodile and the moat dragon were fighting below Oki observation, there was also a person watching the battle below. The person is directly opposite Oki, but because the area of this depression is very large, even if he was opposite, he did not find his existence. Oki did not find the other party did not find Oki. I still have a good look and angle on the head of the crow, and found the existence of the other party. I came to tell Oki immediately. On the fourth day when I was on Neverland, I finally met a member of the Rockets. I just don't know who it is. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 570. Turn a praying mantis into a bait. In this way, Oki, who was originally preparing to move, slowly put down the elf ball in his hand. Since there are still people who want to be a praying mantis, they don't mind making a canary. Resist patience, slowly waiting. Oki also has a copy of the members of the rocket team from Regis. Although I don't know if there is anything similar in the hands of the opponent, Oki estimates that there is no probability. Detailed. I waited for the opponent to act first. After confirming the identity and strength of the opponent, Oka's initiative will be greater. I waited in silence for half an hour again. At this time, the rogue crocodiles have been pushed to the edge of the depression by the moat dragons, but this is the limit that the moat dragons can do. After all, they only rely on super strong defense, and their attack is their weak point. The reason why the rogue crocodiles will be forced to retreat by them is only a strategic retreat, not because they are afraid of them. I have now reached the marginal zone, and if we retreat, we need to withdraw from the depression. Obviously this is not what the rogue alligators wanted. Alas, their fierce counterattack began. Both sides froze again. At this time, I kept watching the Oki on the opposite side, and found that the rocket's member started to act. A piece of cloth appeared in the endless yellow desert, and a member of the rockets wearing a black tights was drilled from below. The disguise before him was the piece of yellow cloth covering his body. The black tights are still very visible in the yellow sand, but once they enter the depression, they are not so easy to find. Because of the sun's rays, there is a huge shadow in the depression, and the other party uses this environment to disguise himself again. Oki wrinkled without looking at each other's actions. This person's camouflage ability and field survivability are absolutely not weak, and he is a quality that a rocket captain should have. Oki still did not move. Before confirming the identity of the other party, Oki decided to change constantly. Soon, the man used the human body to shuttle through the sand very fast. Apparently he had the experience of living in the sand. Is it the pair of shoes on his feet? Have any experience of living in the desert? Sure enough, none of the people entering Neverland this time is simple. Oki watched his movements. 23 minutes later, when the moat dragon and the rogue crocodile did not notice, they approached the bare ore field. It's time, Dragon King Scorpion, to wake up the moat dragon and rogue crocodiles, and the shadow ball attacks the ore. Oki ordered on the back of Dragon King Scorpion. The Dragon King Scorpion heard Oki's order and stretched out a pair of pliers, slowly condensing a black energy ball. Shadow ball skills. Oki selves are still the most smooth use of Genghis, although the Dragon King Scorpion also learned a lot from Genghis, but still a little bit worse. I just attack the ore field that won't move. There is no problem. Two shadow balls, one behind the other. The first one is the ore field, and the second one is the person. After throwing the shadow ball, the claw-tailed scorpion hit again. The members of the rocket team who had just approached the ore zone had just smiled on their faces and felt the danger behind them. He quickly rolled a donkey, avoiding the shadow ball of Dragon King Scorpion. Boom. Boom. Two shadow attacked the ore ground and the sand. I didn't attack the rocket member, but it didn't matter. The effect was already out. The rogue crocodiles and moat dragons have noticed the explosion here. Two groups of elves dropped the battle in their hands. Are they killing and killing like this for the precious ore? Somebody now touches behind them secretly, and wants to steal these ore while they are not paying attention. Uncle Yun can bear it. I can't bear it. The city guard dragons turned the direction of the door panel and rushed towards the ore field. Their eyes followed the rocket member. And the rogue crocodiles did not fight the moat dragons anymore. Their speed was faster. After being blocked by the moat dragons, they completely showed what is called a sand crocodile. They frantically shuttled in the sand, directly exceeding after the moat dragon, rushed towards the ore. Oki could not see the man's face, but now it is estimated that the black one can be similar to the tights on him. However, the man's decisiveness still made Oki more admirable. Seeing that things were impossible, he directly threw two elven balls. Oki finally saw what elves were using. Take a dragon gopher and a big rock snake. When AI saw the two elves, Oki knew the identity of the person. But now is not the time to tangle with this. Oki wants to be a yellow bird, and this mantis needs a little more power to do it. The man jumped directly on the back of the big rock snake, and the dragonhead gopher burrowed into the sand. Wood-eye and snakehead quickly swimming outside the depression area. The original slow-moving rock snake, in this desert, is not dissatisfied at all. But the rogue crocodiles are faster, especially the rogue crocodile's leader. It is even faster. They simmered in the sand, the speed can be played to the extreme. The cricket will soon catch up with the big rock snake, but at this time the role of the faucet and hamster that is penetrated into the sand will manifest itself. Crazy use skills in the sand to block the speed of the rogue crocodile. And the big rock snake also crawled to find the kind of place where rocks exist. With his huge body, the rocks didn't hinder him, but for the rogue crocodiles, they had to get around. Slowly, he was pulled away. At this time, Aoki, who has been waiting for a long time, is ready to act. But in the meantime, he has one more thing to do. The head of the crow, keep up, fly higher, remember not to be attacked, to point the way to rogue crocodiles and moat dragons, don't run away so easily by the other side. Aoki said lightly. The crow's head understood the meaning of Aoki, and nodded and fluttered towards the rockets. Fly in the air. www.mtlnovel.com. From time to time, lose a few skills on the route of escape to the big rock snake, so that the big rock snake will not disappear directly into the sight of rogue crocodiles, but also point out to rogue crocodiles and moat dragon direction. King Dull, take us to move to take out the ore in an instant, Aoki said, throwing an elven ball. Yeah? Dao Wang Zhao ability directly activated. Plutonium space was slightly distorted, and when it appeared again, it was already in the former ore field. The rogue crocodiles and the moat dragons have long chased after the man. Dragon King Scorpion, Dull King, fast. Before the other party returns, dig as much as you can, Aoki said. The two pliers of the King Dragon Scorpion waved directly, and they raised out the ore a little bit, while the Dull King transported the ore to Aoki with superpowers. A huge space backpack prepared by Aoki before, this time just came in handy. No matter what quality the ore is, the loading is right. Add more for the rewards of the Xiaobixi Big Brother. In other words, there were two great rewards from the big guys before, and I didn't think of any thanks after each posting. Thank you for the two rewards of the Crimson Phantom and the Reform and Innovation Development. There are many things in Hibiscus work in the last 2 days, and it will be delayed for a while. Wait a few days for me. Thank you for your support. Chapter 571. I have been thankful for doing a good deed. The Dragon King Scorpion completely became a mining worker, while the Dao King turned into a transport vehicle. With the perfect cooperation of one person and two elves, the ore in the ore area is decreasing at a crazy speed. Although I don't know what the quality of the ore is, the weight of a fist is tens of pounds. The quality should be good. Otherwise it will not lead to rogue crocodiles and moat wars. However, the more you dig, the more scared Aoki is. This ore seems to be inexhaustible. The Dragon Scorpion is not in the sand, but the ore shows no signs of exhaustion. Isn't this a simple small ore region, but a huge mineral deposit? Aoki secretly surprised. I didn't give Aoki too many opportunities. Soon after, even with the help of the crow's head, the tracking of rogue crocodiles and moat dragons was lost. They are on their way back. This is the first message from the head of the crow who came back to Aoki. He also wants to help the rogue crocodiles closely follow that rocket member, but the other party is very cunning, especially knowing that someone deliberately targeted him. When the cricket finally passed through a rocky area, the crow lost his head. The rogue crocodiles were slower in the zone, so they gave up. I looked at the Dragon King Scorpion who was still struggling to mine. Aoki said, okay, Dragon King Scorpion, let's withdraw first, so as not to be remembered by the rogue crocodiles who came back to see if there is any chance to come here again in the future. Hold the crow's head, clean up our traces here. Dull King, move instantly. Aoki made a decision soon. Enough is dug today. I just hope that the quality of these ore can be better. The crow's head fluttered the wind that brought the wings, and all the traces of the footprints left by Aoki were removed. Then, under the momentary movement of the Dull King, Aoki disappeared here without leaving any traces, except that the area of the ore that had been exposed a little now has become a deep pit. The rogue crocodiles and the moat dragons rushed back by the big eyes and small eyes. They also realized that they had been completely played. But is there any way? The ore should be lost or lost. Fortunately, there are too many ore, and Aoki has not finished digging. However, This time the two groups of elves did not fight anymore, but sat down and started to discuss how to reasonably allocate the ore in coordination with the rogue crocodile leader and the moat dragon leader. Oki again appeared on the top of the mountain in the depression, watching the rogue crocodiles and moat dragons who sat down and talked, and nodded with satisfaction. I really did a good deed. I should be grateful. These ore should be used as a reward for me to help you turn dry ore into jade. Aoki turned and left with a satisfied smile. Just after Aoki left, a small spiked head emerged from the sand behind him, watching Aoki where they left, deeply remembering Aoki and his elf in his head, and then turned over, submerged in the sand again and ran in the opposite direction. I was just the dragon-headed gopher of that man. He waited until the dragon and gopher had completely disappeared before Aoki stopped. In his eyes, the superpowers fluctuated, and the relative dull king also had slight superpower fluctuations. Obviously this person is an elf and is undergoing telepathy. In fact, after using Moment King, the Idiot King has long sensed the dragon and gopher left by that rocket member in the sand. I just let Aoki let the dull king not act lightly. He waited for a long distance before the dragon-headed hamster left, and then Aoki turned and chased after the dragon-headed hamster disappeared. Dark King, can you sense the direction of the opponent? Aoki asked electrocardiogram. Yeah? The dumb king's superpowers continued, and he nodded solemnly. Aoki is standing on the back of the fast-moving Dragon King Scorpion, while the dull king is suspended in the air. With superpowers, he can fly easily. It's just slower. But it doesn't matter. He used a superpower to form a rope and tied it to the Dragon King Scorpion. He won't affect him much, but the dull king can move quickly with him. It just consumes superpowers quickly. Fortunately, Aoki has energy blocks that can help the Dao King to recover, and the Dao King's own superpower storage is very large. Up to now, Aoki has not seen the Dao King completely exhausting superpowers. Aoki looked at the sandstone area ahead. His eyes flashed with cold light. He knows that the other party will never give up like this, especially for the one who really undermines his actions. Coincidentally, Aoki will not end like this. Especially for those who remember him, if you can deal with it, there will definitely be nothing left. I still remember Aoki. Only those who can't be solved with Aoki's current strength. The rest have been dealt with by Aoki one by one. Dragon Gopher and Big Rock Snake. Only one of the two members of the Rockets participating this time use these elves. Kanto area, Captain of the Rockets. Repair 1. A trainer specializing in rock and ground elves. When Aoki saw his two elves, he flashed through his mind the data obtained from Regis about this person. Also, all the information in that booklet has been entered into the chip before. Now the chip has listed a person's identity card based on Regis data and his own simulation analysis. Since you left the Fawcett and Gopher and want to find me again, then I will help you save trouble. www.mentalnovel.com. Go to you directly. Aoki said coldly to himself. The rapid advance in the sandstone land will inevitably bring some flying sand. If the dragon-head gopher digs out of the sand and takes a look, he must be able to find that Aoki is following him. But he was too confident that he would not be found, and confident of his speed in the sand. So he was followed by Aoki without knowing it. I came to the place where the crow's head was lost. The dragon-headed hamster did not enter the rocky area, but turned straight and moved in the other direction. The elves, such as dragon-headed gophers, are still quite good in smell. The repair must be along his way, leaving a mark to ensure that the dragon-headed gophers can follow. The magpie went directly around the rocky area, and the speed of the Fawcett and hamster gradually slowed down. Coming soon, Aoki signaled that the Dragon King Scorpion should slow down. The Dumb King is also very suitable, wrapping the forelegs of the Dragon King Scorpion with superpowers. This will not leave any marks on the ground and make no noise, but it will not affect the movement ability of Dragon King Scorpion. I just spent more money on Dull King. No problem, dash. First more, ask for a monthly pass, : Chapter 572 Sandstorm's perfect puzzle. After 10 minutes of advancing again, the faucet and hamster suddenly stopped. Oki quickly stopped the Dragon King Scorpion and the Dull King. Fortunately, from now on, the claw-tailed scorpion has been run with the help of the Dull King, but it has not brought any dust. Hidden some distance behind, the sand on the ground squirmed, and the faucet and hamster got out of it. The pink nose sniffed in the air, as if looking for something. Like animals like moles, dragon-headed gophers are particularly sensitive to smell. I looked around a little, and found nothing suspicious, and walked towards the rock. As a ground-based and steel-headed hamster, the resistance is good. Although it is twice restrained by fighting, ground, fire, and water systems, it is twice as resistant to general, flight, insect, steel, superpower, dragon, and fairy, and rock. Department of quadruple resistance, immunity and electrical skills. It can be said that out of a total of 18 attributes, there are 10 dragon-headed hamsters resistant to immunity. Moreover, the characteristics of the faucet and gopher, sand dispelling and sand force are very suitable for sandstorm weather. If Oki wants to form a sandstorm team in the future, dragons and gophers are very suitable for sandstorm teams. It is a perfect puzzle for sandstorm. Only now Oki cannot consume the resources of Chengden to form another weather team. Now the 5 little guys he needs to train are a huge resource consumer. Only Coca-Cola and Yuki-Ira, for Oki, the resources they need to grow up account for 2/3 of his 5 little fellows. The 5 little guys have very good qualifications and characteristics. They were carefully selected by Oki. As long as they are cultivated, the final achievements will never be weaker than the Dull King's. And now Oki has the resources that he has, which is not I just conquered the Dull King at that time. Better elves with more resources, with the ability of Oki and the assistance of chips. It is definitely not a problem to grow up. What is lacking is only time. In the training plan of Oki, the rainy team is his main direction now. After all, he is the owner of the Waterway Museum. However, the existence of Ira and Coca-Cola also helped Oki to lay a certain foundation for the Sandstorm team. If there is more time and money in the future, it is certainly better to be able to form a sandstorm team. After simply recalling the information of the dragon and gopher in his brain, Oka's brain flashed a series of plans. But he was quickly put behind him, and there is still a strong person to face. Obviously, the walking speed of the dragon-head gopher on the ground is obviously not as fast as drilling down in the sand. King was silently followed. Walking in the stone forest, the faucet and hamster quickly found their own trainer. Obviously, they did not do this once or twice. Xuyi, who was wearing a black tights from the rockets, was leaning against a huge stone, hidden in the shadow of the stone. The original rock snake should have been put away by him, and a screw gopher beside him. It was through this screw gopher that left a mark along the way, that faucet gopher could find it here smoothly. After Xuxu saw the faucet and gopher returning, his stiff face did not change at all, and gently asked, "Did the person who found me something find it? Isn't it those people?" The dragon-headed gopher was a little afraid of Xu, and nodded cautiously. After seeing the faucet and gopher for sure, Xui stood up immediately. His face became more gloomy, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It's also very kind. It seems that my reputation in the rockets is not enough. The 30 or more people who came in this time are the captains of the rockets. Although they are all elite-level captains, the people who can enter have some background, and the strength of these captains is not weak. Usually they are high-spirited. The original perfect plan was just deliberately destroyed by people, and the result is no need to think about it. It must be that the other party used himself to become a bait. The previous mineral deposits were definitely taken away by that person. Already, thinking of it, I felt so angry when I repaired it. I patted the dust on my body and said coldly, "It's not the few people who make me jealous. Just go. See who it is. It's so bold." Xui is not a fool without a mind. He knows how many pounds or two he has. He also did some simple surveys on the people who participated this time. Those who are obviously stronger than him or have more background than him, he wouldn't bother to trouble. I now have the affirmation of the faucet and gopher. Dummy King, Super Water Waves, Dragon King Scorpion, shadow ball. Oki, who observed in the dark, also heard Xuye's words. Since the other party wants to find their own trouble, of course, it is better to start with it first. Also, Xue is not among those who are afraid of Oki. An energetic water polo condensed in front of the dumb king, and a layer of super power was wrapped around it for the combined skill of superb water fluctuation. The dumb king has already been very skilled. Throw directly in the direction of Xue. The Dragon King Scorpion also followed the dummy king, and a shadow ball that was significantly larger in a circle followed the wave of superpowers and also attacked Xue. Look, come again. It was that familiar feeling, and the feeling of being attacked by someone as a target. Xue could not help but burst out a swear word. I was already very angry, but I did not expect that when I wanted to launch a counterattack. www.mentalnovel.com. The familiar attack came again. I didn't have much time to think about it, grabbed the screw gopher beside him, and threw it toward the dull king's super water. He delayed the arrival of the attack for him a little. He then rolled on the ground very embarrassedly, avoiding the shadow ball that followed. He subconsciously wiped the dust on his face, and Xue now looks like an earthworm in the sand, black and yellow. With the strength of the screw gophers, of course, it can't withstand the attack of the dull king. It is also an attack of water skills, and even more damage to ground screw hamsters. Although the Dragon Ball and Scorpion's Shadow Ball release speed is not as fast as Genghis, the attack effect has obtained the true biography of Genghis. The exploding Shadow Ball caused severe corrosion on the ground. The dragon-headed gopher watched his companion be thrown out by the trainer. While he couldn't bear it, he didn't dare to say anything to resist, but turned around and appeared in front of him, looking for the direction of the attack. Bastard, who is it? Xue yelled and shouted. Aren't you looking for me all the time? Now I'm here. Oki stood on the back of the Dragon King Scorpion and slowly came out from behind the stone. It's you, dash. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass, Chapter 573 Fear of being famous. Seeing that his first sneak attack did not work, Oki was not in a hurry to attack. This time, it is no better than on the trial island. On the trial island, there is no understanding of the members of the rocket team who entered later, so every time you fight, you must kill your hands as soon as possible, regardless of the opponent's performance. What is the strength out? Only by seizing the opportunity can we gradually seize the opportunity. But this time on Dream Island, it was a blessing from Regis. I have a certain understanding of the information on the people on the island. The one on the opposite side is one of them. Oki is confident that he will not be defeated. Even if he is defeated, he has a dull king and always keeps enough retreat. You can attack and retreat, but there is nothing to worry about in Oki. But from Xuye's tone, Oki heard that the other party clearly knew himself. Although he is also the captain of the rockets, compared to others, that reputation is much smaller. After all, he has always been in Feniyun area, and it is also the docking film and Sakagi. Those ordinary captains obviously have no access to themselves. Even Regis knows very little about his data. But at first glance, when this person saw himself, he seemed to have recognized himself. Oka's face remained the same, and asked, "What? It sounds like you know me, but I don't remember seeing you." Now that I know who the attacker is and who is undermining his actions, he is not as angry as before. Enemies walking in the dark often feel more dangerous than enemies in the dark. Oki has now come out on his own, and the sneak attack he launched did not have any effect. As for the screw gopher lying not far away, the repair will not look at it again. Famous, the first place in this special final trial, the rocket's genius. Oki, who doesn't know? Xue said strangely. Oki frowned when he heard what he said. Number 1 on Trial Island. In addition to the informed and Quasakidras of the rockets, will anyone be concerned about this thing? Even if the people coming out of the Trial Island are genius and strong, what does it have to do with the captain of the rockets? They write. Except for the 3 of Regis, those who came out of the original Trial Island will notice the existence of Oki. Who will care about such a little guy who is just out of the island? Exclamation mark. The first thought that flashed through Oka's brain was Gyuji's brother, Gahai, rockets carders, Lunder. This is the second name that appears in Oka's brain. Under the leadership of the rockets carder Ender, Yang Ping was solved by Aoki himself. Although no one should pass on this matter, but someone with a heart would know it carefully. With Yang Ping's strength, in addition to the three of Aoki and Regis on the trial island, can anyone kill him? Then it must be Aoki that is highly recommended. Both people have the strength to know this time. Although Gahai is also the captain's position, more people are still willing to call them such a captain as Akwasikadara, people who are only one step away from carders. I was above all the captains. Aoki didn't answer because he thought that both people were possible, so if he wanted to know who it was, he just hit the person in front of him and then asked slowly. Oka's eyes gradually sharpened. But if you repair it, you won't shrink back. Jutsu said again, although there may be some accidents, you actually put them together, but those ore should be in your hands. As long as you kill them, those ore will return to my hands. Hey! Your head is worth more than these ores. Before I went to the island, someone told him about the reward of Aoki. Originally he just held nothing to do and listened to it. After all, Dream Island was so large that there were only 30 people in it. To whom I did not expect that today. His luck broke out. As long as he can solve Aoki, whether it is valuable or other people's rewards, he will be included in his pocket. In this way, this trip to Neverland will be worthwhile even if there is no gain in the future. There was a smile on both of La's faces, apparently the appearance of the other one, which will make them gain something. It's unexpected that my head is so valuable. How about it? Is it very exciting? Would you like to try it out? Aoki patted his forehead. As soon as you come, I will definitely not fight back. Suxi looked angry at Aoki, and was not angry because I looked at it. Aoki was really in his pocket, a little guy who just came out of the trial island. Even if he is talented, how much strength can he have? 1 or 2 elves have reached the elite level. Is it already the limit? After all, the trial island is over, so much time has passed. Okay, Xuyi grinned and said. He then took an elf ball from his waist and dropped it directly on the ground. A rumbling rock appeared beside the dragon-headed gopher. The rock and ground elves are good at it. They like to launch sneak attacks on the enemy underground. The elves are Dragon and Gopher, Big Rock, Rumbling Rock, King of the Mountains, and Galaga. Among them, Rumble Rock and Dragon Gopher are the trump cards of each other. Chikingma saw the appearance of Rumbling Rocks, and information about Xui appeared in front of his eyes. At the same time, there are chip analysis, guesses about the opponent's fighting habits and fighting methods. This is based on the information given by Regis. The chip sorted it out by itself. Although not necessarily correct, the accuracy rate of 50% can still be achieved. At the same time, Aoki also let the chip scan the data of the 2 elves. Pokemon, Rumble Rock Light Cyan. Gender, male. Level 45. Attribute, Rock Series plus Ground Series. Characteristics, strong. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, blocking the road, climbing, holding on. Basic skills, heavy impact, edge, mud playing, rock sanding, crazy rolling, magnitude, falling rock, shoot down, stomp, self-explosion, invisible rock, rock crit, earthquake, big bang. Teach skills, flame fist, iron head, earth power, snoring. Skills learner, hold, destroy light, split tiles, sandstorm. Pokemon, Dragon Gopher dark green. Gender, male. Level 44. Attribute, ground plus steel. Characteristics, dial sand. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, iron wall, power of the earth, tear claw. Basic skills, angle drill, arable land, grabbing, playing mud, high speed rotation, mud throwing, random grabbing, metal claws, digging, grinding claws, splitting, rock fall, earthquake, sword dance. Teaching skills, iron head, lame, straight drill, invisible rock. Skill learner, hold, shadow clone, swallow return, Shadow Claw. When I saw the data of these two elves www.mtlnovel.com, Aoki was still a little surprised. Although Regis described the spirit of Xuyi, the specific strength and level are just speculations. From the point of view now, these two elves have obviously reached the level of the intermediate elite. Unlike Aoki, most of the elves are just entering the elite level. However, Aoki's advantages are also there. That is, the nature of the Dull King's water system can fully suppress Xuyi's two elves, especially the Rumbling Rock, 4 times weaker water. As long as it was hit by a Daddy King's water move, the effect should not be too good. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass, Chapter 574. The prototype of Sandstorm. Aoki did not summon the elves again. Dragon King Scorpion and Tao King are almost the strongest elves on his hands now, and in the face of Xunrongyan and Dragon Gopher, Aoki feels that his win rate is still relatively high, otherwise he will not know who it is after that. They chased all the way up. However, what makes Aoki relatively jealous is the Rumble Rock's Big Bang skills and Dragon and Gopher Sword Dance skills. Both skills are skills that can be learned when the elves upgrade. If you let Aoki make a choice, I would rather face the Sword Dance of the Dragon and Gopher than the Big Bang of the Rumble. That simple combat strategy was formed in Aoki's mind. Rumble, use a Sandstorm. Dragon Gopher, Sword Dance. As a trainer of Rumbling Rocks and Faucets, Xuyi of course knows what his elf is good at. The digging characteristics of the Dragon-head Gopher will make him faster in sandstorms. And the leisurely nature of the Rainy team have the same magic. Xuyi knows the fighting style and rhythm of his elves. Xunlonglong is responsible for making sandstorms, and the Dragon Gopher is responsible for the main attacker. The strengthening of sword dance skills will make him better in physical attack. The original dragon-headed Gopher was a spirit that was relatively good at physical attacks. His physical attack race value reached 135 points. Among all the spirits, he was considered to be among the best. This is exactly the prototype of the Sandstorm team, weakening the Sandstorm combination. At the beginning of the battle, light blue superpower fluctuations appeared in Aoki's eyes. In the face of enemies with similar strengths, even if the elf level is still slightly superior, Aoki must of course face it with the strongest stance. Telepathy can help him to control the elves more flexibly in battle, and to be more handy in changing skills. However, Aoki knew very well about the advantages of his elves. The Dull King water system restraint was good enough, although the Dragon King Scorpion did not have an advantage in attributes. His strength and characteristics were also one of the secret weapons of this battle. The ability of sandstorms must not be allowed to be exhibited by Longlongyan, otherwise Aoki will not have to fight at all, and it will simply retreat. As a person who knows the two weather teams, Rain Team and Sandstorm Team, Aoki is also very familiar with the skills of Sandstorm. Changed the weather in the site into a sandstorm, then all subsequent battles were tilted towards Xuyi. Dad King, please rain, stop his sandstorm. Dragon King Scorpion, Poison Diamond, and Grind Claws. Aoki uses ECG to direct the wizard, and can make the corresponding solution according to the opponent's combat instructions as quickly as possible. This is a rocky area. For Rumbling Rocks and Dragon Hamsters, there are also advantages of the site. After Xuyi's order, Rumble Rock shouted, and small dust gradually began to float on the site. With the release of his skills, the dust would also grow larger and eventually become a sandstorm. In fact, as the starting elves of the Sandstorm team, the most suitable is the elves with sand characteristics, such as Bangla. Raising the sand characteristics is to change the weather in the area to sandstorm when the elf appears. Is often the starting elf in the Sandstorm team, but Xuyi apparently didn't realize this. Even though Rongyan Rock used sandstorm skills, it can also produce this effect. But the use of sandstorm skills to form sandstorm weather, but much slower than the sandstorm weather brought by the characteristics of sandstorms, the power is also much smaller. As in the Rainy team, the elves use the ability to see Crane, it will definitely be much slower than the elves with rainy weather. So when the sandstorm in Rumble Rock just came out, Aoki let the Dull King use the rain-seeking ability. The only thing that can deal with the weather is the weather. As soon as the sandy city of Long Long Rock was raised, a cloud of black clouds appeared on the sky, a feeling of black clouds over the city. The dragon-headed gopher didn't pay much attention to this. He followed the order of Xui and used the sword dance skills while standing in place. As one of the strongest skills in physics, sword dance has always been what Aoki wanted, but the skill CD of this skill is too high and too rare. Even if Aoki has money, he can't get it. He is also a typical big family like Dou, so that each elven can be equipped with one, which can be called Terror. The Dragon King Scorpion sprinkled poisonous rhombuses on the ground around the Rumbling Rocks and Dragon-head Gophers. For the Rumbling Rocks of the Rock series and the Ground series, as well as the Dragon-head Hamsters of the Steel series, the effect of the poison system skill is weakened. I don't know how much, but the Dragon King Scorpion still executes according to the order of Aoki. After the poisonous diamond was grinding the claws, the two pliers plus the tail hook rubbed against each other, making some metallic sounds. Combat is about to start. When Xuzai saw the dark clouds in the sky and the poisonous diamonds at his feet, he was a little faint. Obviously, the other side did not say anything about the commander. Why can the elves use their skills confidently? When he didn't respond, small raindrops gradually appeared in the sky. Xun Long Yan's sand-lifting skills have just been used, and before they are formed, they are suddenly hit by rain on the ground. After the wet sand, no matter how hard he tried, a sandstorm would not be formed. Weather confrontation and backhand skills often take advantage. Dummy King, use surfing. Dragon King Scorpion, rush up. Don't let the dragon and gopher run. Flame Teeth. After a short repair, Aoki could not continue to give instructions to the elves. Surfing skills are behind the Dull King. Aoki used the skill CD to learn it. With the agitation of the body, a mass of water vapor was like a spray, rushing towards the Rumbling Rocks and the faucet. The Dragon King Scorpion ran towards the dragon and the gopher after Aoki's order. At a height of 2 meters and 5 meters, he looks like a giant monster when facing a dragon-head gopher that is less than 1 meter away. When the Dragon King Scorpion was fighting for the first time, his body size was so much larger than his opponent, and he became more excited. After the claw-tailed scorpion evolved into the Dragon King Scorpion, it automatically learned 3 skills: Flame Teeth, Lightning Teeth, and Frozen Teeth. After evolution, the Dragon King Scorpion seems to be able to sense the energy of these 3 attributes by nature. www.mtnovel.com. After the simple guidance of Aoki, the 3 teeth skills can be used, but it has not yet reached the amount of mastery degree. The dragon-headed gophers of the steel system and the flame teeth of the fire system are the best. At first glance, there will be waves spraying on the face, and the reaction will be a complete face. No matter how the opponent commands the elves, their own rhythm cannot be confused. The sandstorm skills were interrupted, and there was still rain in the sky. Obviously, the situation is not good for him now. Rongyin and Dragonhead Gophers hate fighting in this kind of weather, and water is his nemesis. Rumble Rock, use heavy impact on the Dull King. Dragon Gopher, Metal Claw. Facing the surf, Xui chose to face up. The movement speed of Kyung Longyan is slow, but when it is moving, if the masses are formed, the speed is still considerable. Hug in a ball, resisting the discomfort, rushed through the surfing skills at once, although hurt, but not only did not decrease the speed, but faster. Heavy impact skills, the greater the difference between the elves for China, the greater the power caused. The whole body is a dense rocky rumbling rock, obviously heavier than the Dumb King. Juxui intends to force the injury for injury, while preventing the Dull King from controlling Kyu. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 575 Big Bang, Spinning Top. The Dark Eyes of the Elves. Chapter 575 The Big Bang, Rotating Little Spinning Tops. Although the dragon-headed gopher was small, The Dragon King Scorpion that slammed into it was not vain at all. With the help of sword dance, Metal Claw skills are quite powerful. Boom! The Dragon Scorpion and Dragon Gopher were the first to collide. I saw the pair of pliers of the Dragon King Scorpion, and faced the claws of the Dragon and Gopher. Sui was about to smile, but saw that the corner of Okus' mouth had risen in the distance. Suddenly felt something wrong. I saw that the dragon-headed Gopher, although holding the pair of pliers holding the Dragon King Scorpion, failed to stop his progress. The Tomato 5 Tall King of Symbols didn't have much resistance in front of the Scorpion-tailed Scorpion, let alone a small guy such as a dragon and a gopher. Raised directly by the Dragon King Scorpion, in his horrified eyes, the teeth with flames bit him fiercely. The painful dragon and gopher tried to break free, but found that his feet were off the ground, and he faced the Dragon King Scorpion in terms of strength, just like a baby. On the other side, the rolling rumbling rocks slammed directly towards the Dull King. Seeing that it was about to hit, but did not feel the soft touch, but the feeling of collision between rocks and rocks, the Dull King used instant movement to avoid the heavy impact of rumbling rocks and hit the rock behind the Dull King. Dragon Gopher, Yan return. Rumble. Give up the Dull King and use the Earthquake on the Dragon King Scorpion. Xui made a decisive decision from the use of Momentary King by using Momentary Move. Momentary King is not a slow rumbling rock that can catch up, but first attacks the giant Dragon King Scorpion and solves one. The battle will be relatively simple. Dragon King Scorpion, hold on. Use Fire Fang again. King, no one can interfere with you. Give it all out. Use superpowered water waves against Rumble Rock. Aoki immediately issued an order. 4 times the weak water of the rumbling rock was a breakthrough. Dragon Head Gophers directly use the Swallow Back skill to forcibly break the shackles of Dragon King Scorpion. Fortunately, the Dragon King Scorpion is no longer an insect-based skill. Although the Yanhui skill has caused damage, with his wide armor, the injury is not serious. However, the dragon and the gopher's body had obvious black marks, and the skills of a flame tooth hurt him a lot. The Dragon King Scorpion saw the dragon gopher break free, and chased it up again according to Okus' order. When he relied on the body shape advantage to catch the dragon and the hamster again, Rumble Rock had appeared not far from them. The ripples of an earthquake rushed towards the Dragon King Scorpion. Now he is preparing to use Fire Fang again on the Faucet. With the help of superpowers, the stunned king's superpowered water waves quickly attacked Rongyan. Boom! Exclamation mark. 3 skills are in succession in life. The Dull King's superpower water wave caused 4 times more damage to Rongyan. Rongyan could not help but closed one eye and knelt on the ground with 1 foot. Successive water skills, for him, hurt very much. However, the rumbling earthquake also successfully hit the Dragon King Scorpion. The Dragon King Scorpion standing on the ground took all the damage from the earthquake skill, and 2 of the 4 feet fell directly into the ground crack. However, the Dragon King Scorpion's attack did not stop because of this. The flame tooth bites the dragon hamster again. The Dragon King Scorpion was attacked. Okus' face remained unchanged, and he continued to command, the Idiot King, use the super water again to wave. Quickly solve the rumbling rock. Dragon King Scorpion, bear with me and use Fire Fang again. Facing such a highly resistant dragon-headed hamster, the Dragon King Scorpion has a feeling that it cannot deal with hedgehogs. You can only use the less familiar flame teeth again, which can effectively attack the dragon and gopher. Rumble, rush towards the humans over there. Any obstructions will be eliminated for me. Use the Big Bang. Dragon Gopher, burrow to the ground, and use an earthquake. Xu was very decisive, and after seeing the state of the rumbling rock failed, he decisively let him use the Big Bang skill. The power of the Big Bang is very powerful, but relatively speaking, the damage to the elves using this skill is also very great. Okus' face changed slightly, and the most annoying thing still happened. Xui was indeed a member of the Rockets. Even if he was desperate, he was heading for the trainer, no matter what the rules of battle were. The dumb king, attack Rumble, and come to me. Dragon King Scorpion, don't let the dragon go for break free. The dumb king once again used a superpowered water wave towards the rumbling rock. Although the effect is still outstanding, for the rumbling rock, this power is not enough to defeat him. However, as long as the rumbling rock was blocked slightly, the dumb king successfully appeared in front of Oki. But it is too late to use teleportation again. King Dull, hold on. Genghis, walk from the shadows. Shoot directly against Xu. Oki has a somber face. Not only does he have a means to attack people, Oki himself. It was just that Rumble Rock had been repaired not far away, and Genghis' sneak attack may not be effective. But now the other party is concentrated on Rongyan, hoping that the big explosion of Rongyan will directly kill Oki. Mosaic Leaf, use the grass field at the feet of the Dragon King Scorpion. Each order was issued. Although Oki was following two elves on the bright side of his side, the shadows and chests had elves always ready. Boom! Exclamation mark. The change happened within seconds. The Tom at all height of the dumb king stood in front of Oki, and his skills successfully blocked the first wave of the rumbling explosion. There were also some shock attacks on the dull king's body, but most of the damage was blocked by superpowers, and the dull king received minor injuries. But the effect of the explosion was great. A big pit appeared in front of the dumb king, and Longyan was lying in it. There was a mess around. The Dragon King Scorpion also received a great deal of shock, but his two pliers, the exclusive dragon head gopher that was madly spinning in his hands. It's like a small spinning top. www.mtlnovel.com rubbing against the claws of the Dragon King Scorpion, and it's frantically harsh, like the sound of metal friction. A green meadow appeared on the ground, and the emerald green fluorescence slowly restored the Dragon King Scorpion's physical strength, allowing him to firmly grasp the spinning dragon hamster in his hands. Xu Yi saw that the big bang of the rumbling rock failed to bring about the desired effect, and suddenly resigned. There were so many things in this battle that he couldn't think of. Oki could command the elves to fight without talking, and the mighty power of the Dragon King Scorpion could hold the dragon and hamster after using sword dance firmly in his hands. And the dumb king was the elf and can actually use teleportation. In fact, the most uncomfortable thing for him was Rumble Rock's first sandstorm skill, which was interrupted by the Daddy King's begging rain. As a result, there is still light rain in the sky, and his elves are all rock or ground. Fighting in such rainy days will greatly reduce combat effectiveness. Otherwise, the explosion effect of the rumbling rock just now has to be more horizontal. Add more. Ask for a monthly pass for the rewards of the cherry blossoms under the tower. I owe a lot recently, and I dare not drink water in the group. Afraid? Haha. Recently, I rarely read book reviews and chapter reviews. One is because I'm busy with work, and the other is because I'm less courageous. It's easy to affect my mind when I read it. Just when I was in the code, I was suddenly blasted again. First of all, I would like to thank Lengxia Kingchin for his 100,000 rewards for becoming the third leader of this book. Painful and happy. I will return as soon as possible. Then thank you so much for loving the 2 rewards of the Big Brother and Ashes so early. It was exploded again. The last save was really exhausted. Repay the debt. Plus, I'm serious. Dark Rise of the Elves. Dark Rise of the Elves https. Chapter 576 on sneak attacks. Who are you afraid of in the battle with Oki? There was no big mistake in repairing it, and the command in the battle was quite satisfactory. But it was because of Oki's telepathy that he was caught off guard one by one. This is the role that ECG can play in the same level of training. If Xui knows that Oki has the ability to telepathically, it may be better and he will pay attention to it. However, Oki has remained secret about this ability, and not many people know so far. So after step-by-step designing Xui, he blew himself up, but the dragon-headed hamster was powerful. but he couldn't win the game with Dragon King Scorpion in an instant. The powerful physical strength of the Dragon King Scorpion also successfully restricted the performance of the Dragon Gopher. Xu took out an elf ball from his waist and threw it directly to the ground. The big rock snake who had run away with him before appeared here. The large body of the big rock snake suddenly stopped their eyes. Xu is ready to escape. Today's defeat is almost a foregone conclusion. Oki's whole card caught him by surprise and he will come to Oki later. With mental preparation, he will not be defeated so easily. Oki CCG induction and the Dull King's ability to seek rain will be his main defense. However, some people want to run, but others don't want to run. At the moment when the rumbling rock burst, Genghis, who had left the shadow of Oki, circled a large circle and came into the shadow of the rock behind Xu. The appearance of the big rock snake gave Genghis a better cover. "What? Want to run away?" Oki said with a smile on his face. I really despise you. The energy of your commanding spirit is electrocardiogram. Didn't expect that you are still a superpower. This has not been investigated, and the person who gave me information is simply waste." Xu blushed, a little angry. It's okay for him to run away. But like this, the rumbling rock that fell in front of Oki must not be recovered. My heart is dripping blood, but this rumbling rock is his initial elf. It took a long time for him to evolve from rumbling rock to rumbling rock. Many of his tactics were developed around this rumbling rock. But after being targeted by the Dumb King, he also understood the powerlessness of Rongyin when facing the water system and the more flexible elves. It is estimated that the use of rumble rocks will not be used as the core of tactics in the future. Of course, he still has the future. I'm curious, who gave you information about me? Oki continued to ask. He already knew that Genghis appeared behind Xu, and now Oki needs to divert his attention and give Genghis a chance to approach. Hearing Oki's question, Xue's face actually smiled. I don't know who is targeting you. Is there some inexplicable panic in my heart? Does it feel that everyone around you is looking at you with something strange eyes? Never mind, I won't tell you. It's really a twist in my heart. But Oki shook her head, the smile on her face remained the same, and said, no, you will tell me. What to drive? Suddenly, Xue said half, and finally realized what years of wild survival experience gave him hints. But after all, it was a little late, and when Oki uttered that sentence, Genghis was ready. Unless he has an elf like Oki who is always guarding in the shadows, when Genghis approaches, his ending is doomed. However, as an expert in ground-based and rock-based elves, how could there be elves in the shadows? Then, with the shadow of the big rock snake and the shadow of the rocks interconnected, Genghis came to Xue's shadow. Slowly emerged from the shadow, an exaggerated smile appeared in front of Xue. Genghis held two shadow with a lot of energy in his hands, and just looked at Xue with such amusement, watching his horrified face. The big rock snake also finally found the existence of Genghis, but he could not make a move to expel Genghis without hurting Xu. Oki followed the alert Dull King and slowly walked forward. I said, you will tell me. Sneak attack and field combat skills. Oki really did not fear anyone. At Genghis' suggestion, Xu solved the Elven one by one, and then in the superpower control of the Dull King, the Elven were delivered to Oki's hands. In front of him, Oki put all the big rock snakes, dragon head gophers, and life and death rumbling rocks into the Elven ball. The remaining elves were also locked in the Elven ball. Okay, now you can talk about who it is. Finally, the killing in Oki's eyes can no longer be suppressed. No matter who is targeted everywhere, I will not feel comfortable in my heart. This is the case on Trial Island, and it is the same after entering Feniyuan. It is the same for the first person to meet Dreamland. Once Oki did not have the ability to resist, but now the power of Oki has gradually increased, and then pretend to be weak and not fight back. The other party will continue to intensify. Xue's face is a little pale. He can become the captain of the rockets, and there will be no less blood in his hands. He knows what situation he is facing now, but there was nothing he could do, and now he was really killed in the hands of the other party. In fact, He also understands that it might be a death if he didn't say it. But there are still some luck in my heart. What if the other party let go? In case! Exclamation mark. Even if it is a cow or a horse. In case, it's better to live than to die. As long as you live, everything is possible. Everything happened so suddenly, I just prepared it. And even if I was defeated by Aoki, I just didn't know enough about Aoki. But he didn't want to fight. A mountain is higher than the mountain, and Aoki thoroughly exerted the essence of the Rocket's members. As long as he can win, no matter what means he uses, especially in this way, he accidentally divides the birth and death into the wild. Genghis released the shadow ball in his hand. www.mtlnovel.com but stayed in Xuyi's shadow and did not leave. His elf had now been taken away, but the threat remained. The kind of league member who defeated the Rocket's members and paid all the elf balls on him, relaxed the vigilance of being killed by the Rocket's members directly with a dagger. The Rockets have plans in this regard. Aoki was 1 or 3 meters away from Xu, and beside him stood a superpowered elven king who couldn't do it even if he wanted to sneak attack. Sitting on the ground with one buttock, I felt a little weak all over. Finally, he slowly spoke and said a name. Ancient C. First more. Ask for a monthly pass, equals. Chapter 577 Diamond. Can you eat it? When Aoki left the rocky area, the sun was already west. From the repair, he successfully got the information he wanted. It turned out that Xuyi didn't obey Gehai's order, but Gehai actually launched a reward for himself in some small private groups inside the Rockets. And as long as the person who accepts the reward can get information about Aoki from him, the reward of 20 million alliance coins is really a big deal. I don't even know that I'm worth so much money. Aoki smiled at himself, but the coldness in his eyes is getting more and more prosperous. He knows why Gehai did this. Aoki is currently the red man in front of Sakagi, and most people are afraid to shoot at him casually. But this time, Neverland is an opportunity. But I don't know where the other party came from. I will participate in this mission myself. So from this point of view, anyone on this island may be someone who wants to kill Aoki. Even the 3 Regis, they can no longer get any trust from Aoki. This may also be Gehai's plan. He didn't really want the members of the Rockets to solve Aoki. He just wanted to make Aoki wary of all entrants, so Aoki could not really cooperate with anyone. If there is an accident, Aoki will most likely die on the island. Of course, if Aoki can be solved directly, Gehai wouldn't mind spending 20 million to buy a peace of mind. Aoki's growth was so fast that he was shocked. It has only been a long time since the Trial Island came out. Before the Trial Island, Aoki just barely had the strength of the squadron captain, but now Aoki has been able to participate in the task that the captain can participate in. Gehai does not look at Aoki's current strength, but Aoki's growth rate really worries Gehai. Xuyi has been buried deep in the rocky ground by Aoki. Since the other party likes to use the ground and rock spirits, go with that sight. But the elves on his hands had been put away by Aoki. Not to mention, that is, Xuyi thinks that Aoki sent only 2 elves, and he also thinks that 2 elves are enough. From his pokeball, Aoki saw 2 more elite spirits, that big rock snake and a Gala. But even if he started the war, Aoki would not defeat him. But he also turned a lot of screw gophers elven from him. He probably likes to use the combination of faucet gophers and screw gophers, so there are many screw gophers on his body. All were collected by Aoki. These elves have been cultivated to such an extent that their value is definitely not low, and if sold, they can make a lot of money. As for the group of screw gophers, Aoki thinks that it is also good to open the land in the back mountain. Aoki also healed the rumbling rock that used the Big Bang, and let Huedi use it twice for the grass field, and then reluctantly rescued it. Xuyi is also really cruel, wanting to make wrong Longyan and Aoki all together. On this kind of island without any medical facilities, the Big Bang elf is used, which is almost impossible to save. That is, Aoki has energy blocks, many healing potions and flower leaf pedicles, and it was barely saved under multiple conditions. But it is estimated that within a month it is impossible to recover to the strongest moment. The Dragon King Scorpion also suffered a lot, and the rumbling earthquake and the attack of the dragon's head and hamster could not hurt it. The Dragon King Scorpion was twice restrained by the ground system. Although the Dragon King Scorpion is powerful, the Dragon Gopher uses the sword dance skill to increase. But for the skill of the Flame Tooth, the Dragon King Scorpion has a new understanding. The storage space on Xui was also put away by Oki. I haven't checked what it is. Wait until it is safe at night before checking it. After 2 momentary movements of the Dumb King, Oki returned to the grassland where the Kixie Bluebird was. After all, it's easy to make a good relationship. Such a safe place is rare on Neverland. Of course, make good use of it. And even though this Tanabata Bluebird is proud, its actions will be justified. Yesterday, it also taught the crowhead to fly and fight in return for Auka's food. When I went out in the morning, the starfish and 2 green birds were not there. When they returned in the evening, they had already returned. Not sure what they did out. Seeing Oki, the 2 green cotton birds quickly chased after each other, shouting something. Maybe I want Oki to make dinner quickly. I didn't eat anything made by Oki originally, but I feel a lot of delicious. But today they went out to play with their mother, Kixie Jade Bird again. The former delicious ones entered their mouths, and they felt completely tasteless. Therefore, under the begging of 2 green cotton birds, Kixie Bluebird ended the game in advance, and returned with 2 children, waiting for the appearance of Oki. Kixie Jadebird still felt a little blushing, but I didn't expect that. I sometimes wanted to eat food made by others. Oki smiled helplessly, let out the elves first. The 5 little guys were suffocated, and went to play with the green cotton bird on the grass. Oki started making dinner after simply treating the wounds on some elves. The food intake of a Chinese Tanabata Bluebird and 2 green cotton birds is not too much for Oki. I didn't want to eat it every day because it was too tiring and time-consuming. I also prepared a lot of cans for this, but now it seems that dinner needs to be prepared manually. 2 hours later, the elves ate food made from Oki and sat together chatting. This time Tanabata Bluebird did not eat on his own chassis as usual, but enjoyed dinner with his elves in Oki. 2 little green birds eat with 5 little guys. Oki was sitting aside, preparing to sort out today's harvest. The first is the ore from the Guardian of the Moat Dragon and Rogue Crocodiles. I have been wondering what is precious, and after scanning the chip, I understand its preciousness. The minerals contained in the ore are twice the minerals in those ore prepared by Ogo for Oki. You must know that the ore that Ogo gave to Oki www.metalnovel.com is already very precious, but I did not expect that these ore would be exaggerated. It's just that Oka's ability is limited, and not much is dug. This may not be enough for Kira and Coca-Cola to eat for 2 weeks, although the deposit should be large. Oki currently has no strength to mine under the eyelids of moat dragons and rogue crocodiles. However, the scan of the chip did find something that surprised Oki. Because of these ore, actually found a little diamond. And the amount of these diamonds is not small. There was an idea in Oka's brain. Can Kira and Coca-Cola eat diamonds? Second more. Ask for a monthly pass, equals. Chapter 578 Diamond Cultivation. Diamonds are not large, they are about the size of a fingernail. There are no diamonds in this world. The trick of one forever is so valuable, but not so exaggerated. It can be regarded as a relatively good value. In the strict sense, diamonds are also a kind of minerals, so by Kira and Coca-Cola, should they also be able to eat diamonds? Oki cried out before Kira and Coca-Cola. Kira now has a good grasp of her own power. When she stepped on the ground, her footprints were obviously much slower. On this kind of grass, she was almost invisible. Carrying a small red bag, Kira came to Oki in front of him, clutching a piece of ore in his hand, eating it bit by bit, as if eating chocolate. Kira eats food the fastest. Oki has prepared the barbecue for him long ago, and the rest of his stomach can only be filled with ore. Coco-Dora was a little more stable than Kira, and slowly walked in front of Oki. Looking at the two elves, Oki smiled comfortably and touched their heads. Kira's head is a bit rough, like a rock, while Cocodola's head is much smoother and has a distinct metallic texture. After this period of training, both elves have developed well. The first is from Kira. Although his height and weight have not increased again, the color on his body is obviously much darker, and it feels more texture to the touch. It feels that he gradually has a kind of heavy armor like Bangla prototype. It may be because that piece of Galad's armor has, to a certain extent, a subtle change in Kira. It may also be because the quality of those ore that I usually eat is not bad, and with the addition of Oki energy cubes and calcium tablets, Kira's growth rate and growth state are quite excellent. You should know that those Banjara who grew up in the wild, eat the ore after hours, but it is not as extravagant as Kira's. Even if you were subdued by Kira, many of them did not eat such high quality ore after hours. This cultivation method of Oki is just like Dor raising his giant gold monster. Without certain financial resources, it cannot be achieved. The 10 million union ore I bought last time will soon be destroyed by Kira. Not to mention Oki, in addition to Kira, has a big stomach king, Cocodola. Cocodola's meals have improved greatly since she came out with Oki. Occasionally eating delicious roasted meat, filling with high quality ore every day, and the assistance of special energy blocks, it has entered a good growth period. You should know that in the energy blocks of Cocodola and Yera, Oki Coco is added with precious materials such as geosperm. It can help the two elves to perceive the energy of the ground system and the rock system, and can increase his physical fitness to a certain extent, improve the survival time, and ensure the durability of the peak period. Originally, Kira was excellent at controlling the energy of the ground system and the rock system. With the help of this energy block, there is also a subtle transformation of the fragments of Gulador armor that has been carried on his back. The mastery of energy is still improving. This is what Oki is happy to see. The two elves stood nicely in front of Oki, waiting for their trainer to speak. When being touched, Kira and Cocodola closed their eyes comfortably. Two diamonds appeared in Oki's hands and were placed in front of them. When Kira and Cocodola saw the diamond in Oki's hand, their eyes were all bright. When Oki saw their eyes, they knew the answer, and said with a smile, "It seems that the two of you guys can really eat diamonds." Kira and Cocodola nodded frantically. They can feel the energy contained in the two bright-looking stones in Oki's hands, which is definitely the most energy and most mineral among all the ore they have eaten so far. Oki motioned them to try. Kira's two small hands quickly grabbed one of them and threw it directly into her mouth. Cocodola swallowed the diamond from Oki's hand. It wasn't as crisp as eating ore before, and Kira closed her eyes, biting hard. Oki looked a little toothache. I was afraid that Kira's teeth could break. Slightly. A clear sound rang out from Kira's mouth. Oki is still a little worried. Won't it be that his teeth are broken? But apparently, it was Oki who underestimated Uira's teeth. Slightly. It is Cocodora. In fact, Oki's worry about Cocodora is even smaller. After all, Cocodora also has steel properties. But after the two elves successfully smashed the diamond, there was no hindrance. As if diamonds turned into delicious jelly beans, they were rattling. After eating, the two elves looked at Oki with the eyes of Zai, and the meaning of those four small eyes couldn't be more obvious. Not enough, even more. Oki really did not expect that these two little guys could even eat diamonds. No way. Took out all the diamonds found in the ore and put them in front of them. Looking at the two little guys, the faster they eat, the faster they eat, the smoother they eat, this time without tooth decay. Soon, a diamond was destroyed by them. Even if the diamond at this time is not precious to that extent, but such a diamond is worth hundreds of thousands of union coins. After eating, both Kira and Cocodola took a full meal, patted their belly, and they finally became full. This actually made Oki a little surprised. According to their appetite, they should be eating a lot of ore. Is it just a diamond that feeds the two little ones? Because the energy and minerals in diamonds are much richer than ore? Oki murmured. Let the two little guys, who are full, play by themselves. Oki began to think about a more critical issue. If two little guys use diamonds as their main food and grow up eating diamonds, to what extent? Thinking of this, I couldn't help shivering. Open up a new breeding method. Diamond liquid culture method. Forget it. Can't afford it. This kind of cultivation method, even if I am, will be distressed. Just one meal. www.mentalnovel.com can eat millions of foods, which is what ordinary trainers can raise. At most, it can only be used as a usual meal. Oki took this idea of making him poor. Think of it as scary. Then he took out Xuyi's storage space equipment and took out the contents inside. Not to mention, it is worthy of being a person who can go to Dream Island. There are many precious materials in the storage space of Xuyi. Some of them are difficult to buy outside. What you get? Kill the arson gold belt. The ancients don't bully me. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Equals. Chapter 579 The Secret and Training of Sandstone. Oki got a lot of interesting things from Shuichi's storage space. In addition, there are a lot of ore. Obviously, as a master of the ground and rock spirits, most of his elves are also ground and rock, so these ore is the food he prepared for his elves. However, Oki found the ore and divided him into two piles. One of the piles was relatively ordinary, and should be the ore he had prepared for his elves before going on the island. The so-called quality is only relative to Oki and Ogo. Compared to ordinary people, it is already a very high quality ore. Another pile is obviously obtained on Neverland, the ore quality of which is similar to those obtained before Oki. Oka's storage space in the tumbling repair is that from the corner of his space, he saw some diamonds just eaten by Kira and Coca-Cola. And there are more of them than those previously removed from the ore by Oki. Take apart and take a look at it, and found that the two diamonds are exactly the same in terms of quality and color transmittance. Even if it is a diamond in a diamond mine, there will be some differences, but these diamonds can be said to be exactly the same. This surprised Oki. Xuyi can find so many diamonds. Is there a better diamond mine on Neverland? If there really is such a diamond mine, Oki feels that the dream of Kira and Coca-Cola growing up with diamonds may really be realized. Perhaps the sandstone area is not as simple as I thought. Xuyi may have discovered the secret, and he is just a person who is complacent with a little benefit, and has not really discovered the secret. Oka's heart was silent. Think. Put these diamonds in the backpack on your back. Although these diamonds are a little bit more than the ones they get, they are also rations from Kira and Coco for a day or two. I'm determined to go to the sandstone area and do a good survey every day. Maybe I can find something new. After finishing repairing the storage space, the dinner time of the elves was almost over. Keep this in mind for the time being. After Oki finishes the endgame, he starts targeted training for the elves. Yesterday's Crow's Head, under the guidance of Kixie Bluebird, has realized his shortcomings, and he will exercise confidently without any emphasis on Oki. Oki is also very relieved about the consciousness of the Crow's Head. Today, the Crow's Head is no longer carrying weights, because with his strength, those weights have a very small effect on him, and more effects are added to the difficulty of training during training. And after the foolish king fights today, Oki also finds some deficiencies. As an elf of the water system and the superpower system, although the dull king has excellent talents in superpowers, the water system is indeed ignored by Oki. Because of the limited time before, you can only enlarge the limits of a certain area in which the wizard is best, so as to maximize the strength of the wizard. Of course, the dull king who is good at superpowers in Oka's training plan is the development and training of superpowers. But now, the dumb king has reached the elite level, and the speed of improving his strength is relatively slow, and the attributes of the water system should also be added to his usual training. The dumb king's water moves are not weak now, but compared to his superpowers, the difference is still a little bit more. Therefore, during this time, the dull king needs to perform the training of the water system skills to master and continuously change the energy of the water system. Even if you do not use water skills, You also need to have some control over water energy. Madara, Genghis, and Dragon King Scorpion all completed their evolution not long ago and entered the elite level, so they need more training and greater intensity. After the evolution of Madara and the Dragon King Scorpion, although there were no qualitative changes in the body, there were some large differences in body shape. While familiar with the body, Madara's ice skills still need to be trained. Unlike the Dull King, Madara has not been able to reach the extreme of his ice attributes, so she still needs to train her ice skills. First and foremost is the powerful skills in Blizzard. In the previous battles with the kings, Madara used it, but the requirements with Oki were still a little bit worse. During this time, the main exercise was this skill. As for the Dragon King Scorpion, after the evolution, he learned the Farmer's Teeth, Flame Teeth, Lightning Teeth, and Frozen Teeth. Let him not be very passive when facing the spirit of various attributes. For example, in the face of the previous Ground and Steel Dragon Head hamsters, the attributes of the Dragon King Scorpion itself were severely restrained. Fortunately, there is a newly learned Flame Tooth, which can cause good damage to it, but this Farmer's 3 Teeth skills, the Dragon King Scorpion are not very skilled. Just completed the evolution. The body has undergone a large change, and its attributes have also changed. There are still several newly learned skills that need to be practiced. This is the beginning of high-intensity training for Dragon King Scorpion. At the request of Oki, he needs to run on the grass, then search for the big trees, keep pounding, and train his mastery of the body. Finally, he uses the big tree as a target and uses 3 teeth skills to try to achieve 3 attributes. Energy attacks can be switched at any time. As for the development of these 3 skills later, Oki hopes that after the Dragon King Scorpion fully grasps, he will give pointers. The last is Genghis. In the backyard of the Elf Center, Genghis, who has been fighting madly, has mastered his body. It can also play well in the battle as before. However, the transformation after evolution, the advantages after the emergence of the body, and the remastering of various skills are all currently unmade by Genghis. Genghis can fight effectively when facing various spirits, and can launch sneak attacks under certain circumstances. As an elf capable of super evolution, Oki has high expectations for Genghis. Although his evolutionary qualification improvement was not ideal, Oki felt that this would not be a major factor limiting Geng's growth. A more important point: www.metalnovel.com. After the evolution, Genghis gave the black crystal thrown by the old man in the Shinshan Xuanglao. Oki always found it not so simple. Although Genghis assimilated the energy in it, it should not have developed the true function of that black energy. This is what Oki guessed. So Genghis training is also very hard. In fact, the elves in the hands of Oki now really do not have the elves with this level of qualification and strength. So these are the upsides they have. It's just that some elves have a larger ascent, and some elves have a smaller ascent. It depends on how well they have mastered it before. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass, equals. Chapter 580 Flickering Soul. Of course, in addition to the 5 echelons of the first echelon, the flower leaf pedicle on the chest was also arranged for training tasks by Oki. Although it may only be the time on this island, as the only nurse-type auxiliary elves in the current team, the role of the entire team can be imagined. Oki did not want to drop the chain at the critical moment. Therefore, I will try my best to do some exercises for Huadi. The most important thing is the grass field skills. I have to say that although the qualifications of Huadi are relatively low in Oka's current team, but for Oki now, if Oki on the trial island is able to conquer such a flower and leaf pedicle, life on the trial island will definitely be many times more comfortable. Moreover, the low qualifications of the flower leaf pedicle does not mean that her role is small. For the grassy field and many auxiliary types of elves, when the leaves are displayed, the effect is surprisingly good. This is the premise that she has not trained these skills. Every time I saw Huadi training the grass field and other auxiliary skills, Oki couldn't help but nodded. It was a treasure. After arranging training tasks for several main battle elves, The 5 little ones will need to participate in the training. But at present, their training is more focused on the body. Being able to master the body proficiently is much better than exercising their skills, and it can also lay a solid foundation for them in the future. When Oki was training the elves, an unexpected figure appeared around him. Star Festival Bluebird. Oki was slightly surprised that the Tanabata Bluebird appeared beside him. Kixie Bluebird screamed softly, looked at the elves in training, could not help but nodded. The meaning seems to be that these elves are well trained and grow quite well. Oki hesitated a little, or activated ECG induction, which connected the Kixie Bluebird's thinking. Hello, Tanabata Bluebird, my name is Oki, and I'm an elf trainer. Oka's eyes flashed blue. Today, Oki is comfortable with the use of ECG. Kixie Bluebird looked at Oki in amazement, apparently did not expect the sound that appeared in his mind, but actually came from the human in front of him. I'm talking. This is telepathy, a special use of superpowers. Oki continued. Hello Oki. Kixie Bluebird quickly understood what was going on, and his voice sounded in Oka's mind. The sound of Kixie Bluebird is particularly crisp, but it can be heard from the sound. It is not a girl's voice, but rather something like Royal Sister. It is indeed the mother of 2 little green cotton birds. This voice is more in line with her identity. Oki nodded with a smile and said, "What's wrong? Can I help you?" Kixie Bluebird's expression was a little hesitant, and Oki waited quietly without speaking. You, are you from outside? Kixie Jadebird took a deep breath and said finally. Hearing the problem of Kixie Bluebird, Oka's pupils shrank sharply, and the expression on her face was a little stiff. Outside Neverland, or beyond the fantasy barrier of Neverland? Oki hasn't answered yet, but Tanabata Bluebird got the result she wanted from Oka's expression, sighed quietly and said, well, I'm right, you really came from outside. The outside world. Is it big? From the eyes of Kixie Bluebird, we can see the so-called yearning and Greek wings. Nodded, Oki sat on the ground and looked at the stars in the sky. I have to say that Dream made the barriers of Dream Island very well. You can't see the outside inside, but the starry sky can be seen clearly. How did you know that where you are is not in the so-called outside world? Oki asked after thinking for a while. In the past, when my 2 children were not born, I flew out to sea, and wanted to see where it was off the island, but whenever I flew out a distance, it would appear a Mazza-like situation, after going around and going back to the island, said Kixie Jadebird. As a fantasy island, it is almost equal to the invincible existence. There is really no pressure in life. There are elves stronger than her on Neverland, but there are elves who can stop her from escaping. Then how do you know there is this? The outside world? Oki asked again. Difficulties when Kixie Jadebird sees itself and its selves. It is not too much of a surprise at first glance. Is it because it has long been known that there is an outside world? The Tanabata Bluebird showed a look of memories, and after a moment of groaning, he said, the father of my 2 children is from the outside world. Oki froze at the words of the Star Festival Bluebird. So the outside elf came in. So where is he now? Leave. Gone. Did you cross the barrier? Kixie Bluebird nodded. It is not surprising that the father of her 2 children was able to cross this barrier, because she knew his strength. Oki did not know what to say, and was able to freely pass through the barrier created by fantasy. Then the elf's strength reached at least the Uranus level, and it was not that ordinary Uranus level could do. Flying. Are the elves above the king level? Probably still a wild elf. Could it be the legendary elf? Looking at it this way, the qualifications of the 2 green birds should be more terrifying than Oki imagined. So, do you want to go out and see? Go out? In the eyes of Tanabata Bluebird, she suddenly expressed the longing for her longing. From the day when she knew there was a wider outside world www.mentalnovel.com, she was full of longing for the outside world. But after she gave birth to 2 children, this yearning for the outside world was forced down by her. She has 2 children to take care of. Thinking of this, Kixie Jadebird was hesitant again. Oka's thoughts turned sharply. Kixie Jadebird's longing for the outside world, he had already seen it plainly, only considering two little guys, so he has been depressed. The flickering soul in Oki suddenly erupted. This is always the real value. The elves that are only one step away from the strength of the Heavenly King level, but also among the many elves, the more powerful dragon skills. If you can come over, pooh. How could this be Flicker? Everything I'm going to do is from their point of view, thinking about them. You know, we came from the outside world, but we are just a group of advanced soldiers. Our role is to investigate the situation on this island, and there is a group of powerful people behind, waiting for our reply. In fact, even without our reply, they will eventually rush to the island, and then the elves on the island will be attacked. Especially the elves like you, who are stronger on the island, are their main targets. Oki said that the momentum of Kixie Bluebird was even more powerful. When the people on the island wanted to target them, the Kixie Bluebird's momentum as a dragon spirit had completely erupted. Add more. +1 for the 2 rewards of Chenlan's big brother. Ask for a monthly pass. Then, not much to say, 10 more tomorrow. That's it. Thank you all for your reward. Thank you readers for reading my book. At last. Thanks to I'm the Cat Boss. Chapter 581 Success 80. The stupid king noticed the momentum on the Kixie Bluebird. I saw Oki standing beside the Tanabata Bluebird, showing a tense look, and at the same time, she dropped her training and approached Oki. Oki waved to the dull king and signaled that it didn't matter. After getting the reply from Oki, the elves reluctantly returned to their training, but Yuguen from the corner of his eyes kept paying attention to it. Feeling the momentum of Kixie Bluebird, Oki reluctantly spread his hands and said, "I'm also weak, so I can't help myself. Even if we don't exist, they will go to the island, but because of our existence, they delay it as time to go to the island. But at most it will be 10 days later." Kixie Bluebird took a deep look at Oki, and his momentum slowly disappeared. Oki quietly breathed a sigh of relief. A star-shaped starbird on the top of the Quasar King burst out of momentum, really not acceptable to the average person. "Who is it?" Kixie Jadebird spit out 2 words, and then there was a hint of coldness and rejection in the voice. Oki's identity made her a little unhappy. In this regard, Oki also guessed, but did not worry about it. An elf living in such a closed place, even if it is powerful, many things are much simpler than the elf outside, especially the Kixie Bluebird has to. A little green bird needs care. An outside underground organization, where you live, is called Fantasy Island. And the barrier that prevents you from going out is the fantasy barrier. For this island that is isolated from the world and does not know how long, that organization has great interest. First published https. Now there are at least 5 or 6 King-level masters waiting outside. You may not know the masters of the Heavenly King class. That is, in each hand, there are at least 4 or 5 elves with a minimum combat power that can be equivalent to yours. In total, there are nearly 30. Do you know more about Neverland? Does this island have so many powerful elves? Even if there are, can these elves unite? Oka's series of explanations made Kixie Jadebird not know what to say. But those powerful people described by Oki, if they really exist, are a devastating blow to the elves on this island. In fact, Oki has slightly exaggerated it. The rockets are waiting for the Heavenly Masters, but there are definitely not as many as 5 or 6. And not all Masters of the Heavenly King class can have 4 or 5 Heavenly King elves. After all, not everyone has brought all their main forces with them, reaching the level of the Heavenly King level, and they are often carried by the first-tier elf and the second-tier elf. This can not only maintain their own strength, but also exercise the elves of the second echelon to a certain extent. But Oka's words are not really wrong. When the rockets start to attack Neverland in an all-round way, there will only be more, not less, Heavenly Masters. Kixie Bluebird suddenly felt a little discouraged. She confirmed from Oka's tone that Oki did not lie to her. How many elves on Fantasy Island have strength over her is not very clear, but as a flying elven, She has a natural combat advantage. She has to decide whether to stay or not, so she has faced a lot. The elves whose strength is above her are just not as many as Oki said. And Oki is right in saying that the elves on Neverland will not unite. As an aboriginal, she knows this. Isn't there any chance? Kixie Bluebird sighed quietly. Oka's heart moved slightly. She knew that if the Kixie Bluebird had only one elf, she was not very worried as a flying elf, but her two children were still too young and had no fighting power. Under her care, she never encountered any danger, and the number of battles was relatively small. This may be the so-called loving mother. Kixie Jadebird thinks that she is strong enough to protect her children. After all, most of the powerful elves on Neverland also know her and will not shoot her children at will. But what about those who come in outside? Starting, after walking to the outside world, Oki decided to strike iron while it was hot. If you believe me, I can take you out without encountering any difficulties, and at the same time I can arrange a shelter for you. To be honest, in the outside world, I can barely be regarded as a person with a certain identity, owning a land of my own, although not as big as Fantasy Island, but it's not bad compared to your territory. And in my place, I don't have to worry about any dangers. These things are my responsibility. Your place? Kixie Bluebird looked to Oka's eyes, although it was well covered, but it was indeed a little skeptical and disdainful. Oka's self-strength is okay, and can also be ranked in the upper and middle reaches in Dream Island, but compared to Kixie Bluebird itself, all the elf of Oki add up, it is not enough for her two skills. Yes, on my sight, I know our strength is a little weaker than you, but I believe that with your eyes, my elves should be able to see how long it took to train and fight. Right? In less than a year, they have reached their current level from scratch. I believe that as long as you give me another year, it is not impossible to surpass you. Oka's face was confident. The development of this life has made him have great self-confidence. www.mentalnovel.com. Even if Yolongdu and Diefuzaki are arrogant, they have the confidence to compete with them. I said here, Kixie Jadebird still couldn't help but nodded. Of course, she could see the age of the Oki elves. Some of them were even younger than her two children, but now they have such strength. This person has a very unique method for training elves. However, Kixie Jadebird did not immediately answer. As a dragon spirit of the Quasiking King Peak, she has her own pride. The only thing she can let go of is her two children. But she needs time to think about whether she should give up her pride for the sake of her two children, or whether she should believe the person in front of her. Let me think about it. After Kixie Jadebird finally said this sentence, it flew away. I watched the blue bird of Tanabata disappearing in the moonlight, and Oki's mouth smiled. Almost. I succeeded 80%. The temptation of food, coupled with safety and verbal motivation, the Kixie Festival Bluebird has gradually fallen into the plan of Oki. I just have a doubt that always exists with Oka's mind. Who is the father of the two little green birds? 10 more today. Then there are a lot of typos. So there may be a lot of typos. Everyone catch it. I see that it will be changed. Thank you for your support. Remember the first domain name in this book. Mobile website reading URL. Chapter 582. I admit it. Don't hit me. 5th day. When he got up in the morning, Oki found that the Tanabata bluebird disappeared again with two small green cotton birds. But Oki was not worried. Kixie Bluebird is much smarter than he thought. She was able to understand that what she said was not unfounded or deliberately deceived, but just made a little bit more jealous about the fact. But if the rockets really enter the full range, the Kixie Bluebird and the two green cotton birds will be the first choice for the rockets. I put it on Oki's point of view. If he has enough strength, he may forcibly subdue Kixie Jadebird and her two children. Kixie Bluebird is a super-evolved elf, much higher than the average elf ceiling. Moreover, the Dragon and Fairy series after Super Evolution will become hot attributes in the future. I didn't stop too much. After solving the breakfast, Oki came to the sandstone area again under the momentary movement of the Dull King. The main purpose of this time is to find the possible diamond deposits. Xunyi was repaired by Oki yesterday. Otherwise he should be able to get some information from his mouth. but Aoki also has its own unique method. Hagi stood on the back of the claw-tailed scorpion, and Aoki took out the ball from Kira. He was summoned directly by Kira. He stood on the sand, and Kira's huge tonnage did not cause him to sink into the sand. Aoki found that Kira generated a thin layer of ground-based energy at the sole of his feet to prevent himself from sinking into the sand. The ability of Kira to control the energy of the ground system has been improved. Aoki has great expectations for the extent to which ground skills will be used when Kira enters the combat state. Yujla, who just came out, looked around for a while, and found Aoki standing on the back of the Dragon King Scorpion, and suddenly showed a happy smile. This sandstone environment is a place that Kira likes very much, and I feel comfortable here. He stepped up on his short legs and ran to the side of the Dragon King Scorpion, clutching some small spikes on the Dragon King Scorpion's back, trying to climb up from below. But when forced by Kira, click. Exactly. Dragon King Scorpion could not help but screamed. A small spike on his back appeared in the hands of Kira. Kira looked at the small spikes in his hands, and looked at the painful look of Dragon King Scorpion. She immediately felt very embarrassed, quickly bowed and apologized, and put the spike to the place before. The crickets snapped together. After Eula put it up, she breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect it to be so unreliable. It's just that he forgot his weight. However, as soon as the wind passed, the small spike fell directly to the ground. The scene was very embarrassing. The Dragon King Scorpion is not very painful, but for his little brother, he is helpless. These spikes are equivalent to the hair on his body, and it still hurts if he breaks. Aoki clapped his forehead helplessly, and quickly grabbed Kira with his superpowers. Carrying on a small red school bag, Kira looked like she had made a mistake, played with her head down, and did not dare to look at the Dragon King Scorpion. I broke the spike, I admit it. Don't hit me. Looking at his expression, Aoki couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, okay, it's okay, Kira. The Dragon King Scorpion won't blame you. And that spike will be there again after a while it grows. Although the Dragon King Scorpion is no longer a worm elf, it is still an elf of the Zerg family. It has broken limbs and rebirth, not to mention it is only a small spike compared to the Dragon King Scorpion. The Dragon King Scorpion also turned around and patted Eula's head with pliers, revealing a very scary smile. However, after Kira felt that the Dragon King Scorpion was not malicious, she breathed a sigh of relief, and patted her chest with her small hands. He was really overjoyed and forgot about his weight. Aoki let go of superpowers, and put Kira on the back of Dragon King Scorpion. Euclid's weight is very large, but the power of the Dragon King Scorpion is also very strong, so Euclid stands on his back, but feels a little sink on his back. But it is not unacceptable. She stood in front of Aoki, and Kira embraced the Dragon King Scorpion's neck with her hands. She looked curiously. Aoki patted Eula's head again. This is his trump card. From Kira, can you see if you can feel the surrounding energy? Where is the ground-based energy or rock-based energy? Aoki asked with a smile. It is sometimes difficult to distinguish between ground-based energy and rock-based energy. For example, in some more, there are two kinds of energy. And these two attributes, to be honest, also have the possibility of mutual conversion. If you want to add ground-based spirits such as Kira, you can absorb all the energy inside. And like Cocodora, it can only absorb part of it. However, many ore also contain some metals, which is needed by Cocodora, not by Kira. But anyway, there should be some mineral deposits in places where the ground or rock is rich in energy. When I heard Aoki's words, Kira closed her eyes and felt for a while. After narrowing for a minute, he opened his eyes and shook his head, indicating that there was nothing special. Aoki did not doubt him, so that the Dragon King Scorpion maintained a slow forward state, and Kira was responsible for sensing the richness of energy and energy. It is only because Kira has extraordinary control over these two abilities that there is a possibility of perception. However, Kira is still relatively young, and the range that she can perceive is still a bit small. This requires the Dragon King Scorpion to move constantly and perform a carpet-like search. The Dull King didn't follow him this time. Aoki let Genghis come out from the shadows, silently guarding against the sneak attack of wild elves. As for the head of the crow, it flew directly at high altitude to prevent the recurrence of members of the rocket-like Sui. 81.8 1z.go. If you are seen by Era www.mentalnovel.com, Aoki will definitely solve it at any cost. The existence of Eula is not yet known to others. However, it is worthy of being a small eater. As the first place to eat, Era, after the Dragon King Scorpion advanced for a long distance, quickly felt the place where energy gathered. Xiaoxio's hand kept pointing in the direction, while the Dragon King Scorpion followed the direction he pointed and rushed past. The tadpole is not very far, because Yera's perception range is small. When reaching his destination, Aoki found it in a pile of rocks. With trust in Kira's perception, Aoki asked the Dragon King Scorpion and Genghis to remove some of the larger rocks on the surface. I can perceive the energy under so many rocks. But Kira really did not expect it from Aoki. Know that this is a sandstone area. There are not too many elves in the ground system and rock system. Kira is still a little guy, but he is much more capable of sensing energy than those elves. First HTTPS. I can only say that it is indeed the sandstorm giant in the future, or it may also be a fragment of Gulador armor in its small school bag, which has a subtle influence on Kira. In short, everything is changing in a good direction. 10 more second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Thanks for your support. Remember the first domain name in this book. Mobile website reading URL. Chapter 583 Enhancement in all aspects. After the Dragon King Scorpion and Genghis managed to remove the large rocks above, they finally saw the ore hidden below. Because Aoki was the first to discover here, there are no powerful wild elves, so there is no need to hurry. Aoki took a special look at the quality of these ores. I was better than I thought, and the quality of those ore grabbed in the hands of moat dragons and rogue crocodiles that day. But the amount of mineral deposits here is much smaller than there. In the joint effort of Dragon King Scorpion and Genghis, half an hour later, it was completely hollowed out. It is worth mentioning that the little guy, Kira, was lazy all the way. When the Dragon King Scorpion and Genghis moved out of the ore, he sat obediently, holding an ore larger than his head in his hands, and swelled with anger. With a crunchy sound and an expression of enjoyment, people who don't know thought he was eating a delicious piece of chocolate. Aoki does not stop him. Today he will work hard for a day. Let it be a reward. I waited until the ore was dug, and Kira ate the ore, and patted his hands with satisfaction. Although he is not full, he feels that he should be able to eat enough today. This situation is almost the epitome of Aoki Air Day. Along the sandstone area, Aoki and Dragon King Scorpion, Genghis and Kira, they were looking for some minerals along the way. The harvest is much larger than Aoki imagined. The amount of mineral deposits here is horrible. New 81 Chinese website updates fastest computer, HTTPS. I just searched for a quarter of the sandstone area and stuffed a lot of ore into the space backpack of Aoki. If I compared the ore of Aoki 10 million alliance coins according to the previous Ogo, this day, the ore that Aoki dug may be worth 30 to 40 million alliance coins. After all, the quality of these ore is much higher than those that Ogo sold to Aoki. But I don't know why Aoki did not find traces of diamonds from these deposits again. I don't know if it was because of something wrong or because the previous guess was a complete coincidence. In addition, because when mining, it will inevitably enter the sight of some wild elves. These ore are not only valuable to Aoki, but also to these wild elves. So Aoki takes the elves and fights with them. As the main output Dull King, before successfully returning, the level was raised by 1 level to 44 level, which is considered to have entered the intermediate elite level. The Crow's Head and Genghis also exploded the energy accumulated during training, and their levels have been raised to 42. But the biggest gain today is the Flower Leaf Pedicle. Although it is a fairy spirit, She has the same ability in grass skills coupled with the grass-based skills and restraint effects of the ground-based and rock-based spirits, even in the face of some low level, but the attribute is the ground-based and rock-based spirits. The combat ability of the flower leaves is not inferior to the crowhead and Genghis. So after the end of today, the level of the flower leaf pedicle came 33. She was only conquered by Oki for 3 or 4 days, and her level was suddenly improved by 3 levels. It was like sitting on a rocket, and she was not even convinced. So in the following battles, she performed harder. As a wild elf who grew up in the wild, she understands the importance of improving her power better than Dragon Scorpion. However, today they also encountered some undefeated enemies, some wild elves of the Quasi King level who reached the level of strength. He is also the Dumb King's instantaneous movement. Facing these slower elves, he has a natural advantage. Otherwise Oki would not dare to touch their tiger's whiskers. Before the night rewards, she returned to the grass again. Only a quarter of the sandstone area has been explored, and there is a larger area waiting for Oki to explore. Even if the so-called diamond mines are not found in the end, the harvest of those ore can also save a lot of money in Oki, and it will also allow Kira and Coca-Cola to grow better. The energy absorbed by Kira and Coca-Cola in the ore during this time has helped their ranks increase slightly. Coca-Cola has been promoted to level 1, reaching level 19, and Kira has been promoted to level 2 to level 12. I have to say that the energy in these ore is really quite rich. There is no battle, just the absorption of energy in the ore, so that the level of the 2 elves has been greatly improved. And these are just the surface. Many minerals in the ore are subtly transforming the bodies of the 2 elves. I waited until they had completely evolved in the future, and the accumulated energy would suddenly erupt. Now is the time for them to lay the foundation. But just these spilled energies have improved their level. It is conceivable how much good high-quality ore will be for these 2 little guys. Every day, there are delicious ore. Kira and Coca-Cola, like little lunatics, eat crazy, and then play happily and train hard. Only in this way can we exhaust the extra elves every day. Today's Tanabata Bluebird did not approach Oki again. After dinner, I stayed by myself, looking up at the starry sky, thinking about something. Oki also knows that it is better not to disturb the Kixie Bluebird during this time, lest the other party think he has any attempt. He is 2 little green birds, or is he having a great time with 5 little guys? They are under the care of their mother, as if they will never grow up. Oki dare to guarantee that if Kixie Jadebird drowns in such blind protection and pampering www.mentalnovel.com in the end, it will only waste the excellent talents of her 2 children. I just have these words, which cannot be said by Oki for the time being. It will only increase my dislike. Rarely, Oki did not participate in the training of the elves, but sat in place and exercised superpowers. Since his superpowers have entered the level of primary superpowers, his previous hard work has been temporarily dropped by him. But Oki decided to continue to cultivate. Although it is estimated that it is difficult to reach the level of intermediate superpowers, even if they are all junior superpowers, there is a gap. Now Oki still has a few flare stones in his hands. If all of them are absorbed, I don't know how much they will reach. The second time it absorbed the flare, obviously there were not so many things when it was first absorbed. The water came into being, and the energy in the flare was absorbed by Oki soon. But the amount of superpower increase this time is not as much as the first increase. However, compared to Oki's scarce superpowers, this increase can be regarded as a surge. However, after one absorption, it takes a while to stabilize, and once you are almost familiar, you can use Yoshi again. There are still a few pieces in Oki's hands, and his goal is to hope that he can absorb them as soon as possible and that his superpower advantage will be even greater. 10 more and third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Remember the first domain name in this book. Mobile website reading URL. First https. Chapter 584 may make a big deal. 6th day. Neverland. Sandstone Strip. Oki, with Dragon King Scorpion and Yukira, began the search for treasure again. Genghis is very happy about this, not because he likes the process of finding the treasure, but after finding the treasure, he is very happy because you can eat a lot every time. Last night, after Genghis quietly told Kodola about this delicious food, she couldn't envy Kodola. I also mean that Kodola did not have the ability of Genghis, otherwise he would volunteer to help Oki to find mineral deposits together. The treasure hunt started today was very smooth at first, but when I found the edge of the sandstone zone, I found some different situations. Follow the direction on Neverland. The ancient tree of life is in the middle of Neverland. The grass principle of the Kixi festival bluebird belongs to a relatively marginal area south of Neverland. After passing through the King forest on the back of the Kixi bluebird grassland, there is a large area of sandstone with many rock and ground spirits. The sandstone zone is further north, which is a low or high mountain, or a continuous mountain range, which directly cuts off the entire sandstone zone. When they were exploring today, they approached this mountain without knowing it. While exploring the mineral deposits, Aoki discovered some deep pits in the sandstone zone with obvious excavations. Liuan originally had some ore in it, but now it's gone. Xukingma's first name appeared in Xui. This should be where Xui was transferred, and those ore in his storage space should be excavated here, because you can find some traces of dragon and gopher from the ground and the surface. There was one thing that made Aoki so sure, because in the mine pointed out by Genghis, the ore excavated by the Dragon King Scorpion was mixed with diamonds. It is almost the same quality and color as those diamonds that have been eaten by Genghis. But I also confirmed that there is no so-called diamond mine in this sandstone zone. Although some regrets, these large amounts of ore are quite good. However, in the subsequent excavations, Aoki discovered a very strange thing, that is, the closer to the mountains, the more diamonds there are. If there are a lot of diamonds in the sandstone zone, then it makes sense. But obviously this is already the edge of the sandstone zone. After finally digging a place again, Flowerleaf uses the grass field to help the elves recover their strength. After simply solving the lunch, I started looking again. I just moved forward for a long time, and Genghis, who was standing on the back of Dragon King Scorpion, jumped up excitedly. New 81 Chinese website updates fastest computer, https. Exclamation mark. The Dragon King Scorpion felt the heavy body falling on the back, and almost stunned. Yillow's weight is not a problem for him, but he can't jump up without warning. I found myself seemingly agitated and Genghis quickly touched on the back of the Dragon King Scorpion. I didn't mean it, and I felt sorry for you. The Dragon King Scorpion really has no way to deal with this little guy, Genghis, because he really didn't mean it. What's wrong? Genghis, did you find anything? Aoki asked. Yura nodded excitedly, stretched out her little finger in one direction, and could not help screaming, as if to say, there are very delicious. I guess it's delicious. He worked so hard at this time because he felt that Aoki was helping him find good food. Looking in the direction pointed by Genghis, Aoki found that she was straight up towards the foot of the mountain. Isn't there really a diamond mine? I quickly let the Dragon King Scorpion rush over. There are no traces on the ground here, and there are no traces on the mountain walls. This side is a cliff in the mountains. The entire mountain wall is at an angle of 90 degrees. The gravel is very steep. Fortunately, the place pointed by Genghis was at the bottom of the cliff. Aoki summoned the Dull Kings, all of them, to work in such a place, but also worried that the stones above would fall down. To say who is the most skilled, it is definitely the Dragon King Scorpion. Let's not even say that mining has a lot of exercise compared to Dragon King Scorpion. Can help him to be familiar with the body, but also exercise his body coordination and control of each joint. Today's Dragon King Scorpion, compared to when he had just evolved, he has a lot of control over his body. He shattered the stone under the mountain wall, and then moved it out a little bit, and Genghis stood walking around in a group. Apparently the contents inside had a lot of temptation to him. With the skillful cooperation of the elves, A 3-meter high cave was soon dug out. According to Kaila's knowledge, this time the thing is not in the ground, but in the middle of the mountain. And when he described the size of the deposit to Oki, he drew a large circle with both hands. I almost jumped up and drew it. Obviously, this deposit is very much seen by Kira. When it is relatively hard, the Dragon King Scorpion will use toxins to corrode it, and then break some larger stones, and the Dull King will move them out. Genghis and Mataro are responsible for stabilizing the cave. Zengeng used the energy to erode some of the rubble on the cave wall, while Madara fixed these places with ice cubes, making it unlikely to collapse. After digging for 40 minutes in this way, when Oki felt that Kira was not wrong, ding! The Dragon King Scorpion's pliers finally excavated a very hard thing. www.metalnovel.com. When I heard this crisp sound, the most excited was Kira. I ran to the front and pointed at the place where the Dragon King Scorpion was digging. I have a bear, there are delicious, fast, hurry up, anxious look. I have drool left on my mouth. Oki didn't talk about Kira for the first time, but came forward and looked at the situation. I saw small, sparkling diamonds appearing on the stone wall. Is it really a diamond mine? Oki couldn't help but be a little speechless, so lucky that he would not run out of future supplies. After getting the result, the Dragon King Scorpion excavated even harder. When Oki collected it, Kira always picked up the leek and dropped some of it on the ground, and the small diamond was thrown directly into the entrance. He made a rattling noise in the cave, and he was careful. No one noticed that I was eating. The voice is so loud, is it really a fool? But as the digging continued, Oka's expression gradually became serious. Because he found the problem, the quality and color of the diamond are still the same. These diamonds are not naturally produced. When I thought of it, Oka's face changed. And then she looked ecstatic. If that's the case, then make a lot of money. 10 more and 4th more. Ask for a monthly pass. Remember the first domain name in this book. Mobile website reading URL. Chapter 585. Small broken diamond. There was speculation in Oki's heart. Watching the elves gradually excavate more diamonds, they feel that the guess in their hearts is getting closer. Pack up some of the larger diamonds and leave the smaller diamonds to Kira as a snack. In addition, Oki summoned Coca-Cola together. When Coco was pulled out, you saw that Yukihiro was frantically cramming diamonds into his mouth, and his eyes became red immediately. Without saying hello, she sat beside Yukihiro with her hips and began to eat with him. When Kira saw Coca-Cola appear, she didn't say much, whine a few times. After all, there were still a lot of diamonds in her mouth. Although Gila and Coca-Cola are able to eat diamonds, compared to those ores, diamonds are a bit harder for them and they eat much slower, and the energy in the diamond is much higher. After eating more from Kira and Coco, it feels that the whole belly has reached the maximum, and it will break when you eat it. But looking at the diamonds that are constantly being dug out, I feel a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, when Kira had a clever move, she took off the small red school bag behind her. The largest cell contained the pieces of Gulado's armor, but it was still empty elsewhere. So Kira was very excited, and these places were stuffed with small diamonds and hugged tightly. Like me, no one should grab it. Coca-Cola was at a loss when she saw Kira's little red school bag. He looked at Yukihiro and looked at Oki, feeling that he was missing a piece of equipment. Oki was directly teased by their appearance. Ha ha, okay, two little guys, don't grab it, these things are all yours, but it's not good to eat diamonds for meals. It will cause indigestion. This is the first and last time, and I will give you the most suitable match in the future. Coca-Cola scratched the metal head a little, but Kira was still a bear. You say whatever you say, but the bag belongs to me. Helplessly smiled and shook his head, putting the two little guys into the elf ball. After eating so many diamonds, I don't need to eat dinner. I hope his stomach can digest it well. After packing the two naughty little guys, Oki's expression gradually became serious. Looking at the direction that the Dragon King Scorpion was digging, with a hint of excitement in the depths of his eyes. As if in response to Oki's sight, the Dragon King Scorpion waved its pliers again and smashed into the wall where the diamond was buried. Suddenly the wall broke directly and a passage appeared in Oki's sight. It wasn't dark inside, but there were things on the wall that looked like little diamonds glowing fluorescently and could see things in the cave. Oki looked happy, knowing that her speculation was inseparable. Standing on the back of the Dragon King Scorpion, he led the elves to the depths of the cave. Then Oki asked the Dull King to block the cave they dug to prevent other elves from coming in again. This opened cave is obviously in the middle of the original cave passage. Now there are roads on both sides. Oki needs to determine a direction. After observing the situation in the cave a little, Oki took the elf directly to the deep side. How does Oki distinguish directions? Quite simply, the diamond over there is a little tighter and heads for that side. Now the elves are all around Oki. In this unknown environment, they may be in danger at any time. And the cave here is not large, can only accommodate a Dragon King Scorpion, and the remaining elves can only stand in front or behind. Genghis plunged directly into Oka's shadow. Madara walked in front. His body was the smallest, and he was more flexible, able to deal with danger at any time. The Dumb King stood behind Oki, followed closely behind the Dragon King Scorpion, and could take Oki to move instantly at any time as a last resort. The crow's head flew to the rear of the team, responsible for the queen, and dealt with the elves that might launch sneak attacks later. The whole formation stayed that way. In fact, if Oka's guess is correct, don't worry so much. As the cave deepened, the elves finally stood beside Oki, especially the Dragon King Scorpion, who was up to 2.5 meters tall, was finally able to walk upright. After 20 minutes of in-depth exploration, the distance should have reached the innermost part of the mountain. Although this tunnel feels very flat when you walk up, it is actually slightly inclined to the ground. According to the distance traveled, it should be standing under the center of the previous mountain. Oki recorded and calculated through the chip, and got the corresponding results. Slowly, an underground space appeared in front of Oki. At this time, the walls of the tunnel were almost inlaid with diamonds. Oki has confirmed 99% of his guess. When I saw the first elf in this huge underground cave, my conjecture was confirmed. The elf who appeared in front of him was a type of rock and fairy spirit. The Kalos area is more common, but it is scarce in other areas. Reading www.uukanzu.com is almost absent. Little Broken Diamond. It was the elf who appeared in front of Oki. Their bodies consist of stones and diamonds. Therefore, most of the ore excavated by Oki fell off of them. As for the diamonds, they were also detached from them. The small broken diamond was born deep in the ground under high temperature and pressure. The gem beam emitted from the body can protect the body. A small broken brick was tampering with something against the wall, and when he looked at it, he could see that he was setting the diamond off his body on the wall, so that the whole cave could be more bright. With my eyes open, I can see a lot of small broken bricks lying on the wall, doing the same thing. When Oki and the elves appeared here, they were found by a small broken brick closest to the entrance. Their hands can also be said to be two like things. Slap! The diamond in his hand fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. He stared at Oki and his elves, with blue eyes, curious, and puzzled. Curious, what kind of spirit is this incoming creature? Understand why they have other elves here? With the bun of this little broken diamond, slowly, the rest of the small broken diamonds also found the figure of Oki. One after another let go of things, not afraid or screaming, just watching Oki them silently. Obviously thinking about the same problem as the little broken diamond just now. The small broken diamond is a simple spirit with no desire to attack. It can be said to be a very gentle spirit, especially the little broken diamonds who have lived in cozy places for a long time. 10 more and 5th more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 586. The legendary Tani silence. In this cave, a very strange silence appeared. After a minute, ding-ling-dang, various diamonds fall to the ground, or the sound of small broken diamonds coming into contact with each other. These little broken diamonds only reacted and gathered together, looked at Aoki warily. They finally reacted, and the elders spread the word from mouth to mouth, the terror creatures and elves outside. But it didn't seem as stingy as they said. With the small bodies of the small broken diamonds, they gathered together like a group of diamonds flashing with light and bling flashing. Dragon King Scorpion, they were relieved after seeing these little guys. This kind of petite elves not only seem to have no threat, but even in their senses, they do not feel any threat from these elves. It seems like a group of mineral deposits. Aoki is not malicious. If you say that any elf among the elf is most likely to feel malicious, the first one is definitely the superpowered elf, and the second one is the fairy elf. Although the attribute of the fairy system has not been announced at present, through some battles and researchers' discovery, the attribute of the fairy system is a bit slim. Aoki was wondering if after this fantasy island went out, add fire to the alliance and shake out the attribute of the fairy. But these just flashed in his mind. He is still facing small broken diamonds, a group of small broken diamonds. As an elf of the rock series and the fairy series, the battle of the small broken diamond is not very convenient, but it is still very good in defense. The racial values of physical defense and special defense all reached 150 points, and all other racial values were very average, all 50 points. However, the weakness of small broken diamonds is also very obvious. 4 times weaker steel systems, twice weaker storefronts, water systems and grass systems can be easily targeted. Although there are double restraints in the general, flying, insect, fire, and evil systems, the small broken diamond is really not a wizard suitable for fighting. What Aoki had previously guessed was the existence of a group of small broken diamonds. Only the elves, such as small broken diamonds, can quantitatively produce some diamonds of the same quality, and can also produce a lot of high quality ore. If it is possible to conquer an entire group of small broken diamonds, then the rations of Coca-Cola and Gira may really help Aoki. In this way, Aoki's biggest burden was suddenly gone, and the stress on his body was doubled. So when he confirmed that it was a small broken diamond, the excitement in his heart could not be suppressed. It's really horrible to know how much Coca-Cola and Gira can eat. Aoki is ready, except for Neverland, and then resumes the work of hunters and earns money to support them. But I did not expect to be able to meet a group of small broken diamonds here, and it is not small to see the scale. Small broken diamonds, this kind of elves, fund the Carlos area, and the number is not a lot. But the large number does not mean that they are cheap or common, because they are cute and have diamonds on their bodies. Small broken diamonds are the favorite of many rich and young ladies. It can even be said that they are loved by a large number of women. Just like showing off bags and lipsticks, if you have a small broken diamond, it is also very worth showing off. So the number of this kind of elves is ridiculously high in the black market. Originally, Aoki planned to buy a batch of small crushed diamonds directly to let them produce rations from Gira and Coca-Cola, but after a little investigation, he found that he bought a few, even a dozen small crushed diamonds. It's problematic, but if you buy it in large quantities, the price is too high. And because there is not much circulation in the market, if you want to sweep the goods at once, you must also ask those noble ladies who do not agree. The price was too high, so he was abandoned by Aoki. I did not expect to be able to meet on Neverland. The small broken diamonds are not strong in combat. Even if there are small broken diamonds at the level of Quasi Kings, Aoki is not very virtual. At most, no one can help others. Aoki really can't complement the little broken diamond's attacking ability and fighting methods. But there is a situation Aoki is more worried. Dance, a kind of mutant that can be regarded as a small broken diamond, can be regarded as a legendary elf. There are many legends in Feniyun area. When the group of small crushed diamonds is large enough, a mutant of the small crushed diamonds may appear. Dance. It can be called the king of all little broken diamonds. Whether it is a small broken diamond or Tanxi, there is no gender. Even though Tanxi looks very feminine, He doesn't have any gender. Tance is a mutant of the small broken diamonds, so the properties are the same as the small broken diamonds, rock series plus fairy series. But unlike the small broken diamond, Tanxi has a lot of attack ability. With 600 points of racial value, Tanxi will not fall into the wind even if he points at the spirit. Moreover, Tanxi is super evolving. It can be said that the mutant of this small broken diamond has the potential of being many times stronger than the small broken diamond. Although Tanxi is a legendary elf, he does not actually have a priesthood. It is similar to the three birds in the legendary elves. The lightning bird is not only a lightning bird, but they can also be called the legendary elves. But those who possess the priesthood are truly worthy of the legend. There is only one lightning bird as an elf. Tance was almost similar. Often in a large group of small diamonds, www.mentalnovel.com, only such a mutant will appear, and only after the death of the king will it be possible to have a mutant in the small diamond group. If there are only so few small broken diamonds in this cave, Aoki is more at ease. Such nearly 100 small broken diamonds have not met the conditions for the emergence of mutants. If there is still a large amount hidden in the cave, Aoki will definitely retreat if a Tanxi really appears. Then tell this information directly to the rockets. There will naturally be someone to deal with this group. After all, what Tanxi really wants to say is much rarer than a quasi-god. In addition, Tanxi is directly complete, and does not need to be trained in a heavy head. There is not so much pressure. As long as the level goes up, you can have the corresponding strength. With this credit, Aoki would be able to satisfy some of the small broken diamonds. Of course, this is happening with Diane, and Aoki can't beat the situation. If there is a newly developed Diane, Aoki estimates that he will wake up laughing at night, because Tanxi also has a special ability. That is, they can produce small broken diamonds. The small broken diamond is genderless, so if you want to have a new small broken diamond, you need to pay a large price for the small broken diamond of the older generation. Even they can only produce a small broken diamond in their lifetime, which is equivalent to splitting. But Dance can produce small broken diamonds indefinitely, as long as the energy is enough. In other words, owning a Tanxi is equivalent to owning the entire kingdom of small broken diamonds, equivalent to having unlimited ore and diamonds, and equivalent to having unlimited resources. Aoki can vigorously cultivate all the elves he wants to cultivate. 10 more and 6th more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 587. Diamond Minister form. Aoki and the elves stood quietly without moving. He didn't reveal any of his purpose. Just a smile on his face that he thought was very kind, waiting for the person in charge of the little broken diamonds to come out. Regardless of whether there is Diane in this small broken diamond group, Aoki will not do anything extraordinary for the time being. Obviously Aoki was thinking too much. The little broken diamonds who have lived in the ground for many years have never seen the outside world or experienced danger. The daily life is also very simple. It is to enrich his underground world and strive to spread the diamonds all over the ground world. A group of more than 100 small broken diamonds, that is, standing opposite Aoki, whispering something. And after ending the initial fear, they became indifferent. Inoki speechless. After waiting for 20 minutes, the little broken diamonds finally changed. From the inside of the cave, a large number of small broken diamonds emerged again. Looking at it for the first time, there were at least hundreds of them, and they came out with a little broken diamond with a strange look. Aoki put his eyes on him for the first time. One is almost twice the size of other small broken diamonds. At the same time, the two tentacles on his head, which are like ears, are twice as wide. From the appearance, it looks like a small broken diamond that has become fat. This is what the Minister of Diamonds looks like. Aoki vaguely remembered that this should look like the Minister of Diamonds. Did Tanxi already appear here? But if Tanxi exists, why are there so few small broken diamonds here? Aoki frowned, thinking secretly. That's right. Nearly 200 small diamonds are a very rare number for the small diamond group that owns Tansy. But it would be a bit big for a group without Tansy. Watching the diamond minister surrounded by many small broken diamonds, he slowly walked to the front of Oki. Even though the height of the Minister of Diamonds is much higher than many small broken diamonds, but for Oki, it is still a long way off. Therefore, in order not to form a high profile, Oki squatted down and tried to look down at the Minister of Diamond. This action of Oki immediately gained the favor of the Minister of Diamonds. Unlike other small broken diamonds, diamond reaches some understanding of the outside world, and it can be transformed into a small broken diamond of the Minister of Diamonds. It is also smarter than all small broken diamonds. Although they do not know how many years they have lived underground, they have experienced the outside world after all, and there are some descriptions of the outside world in word of mouth, and these can only be known as the Minister of Diamonds and the elders in a few older small broken diamonds. But as time goes on, these East Evils are gradually lost, and now they only have a hazy outline for the outside world, all by imagination. The Minister of Diamonds spit out some strange syllables. This is the communication method of the small broken diamonds. They will not do anything other than that. Oki understood and directly activated the telepathy, which connected the thinking of the Minister of Diamonds. At first, when the voice of Oki appeared in the mind of the Minister of Diamonds, he was startled, but after a period of explanation and teaching by Oki, the Minister of Diamond was also able to start some simple with Oki through electrocardiogram communication. The Minister of Diamonds was shocked by this amazing ability of Oki, and almost worshipped. This is the consequence of being confined in a small world for hundreds of years. There is a certain awe of all unknown things, and this kind of awe is what Oki hopes to see most. While teaching the Minister of Diamonds to communicate, Oki scanned the Minister's data with a chip, and it really has some differences from ordinary small broken diamonds. Pokemon, Little Broken Diamond. Diamond Minister form dark green. Gender, no gender. Level, 48. Attribute, rock plus fairy. Characteristics, permanent body. Carrying props, Minister's wisdom. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, impact, hardening, falling rocks, angularization, shooting down, reflecting walls, invisible rocks, bisect defense, primitive power, madness, property swap, power gems. Teaching skills, power of the earth, electromagnetic levitation, mind transfer, gravity, wonderful space. Skill learner, none. This is the first time Oki saw different forms of elves, and the chip also made a simple classification for this. At the same time, I also saw a wisdom carrying prop called a minister. Although I don't know what it is, it always feels very useful. When I saw the word wisdom, I thought of the Minister of Diamonds' fatness. It is estimated that those who are fat will be very smart. But being able to see outsiders and the outside world for so long, and then adapting to ECG in a very short time, it is estimated that this wisdom has played a significant role in it. After teaching the Minister of Diamonds how to communicate easily, the communication between Oki and the Minister of Diamonds was officially started. So www.mentalnovel.com. Oki, are you really from the outside world? Where we are, it is just a very corner of this world. Not even the tip of the iceberg. Minister of Diamonds first asked his question. Oki nodded, feeling squatting on the ground was too tired, did not dislike the ground dirty, and sat on the ground with one butt. The ECG induction said, it is indeed this. The world is very big. You are currently on an island in the vast sea. Now the underground world you live in is just a corner of Dream Island. After hearing Oki's confirmation again, the Minister of Diamonds again showed shocked expression. It can only be said that the elf, such as a small broken diamond, is so peaceful. It has been so long since I lived in the ground that I haven't thought about going to the world on the ground. They just dig in the ground constantly, and then find a place suitable for them to live. The energy content is relatively rich, and at the same time it is enough for the expenses of their ethnic group. The minerals previously excavated in the sandstone zone by Aoki were only a part of the ore and diamonds left by the small broken diamonds during the relocation. And they have lived under this mountain and haven't known how many years. They have long loved to regard this as a complete world. Hearing Aoki's explanation, the Minister of Diamond didn't tell his ethnic group what he wanted to digest, let alone his people. I see, but even if the outside world is big, it has nothing to do with us. We live here very comfortably, and you are the first person to enter our world in such a long time. Oh, of course, including your elves, said the Minister of Diamonds, after the shock had eased a bit. 10 more and 7th more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 588. Who is online? Aoki nodded following his words. Indeed, if you have been living underground, you may not be found for a long time. But the question is, Aoki has found them, can they still hide? Aoki would not say in person, number. But the reality is that they have been targeted. Aoki smiled and said, it's true that I'm the first person who breaks in here for so many years. But the first one will definitely have the second one, so how do you guarantee the second one? Then will it not be malicious? Can the entire ethnic group be used as a bet? All I can say is that the diamonds you can make are very valuable in the outside world, and your elf itself is a very valuable item to the outside world. Hearing Aoki describe them as an item, the minister's face was a bit ugly, but has a keen sense of the fairy spirit. He knew that Aoki was not deceiving them. But if it was true as Aoki said, then the outside world would not be of any benefit to them. Their birth will only cause the entire ethnic group to be stared at by outsiders. You tell me so much. What is the purpose? The Minister of Diamond asked the most critical question. Without answering his question directly, Aoki continued to smile and said, I would like to share with you another news. At present, I am one of the first 30 people on the island. There is also a group of very powerful and extremely vicious outside people are waiting to be on the island. After they have been on the island, after I just explained, they should understand what will happen. That's right, your entire ethnic group will become a commodity. Don't even think about continuing to dig deeper with the power of those people, even if you dig the deepest part of the island. Don't even think about escaping from their noses. Because of your value, it is worth them to do so. The Minister of Diamond's face became more and more ugly, because just now he really thought so. Since others can find them, it means that they are not hiding enough. So just continue to dig deeper. But from Aoki's words, obviously it is not safe to do so. But why the outside world has become so horrible? It is not that the outside world is dangerous. But if the outside world is dangerous, as long as you find a suitable place to live, isn't the danger great? And at that time, it was not said that there was a creature named human that could drive the elf. I don't know if they were the elders of their ethnic group. They have never seen humans, or they have never seen humans using special props. Hundreds of years ago, the Carlos area was not discovered by the Elf League, so training elf is obviously not a very popular thing. And hundreds of years ago, who knows if there is a trainer? Then you can talk about what your purpose is, and I don't believe you came to remind us. The wisdom of the Minister of Diamond was really not that simple, pointing again at Aoki's purpose this time. However, after hearing his problems, Aoki could not avoid it this time. The corners of his mouth gradually raised. The corners of his eyes also appeared a rising radiant. And the dark eyes were shining with light. Seeing Aoki like this, the Dragon King Scorpion couldn't help shivering. Too scary, the master is about to start flickering again, and some elves are going to be fooled. This is the first feeling in their minds. Aoki will not admit that he is a big fool. He obviously wants to know how to use his emotions and slowly let the other party take the initiative to achieve his purpose. It is obvious that the blind man is using his power blindly. If he can conquer the entire group of small broken diamonds without any effort, then it is certainly better. After the simple communication before, Aoki knew that this is the entire number of the small broken diamonds. Although their tribe did not have any accidental casualties, The cost of the new small broken diamond was too great. Over the years, more than 200 tribal people have been accumulated. Although the number is still a little small, but the stomach can be satisfied by Kira and Coca-Cola. This is Oki's first reaction. Of course it won't be that simple. I don't know if you've heard of an elf named Tanxi, Oki asked with a smile on his mouth. When he heard the words Tanxi, the Minister of Diamond apparently shivered. Other small broken diamonds may not be clear, but from the moment he became the Diamond Minister, he understood what his mission was. Serve an elf called Tanxi, and make him the king of the whole small broken diamond group, and then the whole small broken diamond group will become the small broken diamond kingdom. This was the message that came to his mind when he completed the transformation. It is also printed in the mind of the small broken diamond group, as if from the depths of the blood instinct. The pink figure has been engraved in the mind of the Minister of Diamonds. This is the figure he has been looking for but has always seen. The Minister of Diamonds' voice shuddered. Have you seen Diani? According to legends circulating in the high levels of the small broken diamond group, there is also a description of an elf such as Tanxi www.mentalnovel.com, but it has always been considered impossible by the entire small broken diamond group. After appearing in the brain, Dean was convinced. After so many years of subtle teachings, the entire group of small broken diamonds finally believed in the existence of Tanxi, but he has not seen it yet. I haven't seen it before, Oki said decisively. The Minister of Diamond felt a bit tricked. However, think about it. As a human who first came into contact with such a small broken diamond elf, why would I know that there is an elf such as Tanxi? You know that even your small broken diamond elf has not seen Diane, right? Everything is just legend, right? Oki said. The Minister of Diamonds feels that Oki's words are also right. After all, they have not even seen the real Dean, let alone an outsider. But his words were blocked, and Oki said everything, so he simply stopped talking and waited for Oki to continue. Oki appreciates the knowledge of the Minister of Diamonds. I know how to help you find Tanxi. It will help you find a king in 5 years. By then, your entire small broken diamond group will become a small broken diamond kingdom. And you, the Minister of Diamonds, will become a true Minister of Diamonds. With Tanxi's ability, your little broken diamond will no longer be the object of slaughter, and your strength will be among the best among all the elves. 5 years, who knows what will be the situation 5 years later. At that time, it is estimated that Kira has evolved into Bangala. Oki should also have the strength of the Heavenly King or above. Although Tanxi will be difficult to find, it will not. The representative was not found. Oki Big Flicker, officially launched. 10 more 8th more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 589 1 point Red among the flowers. Really? The Minister of Diamond couldn't help asking when he heard Oki's words. His voice agitated. This was the Dean, the elf he had always expected. Oki nodded firmly. Yes, as long as 5 years. I can definitely find you, Diane, and there is a more important point. You are no longer safe here. Just follow me and I can give you 5 years of security. If I want to continue to cooperate in the future, I can give you more protection and have enough private land. It is definitely much bigger than here. Oki is very decent. He did not say that he wanted to subdue the entire group of small diamonds, but said that cooperation would enable both sides to win each other. Hearing Oki's words, the Minister of Diamonds' face looked a lot better, at least in the face. After that, Oki began a relatively long period of exchanges with the Minister of Diamonds, during which several small broken diamond elders participated. Fortunately, with the help of Dawang, Oki was able to communicate with them for a long time. In the end, Oki was responsible for taking their entire community away from Neverland and helping them find a safe and private place to live in while providing the necessary protection. In contrast, the small broken diamond group needs to provide Kingma with a certain amount of diamonds and mineral deposits as a protection fee. In fact, this is a win-win result. There are countless places in the back mountains of Fuai Town. Oki, where small broken diamonds can live, and they can ensure their safety to a certain extent. For the small broken diamonds, those diamonds and mineral deposits are usually faded from their bodies. They have no effect except that they can be set in the cave to increase the brightness. So the two sides hit it off. At the same time, the small broken diamonds need Aoki to find their king, Genghis, within 5 years. In response, Aoki agreed. In 5 years, the value that such a group of small broken diamonds can produce is not what they can imagine. In general, Aoki made more money because he was writing all short checks. Although the Minister of Diamond is not low in wisdom, after all, it has been closed for a long time, and there is a big gap with Kixie Jade Beard. That's why Aoki's fudge is so smooth. But it is not so easy to take out more than 200 to small broken diamonds. There is really no way. Aoki can only take all of them into the elven ball, and they can take them all out. Fortunately, before entering Washima, Aoki had done a lot of preparations, and there were hundreds of elves in his body. Originally, he wanted to catch good qualifications on Dream Island, a relatively rare elf. I never thought that for the first time, Dream Island had contributed to such a group of small broken diamonds. But Aoki didn't have any complaints, even a smile that suppressed her heart. The combatability of the entire group of small broken diamonds is really not strong. The highest level is the Minister of Diamonds, which has reached level 48. At the elite level, there is still some gap from the prospective king. In fact, even if the diamond reaches the strength of the Quasis Key King, Aoki is nothing short of vain. The crushing ability of the little broken diamond is really dare not compliment. More can only be used as targets. After the Minister of Diamonds learned that Aoki needed a lot of diamonds and mineral deposits, he took Aoki to the air utility room. Said to be a utility room, in fact, the small broken diamonds usually fall down on their bodies, where they all pile up. For them, these things are a bit of a rib, but for Aoki, this is a huge treasure. When they saw their utility room, Aoki was really shocked. Is this the wealth accumulated by the small broken diamond group? It's amazing. The Minister of Diamonds also said that because in the previous relocations, these debris were discarded by them, otherwise it would be several times more. And usually there are many small broken diamonds, and the diamonds that have fallen off are discarded without any income. Aoki looked at the diamonds in the room, and suddenly thought that he might be able to be like Ugo in the future, drink soy milk, drink a glass, and pour a glass. Luxury. Rich. From the rations of Kira and Coca-Cola. Aoki even thinks that with so many stocks, it seems that there is no need for small broken diamonds. Maybe the amount is enough, but the fool will give up. This is a living diamond production machine. Aoki is expected to be the first in the elf world, a diamond tycoon. Aoki began to be grateful again, fortunate that he was very clever. Before going to Neverland, he bought a large capacity backpack, otherwise he really couldn't hold so much. But even so, after all the diamonds are loaded, there are still many high quality ore that can't fit. During the period, Aoki will also repair the storage space taken from his body, which is also full of diamonds and mineral deposits. Now Aoki can boldly say that Kira and Coca-Cola can afford him. His future will be wider and wider. Although it is said that both Kira and Coca-Cola use diamonds as their staple food, it cannot be done. But it can be done by increasing the proportion. It is even possible to extract a portion of it and exchange it for alliance coins to train the remaining elves. Become a rich man in a day. The upstart should describe Aoki's current state of mind. www.mentalnovel.com. After leaving the small broken diamonds utility room with satisfaction, Aoki followed the Minister of Diamonds and came to the previous hall again. Now the walls are full of diamonds, and Aoki has been a bit indifferent. Sprinkle with water and swell. What should I do? Is there any way to solve the problem? Under the arrangement of the Minister of Diamonds, the little broken diamonds were only collected by Aoki with an elven ball. The Minister of Diamond really doesn't know much about this kind of props. He didn't even think about what to do if Aoki sold them after selling them. This is also a great wealth. However, Aoki certainly does not do such things as killing chickens and collecting eggs. Obviously, You can make a long stream of water, boil frogs in warm water, and fish a long line of fish. Forgive me for nothing. Why do you want to quit? However, when Oki conquered the small broken diamond, he found another discovery that made him almost jump. All small broken diamonds have a large diamond on top of their heads. This is the concentration of all their energy and the most critical part of their body. If they want to split a new little broken diamond, then the diamond split on their head is the beginning of everything. The diamonds on their heads are about the same color as the diamonds on them, and they are all light blue. However, Oki found the diamond on a small broken drill bit, which appeared a little pink, which was not obvious, but it was more conspicuous when he looked down at Oki. 1,000 red flowers. You know, the diamonds in the small broken diamonds are all light blue. Only pink diamonds can be. Tanxi. 10 more. 9th more. Add 110 for the leader of the cold summer and light summer months. Ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 590. Small broken diamond in mutation. Oki scanned the data of this small broken diamond for the first time. Before, because there were too many small broken diamonds, I swept through them. I just saw a group of small broken diamonds with different qualifications and lower grades. After this scan, I noticed a slight difference. Pokemon, little broken diamond light cyan during variation. Gender, no gender. Level, 25. Attribute, rock plus fairy. Characteristic, permanent body. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, impact, hardening, falling rocks, angularization, shooting down, reflecting walls, invisible rocks. Teaching skills, exchange of ground, power of the earth, interchange of characteristics, transfer of ideas, gravity. Skill learner, none. At first glance, in fact, there is nothing particularly outstanding, just that compared with other small broken diamonds, the qualifications are better. But it's only limited to this, because the small broken diamond is really not suitable for fighting. But the words in the midst of change deeply reflected in Oki's eyes. Others don't know, but Oki knows it quite well, and Tanxi only appeared after the small broken diamond changed. Strictly speaking, Tanxi is actually a kind of small broken diamond, but compared to small broken diamond, Tanxi has many magical places. This little broken diamond that is undergoing abnormal changes is obviously about to undergo an abnormal change towards Tanxi. It's just that Oki doesn't know how long it will take before he can complete the mutation completely. If it is an ordinary small broken diamond, of course, it does not have too strong fighting ability, but if it is Tanxi, it will be greatly different. Chip, record and analyze the data of this small broken diamond. Try to analyze the cause of the abnormal change of the small broken diamond, and calculate how long it will take him to end the abnormal change. Oki issued the chip in his brain. Command drop. Mission established. Analysis started. The chip's voice is still so mechanical. Then Oki put away the ordinary elven ball, took out a luxurious ball, and put away this special little broken diamond. His mutation has just begun. I don't know if he can really become Diane in the end. Oki hopes to take a closer look with him. Maybe the chip's ability can calculate the cause of the abnormal change in the small broken diamond. Although this possibility is relatively low, what if the reason for the abnormal change of the small broken diamond is really analyzed? Does it mean that Oki can mass-produce Tanxi? Of course, this plan is ridiculous, and there is no possibility of realization of 99,999. But what? Even if I can't analyze the real reason for the birth of Tanxi, then Oki doesn't mind conquering a Tanxi. I know that this is a legendary elf, and it can also be super-evolved. Its value is not inferior to Quasi-God elf, but the value of Tanxi is not reflected in the battle. He represents endless wealth and future. Also, in battle, Tanxi is not weak. Saying that, within 5 years, I found a Diane and gave the small broken diamonds an account. Is it really not a bad check? But everything is just beginning. What will happen next? Oki can't estimate. It is possible. This time the mutation just reappeared a diamond minister or other diamond titles. It is not impossible. He pressed his excitement in his heart, and Aoki put all the other small broken diamonds into the elf ball one by one. Aoki really felt a little tired after the last diamond minister was also contented with the elven ball. For the first time, more than 200 elves were conquered all at once, or they came in line to conquer you. The hands of the elven ball are softened. After talking all, Aoki couldn't help but knock on some stiff waist. It's all worth it. Eula, Dora, I'll find your rations for you, and I will see how you play in the future. Aoki thought silently. The stupid king looked at Aoki and successfully flickered all the ethnic groups. After a few exchanges of eyes, they all felt that Aoki was a bit scary. This flicker is definitely studied carefully. In fact, they didn't think deeper. When they were conquered by Aoki, were they fooled in? The tadpole, the Dragon King Scorpion, would not feel this way, because he was hatched by Aoki himself. Aoki took a deep breath when he took the elves back from the ground, feeling relaxed. After receiving Dora, hatched by Era, and fire elves and other elves also entered the training, Aoki felt a tremendous pressure on her body. The resources needed to cultivate the elves have always been what Aoki needed to worry about and plan. He has more than 30 million union coins that he has not spent, just because he needs to be ready to invest in the coins cultivated by the elves. But from this moment, the two largest stones on Aoki's body were removed. The rations of Era, Coco and Dora have been completely solved, and he can spend more time and cost to cultivate fire juveniles, mosquito coils, and water diving fish. Cultivate them. The combat effectiveness in the future will not be much weaker than Bongil or Bosdola. Even the flaming chicken with acceleration characteristics should be able to suppress Boscadora. In the plan of Aoki, the mosquito coil is the core of the rainy team, the mosquito coil frog emperor, and the giant marsh monster capable of super evolution. The combination of the two elves in the rainy team is very powerful. If Aoki wants to sit on the throne of the four heavenly kings in Feniyunaria, the rainy team will be his main fighting method. As for the remaining elves, more may still be hidden. After all, I still need to keep a few cards. After conquering the entire group of small broken diamonds, Aoki no longer digs in the sandstone area. The potholes in this place are left to the elves in the sandstone area. Let's develop it by yourself. Anyway, I will only dig less. Now that you have come to the northernmost part of the sandstone area, you should be able to clearly see the ancient trees of life after going over these mountains. I saw that it was still a while before the sun went down, and Aoki decided to go further. With the momentary movement of the Doll King, he can guarantee that he can return to the territory of Kixie Bluebird in a very short time. There is no distance that can't be solved by instantaneous movement. www.mtlnovel.com. If there is, then the instantaneous movement twice is called wild magic, and it is not without reason. Aoki gathered up the remaining elves, summoned the tropical dragon, stood on his back, and flew towards the top of the mountain, and the crow's head followed him as a protection. The flying elves on Fantasy Island are also relatively strong. If you don't have the strength, you can't take off at will. Once the tropical dragon was in the presence of Aoki's command, but now the tropical dragon is a bit weak for Aoki. As a flying mount, it's almost over. 10th more. Add 210 to the leader of the cold and light summer months. After the outbreak is complete, it will enter the rest period again. The next outbreak will have to wait for a while. Then, thanks to the 11 million rewards of the Towering Cherry Blossoms, Big Brother, becoming the owner of this book. Thanks for your support. Also, thank Chen Lancy for once again a reward. Thanks for your support. Thanks for rendering a reward for the Polar Frozen guys. Thanks for your support. Thank you for your support of subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommended tickets. This book is fully booked. 563,226,836. Everyone is welcome to join the group harassment, but the management will verify the value of fans. I hope everyone can cooperate. Finally, in the introduction, the ordinary group also hopes that everyone will harass a lot. Chapter 591. Ready to dive. After going up the mountain, Aoki put away the tropical dragon. Looking down from here, you can see the whole picture of the ancient trees in the middle of Neverland. It was also through this observation that Aoki knew how far away from the ancient tree of life. I believe that most of the members of the rockets on the island this time should be the remains in the middle of the island and under the ancient tree of life. The stuff inside is what the rockets want most this time. Also, Aoki, the prophet, felt that there must be a fantasy gene here. But I don't know if it was someone who found it this time, or someone who went to the island later to find the fantasy gene. In short, after the end of this rocket incident, it has reached a relative incubation period for the rockets. Most of the resources have to be tilted a bit, and research on fantasy genes has been carried out for several years. After that, during the outbreak of the Alliance, all regions were controlled at once, and the status of the Alliance was truly unshakable. I have to say that the rockets also lost the best opportunity because of this matter. Of course, Sakage's decision cannot be wrong. If he really masters a first-level god-level beast, plus Sakage's commanding ability and combat talent, he can definitely become the strongest man in the world. Now Aoki cannot participate in the rocket plan. I glanced deeply at the ancient tree of life. It is estimated that there are still some secrets in it. Maybe there are some reasons for the disappearance of dreams. Why did you create this island? After a long time, when the rockets discovered the island, it was no longer. No one knows where he went. As one of the most mysterious elves in this world, the fantasy one is a mystery. I was dreamy and dreamy just like her name. After glancing at the location of the ancient tree of life, Aoki did not move forward again, but chose to go back with the help of the dumb king. There is still time, and I am not in a hurry to make a head bird. After the first group of people enter the ruins, Aoki can find another chance to go in. The first group of people will definitely be the targets of everyone's attacks. Aoki doesn't want to do such a stupid thing. Aoki did not rush into the ruins in the next few days. Neverland is such a good exercise resource and countless wild elves. Of course, you can put the Battle of Elves first. When Aoki appeared in the territory of Kixi Jadebird afterwards, nothing happened to her. It seems that the communication between a person and an elf before is forgotten by them. After a few days of being so stable, there are more dangers in Neverland, and often a sprite with the strength of a Quasar King will come out during the battle. Now the 5 elves of Aoki are combined, facing the elves with the peak strength of the elite. Even if they are defeated, if they want to fight or retreat, Aoki can still decide. But when there is an elf with the strength of Zun Tanwang, it is not so easy. Most of the time, Aoki fled. Over time, Aoki and the elves gradually became accustomed to such events. If you can fight, you can fight, but if you can't, you run quickly. Whoever runs slowly may have to bear more attacks. I can say that these elves' ability to escape in the past few days is really training. In addition, the strength of the elves has improved somewhat. The Crowhead, Genghis, and Dragon King Scorpion all seemed to have a tacit understanding. They all reached level 43. The highest level of Dull King has been upgraded before, so the battle during this time did not allow him to upgrade. In addition, Madara's level has also been increased by 1 level, reached level 42. Now the spirits of Aoki have been completely stabilized at the elite level, and have launched an impact in a higher direction. And the strength of the elves gradually averaged out, which was deliberately made by Aoki. The improvement of the overall strength of the elves helps the tacit cooperation of the elves when the team fights. The most elevated is the auxiliary leaf pedicle. Now she has successfully upgraded to level 35, and her healing ability has been unanimously recognized by all the elves in the team. Aoki's act of conquering the flower leaves in the hands of the island has become one of the most correct choices he made on Dream Island this time. It is because of the presence of the flower leaves that the elves can fight unscrupulously without worrying about being hurt. After each crazy battle, the grassy field of the flower leafy will provide them with treatment in the first time. Under the training of Aoki, the leafy pedigree has become more and more effective in the grass field. After this period of training, It is already the 10th night on the island. The elves need no training tonight, they need to rest and adjust, and digest the gains of battle during this time. Then adjusted her state to the best state, because from the 11th day, Oki decided to march to the ancient tree of life. If you can enter the ruins, go in and see if there are any new gains. After the dinner, the elves followed Oka's order and sat around to rest honestly, discussing some skills. There are a lot of attributes between spirits who want to be the same, so after communicating with each other, you can get the skills release experience of the other party. Maybe you can also learn some new skills. This is also one of the main purposes of Oki. Oki came to the Tanabata bluebird who admired the moonlight alone. In the past few days, the Starbucks bluebird appears when they are cooking in Oki. After eating quietly, they returned to their place to rest. They became more and more familiar. Oki stood next to the Star Festival bluebird. In terms of height, Oki is much taller than the Star Festival bluebird. Activate ECG again. Tanabata bluebird, we may not return after tomorrow. I am going to look at the ancient tree in the center of the island, and see if I can find something in the ruins. After a maximum of 10 days, the more dangerous people will enter the island, and you must take your children to hide when that happens. Although you may not be their opponent, it should not be a problem to use your energy to hide 2 children in the air and hide. After the mopping is over, the outer barrier should disappear, then you should leave with your child, and don't come back. Oki suddenly said a long list of words, but there was no sentence against it. He has gradually given up on the flickering Tanabata bluebird. This Quaseking dragon level elf is indeed far more intelligent than the average elf, and with her 2 children, there are indeed many concerns. Oki gave his final advice. Alas, when Oki turned and was about to leave, he was stopped by the Kixie bluebird. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 592 Flicker finally saw results. Oki stared at the starfish in surprise. However, the ECG sensor has not been disconnected. Oki, I can leave with you, but you need to take my 2 children, and after you go out, you cannot restrict our freedom. Kixie bluebird hesitated to say this sentence. I can see the struggle in her eyes. In fact, she wanted to go out to see the outside world, but she was inexplicably curious about the outside world. After so long accumulation, her curiosity about the outside world has filled her heart. But her 2 children haven't grown up yet, and she can't take 2 children to take risks. And for Oki, she can't be 100% trusted now. At the bottom of her heart, there is some doubt. In her opinion, Oka's approach was indeed purposeful. But now Oki is definitely the most suitable candidate, because compared to others, Oki has the highest credibility. When Oki woke up these days, she disappeared here just because she was going to verify if Oki's words were true. Then she saw that creatures similar to Oki, with their elves, wantonly killed on Neverland, regardless of whether these elves were the main attack. For the supplies on Neverland, it is also a crazy search, and I can't wait to dig the ground 3 feet. I really can't see the Star Festival bluebird in the past, and took the shot to resolve that person. But at the same time cast a shadow on their heart. Oki is not wrong. People in the outside world are already preparing to invade here. If she doesn't choose to leave now, she can't guarantee whether she can live with her 2 children safely. After a period of thinking, Kixie Jadebird made this difficult choice. Even if Oki is really purposeful, she also recognizes that as long as it can ensure the safety of 2 children, it doesn't matter what it is to be a thug. The most important thing is that after going out, maybe I can see the father of her 2 children again. That figure has been in her mind for a long time. When I heard the Tanabata bluebird's words, Oka's face appeared ecstatic and couldn't help it. To be honest, Oki really didn't expect to be able to persuade the Kixie bluebird. Everything he had done before was just to try, thinking to himself, in case it succeeded. Making dinner again and again, I just want to increase the affection of Kixie Jadebird for myself. Are you thinking about it? Oki confirmed. Although that Tanabata bluebird may be a temporary decision, Aoki doesn't want to make trouble in the future. Such a peak-level elf of Wang is not the one he can control now. Kixie Bluebird is not as simple as Dream Demon. She has her own mind and her own thoughts. But it is because of this that this Kixie Jade Bird is very powerful. Don't look at the Dream Demon to reach the Heavenly King level, but in the face of this Kixie Jade Bird, 90% can't be beaten. Tanabata Bluebird nodded solemnly. I can let you use your so-called elf ball to conquer. If you want to take out my 2 children, I can only use that thing to conquer, but you must guarantee that at the end of you this time, after leaving Neverland, we cannot restrict our freedom. Whether to stay or go, we make our own choices. Yes, Aoki didn't hesitate. No matter whether Kixie Bluebird left or stayed in the end, this friendship is still there. Maybe she can move her and give her 2 children to take care of herself. Don't look like it seems unrealistic now, but when Aoki flickered the Kixie Festival Bluebird at first, didn't he think it was unrealistic? But now the goal has been achieved. I know your kind of elf ball has a lock function. My request is that you can lock my elf ball. This is the last condition proposed by Kixie Jade Bird. As long as the elven ball is unlocked, she can come out at any time. In fact, even if the elven ball is locked, with her ability, a crazy attack for a day, it is estimated that it can come out. Only then, there will be no good fruit from Aoki. You can rest assured. But I also have a requirement that when on Neverland, you need to temporarily obey my order. Rest assured that it will not let you do something excessive, but you may face something that I cannot resist. The enemy needs your help. Aoki made his own demands. Since you are free to choose after coming out of Neverland, you should also help yourself on Neverland. Hearing Aoki's conditions, Kixie Jade Bird didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Aoki smiled and took out a luxurious ball from his pocket, and placed it in front of the Star Festival Bluebird, waiting for her action. Not far away, the Dull King who has been watching the movements of Aoki and Kixie Bluebird, they stopped again. In the daytime today, Aoki has flickered the entire group of small broken diamonds, and then returned at night to successfully flee this horrible Kixie Festival Bluebird. The elves couldn't help but take a breath. The flickering soul is so scary. Tanabata's Bluebird was under the signal of Aoki, and his wings touched the button in the middle of the luxury ball lightly, and then was absorbed by a red light. Then there was no sign of struggle for the luxury ball, and it directly confirmed the receipt. But before Aoki summoned the Kixie Bluebird, she flew out of the fairy ball herself. Although Kixie Bluebird is powerful, but for this kind of elf disobedience to the trainer, Aoki is slightly disgusted. www.mentalnovel.com. Kixie Bluebird obviously noticed Aoki's situation, and after a little thought, he figured already. But now the ECG induction has been broken, and only the eyes representing apology can be revealed. The salamander screamed at 2 little green cotton birds. Seeing this scene, the cricket in Aoki's heart gradually dispersed. Although he was ready to not obey the command after the Kixie Jade Bird was conquered, when it happened, Aoki was not as generous as he thought. Sometimes Aoki himself admits that he has a strong desire to control. Or, every successful trainer should have a strong desire to control. Under the mother's command, the 2 little green cotton birds were soon subdued by Aoki. After conquering, they released them directly. They don't know much about the current situation, but they don't need to worry about Aoki. Kixie Jade Bird will explain to them. Anyway, this star-studded bluebird on the peak of the Quasar King is conquered for the time being. After leaving Tanabata Bluebird and her 2 children contentedly, Aoki returned to her residence. Since tomorrow, you don't have to come back here. With 5 days remaining, Aoki will also decide to head towards the center of Neverland. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 593 Broken Life Ancient Tree The 11th day. Neverland. The small broken diamonds live on the top of the mountain above the ground. Aoki was standing on the back of the Dragon King Scorpion, and there was a Daddy King beside him. From the mountain overlooking the evil forest below, and the ancient trees of life in the distance. Last night, Aoki successfully entered the Kixie Festival Bluebird and was conquered. Although with Aoki's current ability, she could not really tame her. But as long as on Fantasy Island, Kixie Bluebird can obey its own orders, so Oki really has a very strong hole card. After that time, even in the ruins, other members of the Rockets gathered to attack Oki, and he also had the means to deal with it. So now Oki is fearless. I felt a bit cold in the heights a little, and waited until the wind felt really cold, then stood on the back of the Dragon King Scorpion and walked towards the other side of the mountain. After the fall, it is still a virgin forest, but if you want to reach the ancient Tree of Life, you must pass through this forest. Time is not as abundant as before, and Oki is not tangling what kind of elven territory. Directly follow the straight line, but when encountering an enemy that can't be beaten, let the Dull King use the instant movement, back to a safe place, and then bypass the wild elf that can't beat. In this way, the efficiency of the entire forward is suddenly much higher. Also, the elves can fight their opponents more effectively. For the training of the elves, they will be more and more improved. I have a flower leaf pedicle, so don't worry about getting a little wound. According to the distance, it should only be 1 day, but because of fighting and the need to bypass some powerful wild elves, the time will be extended a lot. When Oki reached below the ancient Tree of Life, it was noon on the 12th day. I used to look at the ancient Tree of Life from afar, feeling very tall and very big. But this is far less shocking than watching at such a close distance. I stood not far from the trunk of the ancient Tree of Life and looked up from below, and felt that the whole sky had been shrouded. There are a lot of elves living on this ancient tree. The wide branches can fully accommodate all the elves. Looking at the huge trunk of the ancient Tree of Life, from a sensory perspective, it looks like a giant pillar. There are no other trees on the ground around the cricket. Occasionally, you can see the strong root system of the ancient trees of life that have been drilled out of the soil. According to the development level of the underground root system, Oki estimates that the roots of this tree can be found anywhere in the entire Neverland. There are far fewer aggressive elves here, and Oki slowly approaches the trunk. The elves on the linden tree saw the alien elves such as Oki, and concealed their figures one after another. But as he approached the trunk, Oki's brow gradually wrinkled. Not because of the environment here, nor because of the spirits here, but on the trunk of the ancient Tree of Life, Oki saw large signs of dryness and bark shedding. Is this the end of the tree's life? But according to legend, as long as the ancient Tree of Life grows, there have been no signs of natural withering. Oki stood in front of the trunk, looking at the scorched dark area above, feeling this not much like normal wilting. I stretched out a hand and slowly put it on the wither. Wu Mingming had already done this, but Oki felt the temperature above, and more than that, there was some tingling sensation at the contact between the palm and the tree. This is obviously not a natural phenomenon, but artificial. But who can bring such damage to the ancient Tree of Life here? Oki's brain constantly screened the members of the Rockets. Although there are some poisonous elves who are good at it, but this is definitely not a simple poison. At first glance, it looks like it is naturally withered, and some abnormalities can be found only after approaching, and ordinary elves can't do it. According to the information given by Regis, elite elves should not be able to do it. Oki has Dragon King Scorpion and Genghis, and the understanding of poisonous spirits is not low. To what extent can elite poisonous spirits do? Oki also knows better. The Dragon King Scorpion has been developed by Oki as a poison system attribute. During the evolution, almost half of the King Scorpion was used as a sacrificial evolution of the Dragon King Scorpion, but Oki guaranteed that the Dragon King Scorpion could not achieve this level. So, someone hides their power, or does someone bring someone else's elf in as a whole card? But what is the reason for this direct exposure? Is it any good for the ancient Tree of Life? Oki's mind a lot of doubts arose. He was ready to retract the extended hand, because he felt the tingling sensation in his hand became more and more obvious. It has been so long, but the corrosion effect is still so strong. I don't know what is inside the ancient Tree of Life. Okay. If the interior is eroded, then even if the vitality of this ancient tree is no longer strong, it will not survive, and it will soon die. and the large number of elves living on the ancient tree will be lost due to the death of some ancient tree. I don't know how many homes will survive. Of course, these have nothing to do with Oki. He just wanted to figure out what their purpose was. When Oki was about to take his hand away, I suddenly felt a dangerous breath on my head. As a superpower, the sixth sense has always been more accurate. While Oki felt it, of course the elves also felt it, and they responded in succession. The dumb king put his hand on Oki's shoulder and used the instant movement directly. As for external attacks, it is not his responsibility. His task is to take Oki to a safe place when Oki encounters danger. The remaining elves will do what they should do. www.mtlnovel.com. The quickest response is Genghis, who has been the guard of Oki for a long time. He suddenly emerged from the shadow and appeared above Oki. A light green guarding energy hood appeared. Sudden attack directly broke Genghis' guard, and the dull king smoothly took Oki away from the ancient tree of life. The dragon king Scorpion, Paula, and Crow's Head also kept their distances to ensure sufficient fighting distance. After being shot down, Genghis fell to the ground and suddenly merged into the shadow on the ground. Once again, the dust rises with the attack, and the elf who launched the attack is looming in the dust, and cannot see what the elf is. But judging from the power and impermanence emanating from this attack, this elf is very powerful. Guy is so powerful that Oki thinks all his elves are united. Probably not his opponents. Oki feels that he may have suffered no delusion, and was regarded by other elves as a person who harmed the ancient tree of life. This is really hard to say. The dust dissipated gradually. An elf walking upright slowly appeared in Oki's sight. Oki's pupil narrowed suddenly when she saw the elf completely. This is Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 594. Lucario. Looking at the one who slowly came out of the dust, there was a strong evil spirit in his eyes. Smiley expression, blue and black heads, red eyes, 4 wolves walking upright, powerful legs. The previous attack was used by his legs. Lucario. The elf who appeared in front of Oki was Lucario, and it's also the aggressive Lucario. Pokemon, Lucario Cyan. Gender, male. Level 59. Attribute, fighting plus steel. Characteristics, unyielding. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Eye of the Heart, Flying Kick, Flame Kick, Batu. Basic skills, Wave Missile, Sharpening, Seeing Through, Flashing Light, Seeing Through, Metal Claws, Double Return, Attack, Enhanced Fist, Sword Dance, Metal Sound, Battering, Quick Defense, Early Wave, Self-Motivation, Meditation, Heal Fluctuations, Melee. Teaching skills, Lightning Boxing, Zenki Boxing, Freezing Boxing, Absorptive Boxing, Playing. Skill learner, none. The more he looked at the data of this Lucario, Oki's face gradually became more serious. Too strong. Not only reached the peak of the Quasar even on the level, but also on the skills. Bird's ability, Sword Dance skills increase, various powerful physical attack skills, and self-healing skills to cure bug of fluctuations. I can say that as long as this Lucario can't be dropped in 1 second, he will face his endless attacks, and it is still a very terrible attack. Although this Lucario's level is stuck at the peak of the quasi-perpetual king like Kixie Jade Bird, but they're excellent talents. Facing some ordinary A-class elves, it is really hard to say who wins, because Lucario's attacking ability here is absolutely heavenly. If you use all kinds of skills well, Bird plus Sword Dance, and various fighting skills, this Lucario is definitely more difficult than the average Uranus level elves. And this Lucario also learned to place skills. If there is really a knowledgeable and well-trained trainer commanding this Lucario, he can definitely double his combat ability. Don't think it's exaggerated. Look at the last skill he learned, Play. This can only be good if it can be used. It is definitely a magic skill. In case he plays the sniper character like Dragon King Scorpion, he will turn into an attacker with super explosive ability. almost punching a kid. If he played the characteristic of excessive self-confidence of the crow's head, after superimposing the layers, he could be able to do a leapfrog battle. I just don't know what the wild Lucailio's fighting talent is. However, even if he does not have many fighting methods, his fighting ability is not weak. There are too many advantages of maggot attributes: double restraint of general line, steel line, grass line, ice line, dragon line, and evil line, 4 times restraint of rock line and worm line, and immunity of poison line. Although he has 3 attributes, the fighting system, the ground system, and the fire system restrain him twice, and it is almost negligible in terms of his resistance. There is no quadruple weakness, so any elves can face a battle. Also, Aoki, a prophet, knew that elves such as Lucario were capable of super evolution. It will become more scary after evolution. Lucario, who was good at physical attacks and special attacks or hit speed, will become more extreme after super evolution. Aoki knows very well about Lucario, because when he was on the Earth, Lucario was one of his favorite elves. He played almost any game and had to subdue Lucario because it works really well. In the last life, after Aoki's strength gradually grew, he also had the thought of searching for Lucario, but in the end he could not find it. Because Lucario has the waveguide force, he can sense biological species and moods that are 1 kilometer away, which also results in that if he approaches him maliciously, he will definitely be rejected by him. Also, Lucario is relatively rare. For trainers who do not have waveguide power, their requirements are extremely demanding. The 3 major abilities in the elven world are the power of Chengpan, the power of superpower, and the power of waveguide. Chirped waveguide force is one of them. This Lucario who appeared in the top of the Quasiking King in front of Aoki had the strength of the waveguide. Looking at the blue tulle-like coat surrounded by Lucario in front of him, you can know his waveguide, how powerful his power. Aoki has now confirmed that even if all his elves are united, he will not win this Lucario. And apparently the other party had misunderstood something, and they couldn't just hit it so silently. But if you don't frighten the other party, obviously the other party will not listen to you. Okay. There is more preparation. Aoki took out a specially placed luxury ball and summoned the Tanabata Bluebird. Is also the peak of the Quasiking King, and is also the same as the King-level elves who are not inferior in strength. The Star Festival Bluebird and Lucario should be able to compete positively. Only, when Aoki summoned the Kixi Festival Bluebird, the scene in front of him made him a little dazed. He was so aggressive that he thought he was about to fight. When the Kixi Bluebird came out and saw his opponent's Lucario, the momentum of his body was all dissipated. Suddenly, Lucailio's expression was stagnant when he saw the Starbucks. Apparently he did not think why the Starbucks would appear here. The 2 elves looked at each other, some wondering what was going on. Do you know each other? Aoki finally began to speak. He also found some clues from the expressions of the 2 elves. www.mentalnovel.com. Kixi Bluebird nodded nicely. Although Aoki's current strength was not enough to command her, she agreed to Aoki and temporarily obeyed his orders on Neverland. And the relationship between Kixi Bluebird and Aoki was okay after a few very good dinners. Lucario also called to the Kixi Bluebird, and the expression of the Kixi Bluebird gradually became serious, looked at Aoki, and then looked at the withered area of the ancient tree of life. Aoki knew that it was time for him to stand up and explain. The ECG sensor connected the Kixi Jade Bird and said, "I didn't make that scar on the tree. I just discovered that Lucario had seen me, and there should be some misunderstanding." Tanabata Bluebird nodded and said, "Lucario said that the scar was created a few days ago, and he saw that a creature that looks like you was made with an elf. When he discovered that day, the other party had fled. Now, I saw you today and thought you were his party. I heard that Aoki's eyes were twitching. What else could I do? This is obviously a misunderstanding. I watched this attack be considered beaten. Fortunately, there is a Kixi Bluebird, which can explain. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 595 Lucailio's Energy Ball. After a brief explanation by Kixi Bluebird, plus Oka's help from the telepathy. Balukaleo realized his mistake. In fact, he also found that Oka's behavior and the ancient tree that destroyed life before is a species, only to cause direct shots on Aoki. If he invokes his waveguide power, he can know that Aoki is not really malicious. I watched Lucario standing opposite him and bowing at 90 degrees. Aoki waved his hands again and again. Nothing else to say. The gentle temperament elf living on Neverland is more or less simple. Lucio in front of me, for example, was a bit horrible when he was serious, but Aoki was a little embarrassed to be pure. However, Aoki did not dare to think about Lucario, because the ability of the waveguide force can sense the inner emotions of living beings. The reason why Balukaleo has acknowledged his mistake so quickly is also the key. I watched the Star Festival Bluebird and Lucario go to chat aside, and Aoki did not expect that the two elves actually knew each other. Actually, Neverland is so big in total, there must be some communication directly between the powerful elves, especially if you want flying elves like Kixie Bluebird. Can you go wherever you want? Lucaleo's role is to protect the ancient trees of life on Neverland. His responsibility is very important on the island, so no matter what elves, when facing Lucaleo, he will not do anything extraordinary things. Because Fantasy Island was created by fantasy, and the ancient tree of life is one of the places where fantasy used to live, Lucaleo have been passed down from generation to generation. As the guardian here, they are respected by the elves. This is a long accumulation, deeply rooted in the minds of the elves on the island. But after clearing up the misunderstanding with Lucario, Oka's expression did not relax. Because from Lucario's description, the person who Aoki made a destructive event on the ancient tree of life is one of the members of the rocket on the island this time. Also, there is an elf with the strength of Zuntanwang in the opponent's hand. This is a huge hidden danger. It is possible that not only one person on the island has a hidden hole card in his hand. Obviously, some carders are not reconciled to this situation and want to be the first to get some benefits. A few moments later, the Tanabata Jade Bird and Lucario's conversation ended. Kixie Bird looked at Lucario with hate and iron, but Lucario looked unwillingly. Slightly curious, Aoki contacted Kixie Bluebird through telepathy. After hearing her explanation, she also felt a little speechless. Previously, the Tanabata Bluebird pulled Lucario beside him and said exactly what Aoki told the Tanabata Bluebird. A group of powerful people and elves are about to appear on the island, and the ancient life that he saw before destroying life, the people of the tree, are just the vanguard. And there will be more horrors later. Kixie Bluebird hopes that Lucario can go out with her, so that even if they are outside, with the strength of their two elves, they can take care of each other. But Lucario is dead-headed. He is obsessed with obeying the beliefs that his ancestors uploaded, and guarding the ancient tree of life to the last moment, even if he is facing death. To this end, Tanabata Jade Bird has repeatedly emphasized what death is, but Lucario still shakes his head resolutely. In desperation, Kixie Jade Bird could not tie Lucario away, and finally gave up persuasion. He stunned and warned him to choose to run away when he encountered a group of enemies who could not be beaten later. As his identity on Neverland, he was looking for a flying, relatively powerful elf. There was no problem to cooperate. When the barrier disappeared, he immediately left Neverland. Balukaleo means coexistence and death with the ancient tree of life. If you want to deal with the ancient tree of life, you must first cross him. The ancient tree of life was damaged a lot this time, but it has not been damaged to the interior. It can be repaired after a period of time, and his waveguide force can sense these. Aoki feels that it's time to show yourself. Looked at Lucario and Kixie Bluebird. He came to the place where the ancient trees of life withered. Take out the knife to remove the damaged area. A large scar, like a large piece of beard, revealing the normal trunk inside, or some yellow and black trunk. Then took out some repairing potions from the storage space. and at the same time let the flower leaf pedicles use the grass field on the ancient trees in an alternative way. It can be seen by naked eyes that the trunk of the ancient tree of life shows signs of repair. After the previous withered area is removed, his self-healing ability will also be released, and some of the potions used in Oki plus the grassy field of the leafy pedicule will restore the ancient trees of life better, faster. I may not be able to fix it all at once, but it will definitely speed up his recovery. What Oki did? Lucario looked in his eyes and looked at Oki with a deep apology. However, Lucario did not contact Oki anymore, but handed something to Oki through the Star Festival bluebird. A wooden block the size of a palm is said to be made from the trunk of the ancient tree of life, and is the key to open an important door in the ruins below the ancient tree of life. Oki closed it in surprise, but did not expect that Lucario had the key in the ruins. According to Kixie Jadebird, this is an apology for misunderstanding. Then Lucario ran directly above the ancient tree of life, and he would be constantly monitoring it, no longer hurting the ancient tree of life. I hope he can survive in the end. Oki put this key away, always feeling that it would be very important. In fact, if Lucario chooses to leave with Kixie Jadebird, he will not be respected by so many elves on Neverland, and their mission passed down from generation to generation will not be awed by all the elves. Even if Dream hasn't lived here, I don't know how long. Maybe after Lucario was born, he had never seen a dreamlike figure, and did not know what he was protecting. This is an elf worthy of respect. But to be honest, Oki really feels a bit pity. Such a powerful and qualified Lucario. If it was not for the sudden invasion of the rockets www.mtlnovel.com, it may be very big achievement. My heart hurts. This elf can't flicker. He can read heart. Oki was a little distressed. After pacifying the Dull King and the head of the Crow, and commending them for a series of things they did for themselves, Oki was ready to leave. I don't know what these people on the island did to destroy the ancient tree of life. Only when Oki left, a blue energy ball shot straight from the tree. The goal was Oki, who was a little relaxed and vigilant. The elves changed color and tried to protect, but they were stopped by the Kixie Bluebird. They don't know what this thing is. Can Kixie Jadebird still not know? Oki noticed the action of the Starbird, and did not make any further resistance. Although Tanabata Bluebird is only his temporary elf, Oki trusts his elf very much. He believes that Kixie Jadebird will not harm himself. Add more. Add 310 to the leader of the cold and light summer moon. Today is 5 more. Wait for me to slowly break out. Then, thank Clay Imyan's cat boss for all the rewards. Many thanks. At the end of the month, I'm asking for a monthly pass. Don't forget it in your hands. Chapter 596. Lucario's face. The light blue energy ball was fast at first, but it slowly slowed down as it approached Oki. Oki can feel the strange energy inside. Slowly blended into the chest. Silently waited for a minute without feeling any change. Oki blinked, looked at the Star Festival Bluebird, and wanted her to explain. The Star Festival Bluebird looked at Oki with envy, and made Oki overwhelmed. This is the blessing of bird. It is a skill that can only be used by those who are proficient in the use of bird power. It can only be used 3 times in a lifetime. Anyone who receives bird blessing will get each other when they encountered the spirit who masters bird power. Good feeling. This is Lucas' apology to you and your gift to heal the ancient tree of life. Kixie Jadebird explained through Oki's electrocardiogram. After hearing the words of Kixie Bluebird, Oki understood exactly what this thing was, and also understood why Kixie Bluebird looked with a lot of envy. There are not many sprites in this world that can use waveguide force, and there are fewer humans. All the elves or humans who can master the waveguide force are relatively powerful, and Oki has now been blessed by Lucario's bird. It can be said that in the future, he will always have a good impression of the other side when facing the wizard who masters the power of bird. Don't underestimate this good impression. If everything goes smoothly, maybe you can also subdue a wizard who can use the waveguide. Just as many superpowered elves look down on ordinary people, The elves who can guide the power will choose to stay away from ordinary people in most cases. However, because Oki has the blessing of the wave guide, if he can approach the wave guide spirit, there is also the possibility of continuing to contact and subdue the spirit. Also, I don't know how much the blessing of this wave guide can bring to the wave spirit, and it won't appear a wave guide spirit at that time, right? Of course, this is also Oka's fantasy. But now Oka's body really has an invisible aura. The name is Blessing of Bird. It can also be called the face of the wave guide spirit. Didn't those elves who felt the blessing of Oki give Lucario a face? It turns out that the blessing of this wave guide also has this meaning. Looking at the top of the trunk, the faint blue figure disappeared into the trunk after seeing Bird's blessing injected into Oki. Oki can feel that Lucario's inner pride does not allow him to give up the difficult but glorious task of protecting the ancient Tree of Life. While respecting all the elves on Neverland, he endlessly attached endless shackles to his body, bound to the ancient Tree of Life. As long as he did not fall, he would not let people to life. What happened to the ancient tree was destroyed. This was originally a relatively easy task, because no elves on this island went back to do any destructive things to the ancient trees of life. Even those Uranus-level elves, this is the will to penetrate into their bones. Now the rocket's invasion has made this task very difficult at once. However, Oki always felt that he might have another day to meet with this Lucario, and this feeling was amazing. It was originally absent, but appeared after Oki accepted the blessing of Bird. There seemed to be an illusion that they would meet again. But Oki knew that Lucario would have a hard time withstanding the rocket's invasion. The ancient Tree of Life, as one of the spiritual pillars of the elves on this island, will definitely be the subject of the rockets. Trimmed here a little, Oki put away the Star Festival Bluebird. Now that other rockets have cards in hand, Oki definitely needs the presence of Kixie Bluebird as a deterrent, and even to a certain extent, Kixie Bluebird is required to participate in the battle. That is to say, the Dream Monster has a high level, but the strength is weak. Otherwise, if Oki directs the Kixie Bluebird and the Dream Monster at the same time, he can be comparable to the prospective King Trainer in a short time. Still the kind of relatively powerful Quasiski Trainer. The ruins on the island are next to the ancient Tree of Life when seen from the outside, but only to find here is that the distance is still far away. To reach the entrance to the ruins from the ancient Tree of Life, you need to go through a large forest. Judging from the current time, those who can survive on Neverland are estimated to have gathered in this forest now. As for anyone who has gone to the ruins to see it, Oki feels that there is, but I don't know if these people who came in have come out alive. There must be people who are lucky and want to have a good career, and there should be quite a few. From the first step into the forest, you need to mobilize 100,000 spirits, because in addition to the wild elves that may attack at any time, the members of the rocket team are the most terrifying in the forest presence. It is even more terrifying than some of the Quasi elves' strength. Oki made Genghis back in the shadows as his last defense. Although Genghis currently does not seem to be prominent in Oki's team, he is the elf most trusted by Oki, because he is close to Oki almost 90% of the time. Together. Moreover, as Oki's close guard, Oki needs to have enough trust in him, so as not to make those elves who are doing everything to you chill. However, recently Genghis' strength improvement is not slow, and he has participated in many frontal battles. Oki is also preparing to gradually bring him from the shadows to frontal battle. This is where he can really play the battle. Standing on the back of Dragon King Scorpion. The current Dragon King Scorpion has been completely transformed into an Oki marine mount. Except not being able to sit, the rest is excellent. Walking on all fours, can adapt to various environments very well. The strong body allows the existence of Oki to have no effect on the Dragon King Scorpion. The flexible body can face attacks from all directions, and the heavy armor also gives Oki and Dragon King. The Scorpion itself provides adequate protection, and the Dragon King Scorpion's explosive power is very tyrannical. All the elves who look down on him may face the risk of being spiked. The crow's head is responsible for high-altitude surveillance, pay attention to every move around, and will notice Oki as soon as any situation is found. Madara is completely transformed into a night elves in the forest, shuttles between branches, flexible body and agile speed, allowing him to shuttle through the forest without pressure. Facing the enemy appearing in front, as long as the Dragon King Scorpion dragged on for a while, he can launch a deadly attack, and appeared at any time in front of or behind Oki. www.mtlnovel.com assumed responsibility as a scout. The Dull King floats beside the Dragon King Scorpion. He is enabled by superpower perception, and can quickly detect the appearance of the enemy, and he always keeps a water polo in his hand. This is the combination of superpowers and water energy, and it is also Oki's direction for him during this time. The Dull King's water system ability needs to be developed. At present, this mode is the strongest state that Oki combined after surviving in the wild for many times. Now Oki is worthy of any member of the Rockets this time on the island. First, more. Please give me Lucario a face and get a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves equals Chapter 597 on the skills of the sneak attack. Neverland. In the forest between the ancient tree of life and the ruins of Neverland, an Elite-level sting bee was spiked directly by the Dull King, causing a little movement in the forest. In the past few days, all the flares left in Oki's handle have been absorbed. After many attempts, he found that as the amount of flare absorbed was greater, the effect on Oki was smaller. When the last one was absorbed, it was not as good as half of the first absorption on Neverland. But even so, after all absorption of Oki, the super ability was improved again and again. Today, his superpowers can be regarded as the middle and upper stream among the primary superpowers. But that's all. With Oki's own talent, it is obviously impossible to improve. However, Oki has also been satisfied, which has greatly exceeded his expectations, and now his superpowers are enough for him to use. If it is due to the core inductance, it can be maintained for a longer time, and it can still maintain a contact state when it is far from the spirit. Although communication may not be possible, simple signal transmission is still possible. Compared to Oki, the Idiot King's superpowers do not know how many times he has been overbearing. Therefore, Oki may not be able to perceive what the Dull King can perceive. After telepathy, Oki received the message from the Dull King. He raised his eyebrows slightly, with a joke in the dark eyes, and said to the Dumb King, "Dumb King, knock him out." On hearing that, the Dumb King nodded solemnly, and his superpowers skyrocketed. A branch of a tree not far away broke off directly, and the person standing on it fell off the tree without hesitation. However, the opponent was obviously good, and when he fell, he didn't panic. He rolled directly in the air and landed straight on the ground. Knowing that he had been found, he would no longer hide anything, and slowly walked out of the woods and walked in front of Oki. Looking at the person in front of him, Oki's comparative information suddenly understood who it was. Kellogg, good at poisoning elves. Oki directly said the other's name. I saw a member of the Rockets named Kellogg wearing a standard wild survival rocket costume with a spider on his shoulders. I wasn't surprised to hear Oki say his name, and said lightly, "Oki, the first place in this trial, is said to have killed Lord Render's subordinate Yang Ping, and he has already had Elite-level strength." Compared to the first one that Oki encountered before, this rocket member named Kellogg is obviously much calmer. It may be because the other party is good at using poisonous elves, just like a poisonous snake likes to wait for the opportunity to move. It seems that Gehei's distribution of my materials is quite thorough. Does each of you have a copy? Oki mocked. Your price is high, and there are of course many people who are interested, and your elves are also good. They are worthy of adventure. Kellogg's voice remained unchanged, as if he was explaining a fact. Oki also knows that 20 million league coins, even for the elite trainers in the Rockets, is a lot of wealth. And Oki's reputation in the Rockets is not very loud, and it is normal to think of him. But after this end of Neverland, your reputation should be able to rise up in the Rockets. With a smile on his mouth, Oki didn't want to say anything since the other person was interesting to his own head. Of course, Oki could not choose to keep his hand. Then you have to try it out. Can you get the money? Oki said. Don't worry. The living people should have arrived in the forest now. I guess there will be a lot of people who will do it by that time. How about it? Would you like to join hands to try? Kellogg said lightly. After hearing that, Oki frowned unconsciously, and then said with a smile, how do I know if you're going to do anything to me? People from the Rockets. Who has believed? That's what rejection means. After all, Kellogg was obviously observing Oki in secret before walking out of the woods after being discovered by Oki. He suddenly said that he wanted to cooperate. How can there be trust? It's the same, but there is no way to do it. At least 4 people are required to ensure safety when entering the ruins. Since you don't want to cooperate, then you can die. Kellogg's voice suddenly became cold. Oki knows Kellogg's information. The opponent's strength is the same as Xui encountered before. The strength should not be much different, but after all, he is still an elite trainer and he is still a poison expert, so he needs to be careful. An Alidos fell from the tree behind Oki, and he dangled his spider silk and attacked Oki directly. But after Kellogg came out, Oki, who was always on guard, certainly found the existence of this Alidos. A black shadow with a blue coat of energy descended from the sky, blocking Alidos' assault directly, and hitting it directly into the tree with an attack. Boom! It was a crow head that was watching in the sky, and when Oki let the Dull King find Kellogg, he had already landed from the sky. So here is the scene. Using the head of the crow slammed by the bird to directly hit Alidos. This Alidos should be one of Kellogg's main battle spirits. Although not an ace, it is still relatively strong. A crow's head hit by the crow did not defeat him, but the effect of this attack was also good. Kellogg's spotless face showed a wave. As a survivor who is good at survival in the wild, he likes spider-like hunting methods. He lays the ground in a place in the forest, and then reveals some horse feet himself, leaving the opponent in the middle of his trap. Then his prey is faced with overwhelming crazy sneak attacks. This time Alidos was only the first one, but did not expect it to bring no effect, even being beaten by the opponent, because he didn't know what the identity of his target was. Oki. No matter in the past or this life, www.mtlnovel.com is a good hand in the field attack. Will he not know Kellogg's tricks? On the sneak attack, who was Oki afraid of? King Dull, strong mind. Oki ordered. Alidos, who had just been hit by the crow's head, hadn't gotten up yet. The spirit of the Dull King was greeted by him. The attack of the flight system plus the attack of the superpower system, the damage and restraint effects that broke out twice, this Alidos directly lost the combat ability. However, Alidos' attack was only the first round. Then, the 3 elves rushed out from the treetops or bushes. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves equals. Chapter 598 Desert Dragonfly. A large-billed bat, an Abercrombie and a poisonous moth all reached the elite level. Standard Rocket Elves. Oki looked at the elves who attacked him, and the corners of his mouth became more and more obvious. Poison Elf, really is your favorite opponent. In many cases, poisonous spirits are familiar with the worms or grasses, or they are single poisonous. And this kind of elves face the superpower of the Dull King. The flying system of the crow's head will be restrained. In addition, the Dragon King Scorpion, who has been fighting the King of Kings for so long, has a strong immunity to poisonous elves. In addition, he has learned the Flame Teeth, strong strike capability. Half an hour later, Kellogg's 4 elves fell to the ground, and his original breezy face was full of astonishment. How is it different from what is written in the script? You know, he used this method, but he didn't know how many people were in the pit. Even in dream, he used this trap to slowly kill someone, because poisonous elves are the most troublesome in the wild. If there is no suitable antidote, they can only wait for chronic death after poisoning. Many times Kellogg's opponents are not weak, but it is because of his disgusting nausea that after physical exhaustion, he is reduced to fish on the cutting board. But I did not expect to encounter such a wonderful work of Oki. He is better at sneak attacks than he is, and he likes fighting with poisonous elves very much. He has the superpower of the Dull King to perceive the surrounding environment, and can make the most timely alert to the elves who suddenly attack. In addition, Oki has superpowers, and can respond to the wizard's timely order through the heart inductor. Then the result is inevitable. Isn't this a mess? Neither gave Kellogg the opportunity to speak, but fell directly under the claws of Madara. Gently glanced at him. Let you pretend to be in front of me, but also light and windy. Let you wave your hands and say no hurry. The battle ended smoothly, and Oki asked Huaydi to give the elves a simple cure. Then Oka's brow frowned again. King Dull, strong mind. Boom! Exclamation mark. Well, Oki, do you treat your old friends like that? Where the Dull King attacked, one stepped out slowly, patting the dust on the black jacket. Looking at the full-fledged dress, I knew it was Regis. Oki said angrily, an old friend is still hiding behind a tree and peeking. Isn't it because I don't want to disturb your power? You see, such a master of the captain's strength was solved by you 3 or 2 times. I didn't expect your strength to rise so fast. Now I am not your opponent slightly. Regis walked to Oki with a smile. Do not mind the elves around Oki. Believe you a ghost? Oki thought secretly. Among the people on the island this time, in addition to Luo, a member of the Rockets who is good at dragon spirits, there is this Regis in front of Oki. Don't look at him with a grinning look, but who knows what he will sell to others? It should be that the battle with Kellogg has just been relatively dynamic, attracting Regis not far away. Regis, Oki has never been able to see through, and has not even touched such a person in previous lives. Everything he showed now seemed to be fine, but the more he did, the more Oki felt problematic. Just after Regis and Oki didn't say a few words, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in the woods. Oki hadn't responded yet. Regis' face was a bit ugly. The original hip-hop expression suddenly disappeared, looking up at the culprit who brought this kind of wind into the air. A desert dragonfly. In this place, there is only the dragon elf trainer who has desert dragonfly trainers. And looking at Regis' face, obviously the relationship with him is not very good. It may even have been played once before. As for the result, elf, desert dragonfly cyan. Gender, male. Level 49. Attribute, ground plus dragon. Characteristics, floating. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, wind, mudshot, earth power, signal light. Basic skills, dragon claw, dragon breath, dragon dance, sand splash, sound explosion, surprising strike, patience, mud throw, stomp, quicksand hell, rock fall, ultrasonic, harsh, power of earth, dragon tail, earthquake, sandstorm, noisy, destructive light, dragon god dive. Teaching skills, inverse scale, hot air, dragon wave, bug bite. Skill learner, hold, awakening power middle dot water, feathering, jet flame, swallow return, steel wing, stand in. Seeing the data of this desert dragonfly, Oka's face gradually became serious. If there were no hidden cards, this desert dragonfly would indeed be the best among all the trainers on the island this time. Even the first strength is not too much. No wonder Regis put this Luo's material in the last place. It really makes sense. And the other party as a dragon elf specialist is obviously not the only dragon elf. You know, in addition to the well-known strength of the dragon elves, there are also known waste resources. Most people can't cultivate a dragon spirit, let alone a group. This Luo must have a lot of backers in the Rockets. Oki quietly glanced at Regis. This person in the Rockets should have a good background, just don't know if he has a whole card this time. Obviously an elite trainer's task. He just wanted to mess with so many Quasar King level elves. It can only be said that the allure of Neverland is too great. The desert dragonfly slowly landed on the ground, wearing a short beige dress, a blue scarf tied around his neck, a windshield on his head, and a costume to survive in the desert. Lo! Regis looked at the man in front of him and called out his name. Luo glanced at Kellogg, who was lying on the ground, unknown, then glanced at Oki. and finally stopped looking at Regis. A mocking smile appeared. "Regis, I didn't expect you to be here so soon. It seems that speed has been growing recently." "Oh, thank you for the compliment, but desert dragonfly is still so slow. Hasn't its strength declined recently?" Regis retorted. As soon as the two met, there were signs of tit-for-tat at www.mentalnovel.com. As for Aoki and Kellogg, who was settled by him, they didn't care. Both see each other as their main competitors this time. With Luo's arrival, it seemed as if he had received an order. Some people came to Luo's side after they appeared, and some people came to Regis' side after they appeared. It was the Cedar and Green Phoenix that Aoki knew. Of course, there are a group of people who did not choose to join, and stood silently aside. Aoki frowned and looked at all this, always feeling a little awkward. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves equals. Chapter 599. Into the Ruins. Weird Aoki was naturally considered by the group to belong to Regis. After half an hour, nearly 15 people actually gathered here. Each of them has been collected by Regis in the pamphlet he gave to Aoki. There are 5 people beside Luo, plus 6 people in total. In addition to Aoki, Hansong, and Kingfing, there were 2 people beside Aoki who had not seen him, a total of 6 people. 3 others did not join either party. Not because they are strong enough, but because they, like Aoki, have just arrived in the forest and have not chosen to join either side. Kellogg, who was previously settled by Aoki, is similar to them. Exactly, because of this movement, everyone has gathered. Regis said after looking around for a while. Luo did not quarrel with Regis anymore, and nodded. It's only a few days left, and there aren't many people who have arrived here yet. It is estimated that few people are alive. Then discuss how to enter the ruins. Regis paused, and suddenly asked the 3 people next to him, "Hey, 3 of you, are you interested in coming to my side? You don't have to die, just follow the arrangement." Luo also said to the 3, "I'm the same here." By the way, the desert dragonfly next to him flapped his wings a few times, showing a sense of existence. As a result, the 3 people who were hesitant came back to Luo. Regis' face was a bit ugly. Not just a desert dragonfly, showing off all day long. However, those 3 people added to the opponent's team, the impact on the overall strength is still relatively large. But this is also a hidden danger. After all, it is 3 people who don't know much about it. They suddenly join in, and it is more troublesome to trust. Then, under the guidance of Regis and Luo, a large group of people walked towards the ruins. Aoki, like a transparent person, silently followed the team and watched the surrounding situation. As for the elves, when Aoki appeared, Aoki put the Dull Kings together, leaving only a Genghis in the shadow, and the crow's head closely followed. It's not too far from the ruins here. When he was about to reach the ruins, there was a man beside King Mu, Kingfing. The 2 had some exchanges on the trial island, and they did not know whether it was Regis' intention or Kingfing's self-assertion, and he explained to Aoki about the ruins. Before, some people actually went in, but didn't come out again after they went in. As for what is going on inside, no one knows it now. Therefore, after discussing with Regis, Luo felt that it was still necessary to gather more people to ensure safety. This is what happened today. The movement caused by the battle between Aoki and Kellogg also became the beginning of this incident. It made Aoki really unprepared, and suddenly said that he would form a team to go to the ruins. Came to the gate of the ruins. It is a ruin, in fact, a very old building. The ancient building in the elven world. But to be honest, this building is actually just a furnishing, because the real entrance to the ruins leads to the underground world. According to Aoki's character, it is definitely necessary to investigate before entering, but Regis and Luo obviously do not want to waste such time. And maybe they have been here before and did a simple survey, so they took the 2 teams directly into the entrance. At first it was just an ordinary rock cave. There was no light in the cave. That is, these people are experts in the rocket's field survival, and they have some lighting equipment in their hands. Aoki followed far behind, holding a professional cave torch in his hand. Looking at Regis and Luo walking in front, Aoki always thought things were too simple. As simple as that, after entering the ruins, there is not even a guarding elf. Even the place where the ancient tree of life was developed as Lucifer, the Quasar King, as the guardian, and as a dream real place, there is not even a guard. Moreover, Regis and Luo walked too resolutely, as if the surrounding aisles were all furnishings, and the two walked directly toward the deepest point. It's like knowing where the destination is. Although others were more or less confused, they were quickly attracted by some murals on the walls. It depicts many ancient times, as well as some elves who have never been seen before. Aoki also saw fantasy figures in these murals, but judging from the conditions depicted in the murals, dreams are more as observers, observing what happened in the world. Whether it was fighting, disaster, or a bumper harvest, dreams appeared, but none participated. It felt like she was isolated from the world. So these people are just watching the murals carefully without thinking about Regis and Luo's anomalies. That is, Aoki, who still understands the elves of fantasy, doesn't think there is anything appealing on the murals. Even if Aoki has lived 2 lives, he still remembers them clearly. With a little doubt, Aoki went into a branch while nobody noticed, then silently waited for a while in the branch passage, let Genghis follow the group of people, and Aoki could follow the mark left by Genghis. Because the channel is not large, there are more than a dozen people, and everyone is more or less followed by 1 or 2 elves. Everyone can't achieve absolute trust, so the distance between them is a little bit larger, and the disappearance of Aoki has not attracted Anon's attention. Since he entered the ruins, he has been silently following him, and no one will always pay attention to his existence. Except King Feng. Shortly after Aoki disappeared, King Feng discovered it, but she didn't say much. In fact, King Feng, like Aoki, was recruited by Regis in the later period, and it is fundamentally different from Han Song. Han Song has been with Regis from the beginning. The two of them can trust each other. King Feng, many times they are excluded. She has always kept a heart. www.untilnovel.com. After finding that Aoki was missing, she also found a chance to disappear into the branch. The disappearance of one person may not have any impact, but the disappearance of 2 people, Regis is not a fool, but found out. But he didn't say anything, but he kept quietly at the front, except that he was moving a little faster. Luo, who was not far away, also found Regis' anomaly. After paying attention to the situation a little later, his brow gradually wrinkled, and then with Regis, he accelerated his pace. Again Ghost hid in the shadows and fell far behind them. Aoki chose to move forward a little bit. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves equals. Chapter 600 Exceptions and Guess. King Feng. Aoki found King Feng, who had left with her, hiding in the passage. He took the dull king directly and patted King Feng's shoulder, and winked at the dumb king, leaving him with superpower coordinates on King Feng's shoulder just in case. King Feng, who was patted on the shoulder, was startled, and turned quickly, holding 2 elven tightly in his hands. After discovering it was Aoki, he was relieved. Aren't you gone long ago? Why are you keeping up? King Feng patted his chest and asked quietly. Aoki's mouth had a mocking smile. Regis and Luo really acted like you. Didn't you find it? Upon hearing this, King Feng smiled bitterly. I didn't really find it. The murals in the cave are really attractive. I came in for the first time and saw that you were gone. Then I found something wrong and found a place. Hide and prepare to avoid the limelight. In fact, King Feng's visit to the island this time really didn't mean to fight for any relics and treasures. Most of them still wanted to find some grass-based props suitable for her elf on Dream Island and a lot of resources on the undeveloped island. King Feng is Athena's lineage, but she is not the only lineage of Athena. The help and benefits she can get from Athena are not many, and with the improvement of her strength, Athena also began to have many difficulties. The task is in their hands. This time she visited Neverland, she found a multi-party relationship and finally won it. After all, Athena's strength was greatly damaged after the battle between Lake Anger and Liu Bo was over, and King Fing couldn't find her anymore, so now the life is getting harder. Of course, she wouldn't tell Oki about these things, but in fact Oki guessed something. After all, when Athena was abused by Liu Bo, he was also present. Let's go, follow up and see. You don't want any benefits here, Oki said, and walked out of the branch channel to follow. King Fing hesitated for a moment, still unable to endure temptation, and tried to follow. Regis and Han Song said that they were drawn into the small circle, but more often they kept Han and Oki out with Han Song. It makes King Fing feel that he and Oki have a sympathy for the same disease. Moreover, King Fing feels that although Oki is lonely, his credibility is relatively higher than Regis. Following Oki, King Fing was cautious and stomped. In fact, there is one thing she didn't want to understand. Maybe it was just a subconscious reaction and conscious self-selection. That is, in her subconscious, Oka's strength is much weaker than Regis. If you act with Oki, her autonomy will be much stronger. Have at least enough say. Far behind Regis and others, Oki slowly followed by relying on the marks left by Genghis. The disappearance of Oki alone will certainly not cause them to pay attention, but if King Fing disappears together, then Regis' ability must be noticed. Having been advancing in the passage, slowly, Oki smelled a slight smell. It is very light. If it is not for those who are particularly sensitive to blood, they will not be able to detect it, such as King Fing standing next to Oki. But Oki smelled it because he was extremely sensitive to such things. In a corner of the branch walkway, I saw a small piece of blood that was about to dry out. According to the time of this blood, it is definitely today, but today they just came in. But soon, Oki wanted to understand something. Regis and Liu O are acting, trying to fool all those who are not close to them. As for the purpose, Oki does not know for the moment. But this relic, the two definitely came over in advance, and even came in a short time. The purpose is to remove the elf in this passage. As for those who are rumored to have entered the ruins and never returned, they were either killed by their joint efforts, or they were settled by wild elves while fighting the elves here. However, Oki is more inclined to the first one. The two came to the ruins as soon as they entered the island, and joined the ruins together, and many people entered with them. It is found that there are indeed many wild elves in the relics, but their strength is not strong, but for the sake of insurance, they will not be all the people who are close to them. Today, before finding Oki, Regis arrived first, and Liuo arrived, but the time difference was not great. Obviously, the two had discussed and gathered Oki and all the people who were attracted by the sound. No wonder Liuo said that the rest of the people on the island should be just like that. You have to know that there were more than 30 people on the island, but now only 15 people. Liuo is so sure. It is true that the danger of Neverland is great, but for the people who are on the island this time, they are accustomed to survival in the wild. Even if they can't beat the wild elves, they can definitely protect themselves. There may be several people who are stupid and killed by wild elves, but there will never be so many. So there is only one answer. The death of these people is inseparable from the relationship between Liuo and Regis. After discovering the blood here, King Feng's face was also a little ugly, followed by Oki to catch up again. Want to see what Regis and others are doing? As if he had reached the deepest point, Genghis returned along the shadow and came to Oki. With his back to King Feng, Oki learned part of the situation from Genghis through telepathy. At the end of this underground passage, there was a wall, once a very tall wall, that stopped everyone's way. Regis and Law proposed that everyone summon the elves to attack the wall. I hope everyone will work together to break this wall. After they summoned all the elves, Genghis was afraid of being found, so he returned and did not continue to monitor. But hearing Geng's description, Oka's expression was a bit ugly. The bloodstains just now, and those who disappeared after entering the ruins, gave Oki enough room for guessing, reduced the speed of progress, slowly approaching the door that Genghis said. Almost in order to verify the inner guess of Oki, a smell gradually filled the air. Now, at this rich level, King Fing and Oki felt it at the same time. The two looked at each other and saw the dignity in each other's eyes. King Fing believes that Oki is not strong, and the two have a right to speak in cooperation. Why isn't Oki trying to use her? Although they were recruited by Regis, Oki apparently found that King Fing was the same as himself. www.mtlnovel.com more are still being used. And the fact that she could find anomalies from the situation just now shows that this woman is not stupid. I hope that will not hinder me. Oki and King Fing speeded up. Vaguely heard the killing sound. Fifth more. Add 410 to the leader of the light cold summer gentleman. Unconsciously, I have written 600 chapters. I feel that time is passing quickly. Thank you for your support during this time. Please continue to support Hibiscus in the future. The Hibiscus will definitely burst a lot. Plus, I'm serious. Dark Rise of the Elves equals